This author created the ultimate, most perfect villain, only to give him the most pathetic ending imaginable: death at the hands of the world's hero. Burning with rage, the villain broke through reality itself, confronting his creator and demanding to know why he scripted such a fate. Then, he forced the author to become him, to become the very villain he created. Armed with forbidden knowledge, he would become the strongest in the demon realm. And so, our story begins. It was a grand dream. I wanted to shatter it, devour it, and burn it all to ash. What a pity. If only I hadn't. He was dead. A pathetic end for the world's greatest villain. The final chapter, the villain's ruin. The novelist, Nam Go Hun, had just killed off his creation. He wearily rubbed his eyes. My story is finally drawing to a close, with just one chapter left. But having to write something I despise is absolute torment. At least this piece of trash will finally be over tomorrow. I just need to let go of any lingering attachments. Suddenly, a sound came from his door. Curious, Go Hun rose from his chair. Who could be here at this hour? No one was supposed to visit. Walking to the door, he asked, "Who's there?" But then, complete silence. Go Hun flinched. What was that? Why did the sound just vanish? A drunk, maybe? A strange unease began to creep in. Whatever, I'm going to bed. But as he looked up, an object floated in midair. Nam Go Hun stared. Where did this paper come from? He took it and read. This is a gift. Make a request when needed. A gift? A real one? Suddenly, the paper's white light turned crimson, and the villain materialized before him. Nam Go Hun screamed in shock. What is that? The villain's voice was ice. So, this is how I die? After all the time and effort I poured in, I clawed my way up for 10 years, just to get revenge on those who destroyed my clan, family, friends, my lover. I lost it all. I gave up everything. And still, I failed. Well, you know that better than anyone, don't you? There's no point in saying more. Each word was chillingly familiar, and Nam Go Hun understood. Failed? Don't tell me. The villain continued. Then please, grant my request. In an instant, the world around him changed. Nam Go Hun groggily opened his eyes and sat up, completely disoriented. He had fainted, only to awaken in a place he didn't recognize. He jolted. What are these clothes? He rushed to a large mirror to see his reflection. Nam Go Hun was stunned. What is happening to me? Fiery red hair, and lips curled into a disdainful smirk. The moment I saw those cold, sharp, unreadable eyes, I knew instantly. I had become the ultimate villain from my own novel. It seems I've taken over the body of Asen Ael, and worse, he's scheduled to be assassinated in just a few days. The Ael clan's half-demon bloodline is a mix of human and demon tribe blood. Thanks to its latent power, they were once one of the Empire's mightiest families, but they were wiped out by the 6 great families. In the end, the Ael bloodline was reduced to a single survivor, Asen Ael. Leaning on the door, Nam Go Hun pieced it together. Asen Ael's backstory, his reason for becoming a villain. He yearned for revenge but failed, so he must have dragged me, his creator, into this world. And now, in a few days, I'll be killed by the Knights of the 6 families. He opened his status window to check. Attribute: chaos. Talent: position swap. Trait: role-playing interest. Dark aura: magic control. Nam Go Hun felt a flicker of concern. Asen was one of my most talented characters, but compared to the overpowered talents of the main characters, he was nothing. Asen was a charming villain, but I never planned for him to actually win. On top of that, I can't even control mana right now. I never thought making him so powerful would become the very noose around my own neck. Suddenly, something on the bed emitted a faint light, catching Nam Go Hun's attention. He peered at it. What is that? Then he remembered. Of course, the paper that had appeared out of thin air. Before Asen dragged me here, I had completely forgotten about it. At this point, I can't be choosy. I don't have the luxury of picking my options. I'm sure it said, make a request when needed. But, what? Why is it blank? The words are gone. That bastard. Is this it for me? Suddenly, the paper lit up. As text appeared. Author: do you not know how to use your gift? Answer: yes or no. Nam Go Hun trembled with rage. Author: you son of a... But the paper just displayed more text. Write either yes or no. Annoyed, Go Hun wrote yes. Ignoring me. Are we? Fine. Let's see. A user guide appeared. Purchase information. Write the author's question on the paper. We will answer everything. Some questions are free, while others require payment. Go Hun repeated. Purchase information will answer anything? The paper replied. The fee increases based on the question's importance. Without hesitating, Go Hun asked how to return. Tell me how to get back to reality. The paper's rejection was brutal. There is no way. Nam Go Hun cursed, deciding to go all in. Damn it, not that I expected anything. Then give me a detailed method for controlling mana and using Asen Ael's traits. Urgent matters first. A powerful gust of wind suddenly blew through the room. The paper processed his request. This question requires no payment. Imprinting mana control and Asen Ael's trait handling method into the author's body. Do you accept? Yes or no? Go Hun immediately chose yes. A bizarre new feeling surged through him. He had now truly become Asen Ael. I may not want this, but I can feel the flow of mana. He began testing Asen's traits. The first trait, the ability to steal an opponent's 5 senses. Darkness. A success. It should be stronger, but this isn't bad if I use it right. Next was the power to overwhelm with presence alone. Killer aura. Success. It won't work on trained knights, but against commoners, it's worth a shot. Now for Asen Ael's cheat-level talent, position swap. Position swap is the ability to switch locations with a designated target. It's the ultimate assassination technique. Asen quickly attempted to use position swap. He thought nervously, my current swap range is only about 5 square meters, a far cry from the original. But if I keep training, let's try it on this suit of armor first. Asen activated position swap on the armor, and it began to emit a fluorescent light. He vanished, and Asen Ael reappeared where the armor once stood. But unused to the power, he immediately stumbled and fell. Damn it, I can't master this in one go. I'll practice dozens, even hundreds of times. I will master this, and I will survive. Meanwhile, a legion of knights was approaching. Hurry up, this time we must kill him. At the Ain family estate, an army stormed the gates. The knight captain, Fo, coldly demanded his location. Terrified by his aura, the servants trembled. He's in this room, sir. Fo asked about his condition. They confessed. He hasn't moved for days. Hearing this, Fo simply burst through the door without a word. Asen Ael sat with a knife on his lap, a slow smile on his face. So you've come, Sir Fo? You didn't plan on letting a child survive, did you? Fo scoffed coldly and ordered his men to kill Asen Ael. A soldier charged forward, but Asen Ael instantly activated his position swap ability. He swapped places with the soldier's own sword, instantly breaking free and appearing right in front of the man. Before the soldier could react, Asen Ael plunged a knife into his throat. Everyone watched, stunned and horrified, but Captain Fo remained unfazed, barking another order. What are you waiting for? Get him. But Asen Ael had already leapt through the window, tossing the dead soldier's sword to the ground below. He swapped with the sword again, successfully escaping the castle. Asen Ael rushed, thinking, I must reach the Sen Forest. Fo roared in fury. He's getting away. After him. In the Sen Forest, Asen Ael ran desperately. Even if he escaped the knights, he knew he couldn't survive out here alone. That's why I must pass through the gate in this forest to the demon realm. The demons are weakened from their war with the humans. If I can prove my worth, they might just accept me. But suddenly, a loud noise broke his concentration. They're already on my tail? Fo arrived moments later, ordering his men, spread out and find him. Tensely, Asen Ael hid behind a nearby tree, but nothing described the gate's exact location. I know it's around here somewhere. Suddenly, he stepped on a twig, and it snapped loudly. With sharp instincts, Fo slashed toward the sound without hesitation. He roared in fury. You cunning rat, so you were hiding here. Asen Ael barely dodged Fo's deadly strike. He desperately scanned for the gate. I only have 1 or 2 swaps left. I have to find that gate now. Damn it, I have no other choice. He pulled out the mysterious paper. Tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon realm. There in the Sen Forest, the paper immediately displayed its price. The info wasn't free, requiring 100 gold coins or a relic-grade artifact. Asen Ael was shocked. What? You bastard. You think I'm carrying that right now? But before he could finish, a blinding light erupted behind him. Fo had found him and launched an attack from behind. Asen Ael was struck, slamming hard into a tree. Fo sneered. Asen Ael, running away to survive? Asen Ael, you will die here today, whether you like it or not. Spitting out blood, Asen Ael refused to yield. Don't make me laugh. I won't die, he thought. There's still one more way. I'll have to risk my life. Fo scoffed. Still trying to fight back? You were once head of the Aen, after all. Asen Ael shot back. How can you pretend to be righteous? You're just grown men hunting a kid. Why not try being nannies instead? Then again, that's probably too hard for you. Enraged by the taunt, Fo pointed his sword at Asen Ael. I was going to grant you a painless end, but now, I will pierce your heart with the sword given to me by Count Leon himself. Die. With that, he charged forward in a frenzy. This was the moment Asen Ael had been waiting for. He thrust the paper out to meet Fo's blade. Words appeared, payment received. Value exceeds required price. Now directing user to the Demon Realm Gate in Sen Forest. Fo cried out in shock. What? In that instant, his sword vanished. The location of the Demon Gate appeared before him. Asen Ael quickly used his swap ability to teleport toward it. Fo roared in fury. Stop! A triumphant smirk appeared on Asen Ael's face as he fled. That madman actually chased me this far? There it is. In an instant, Asen Ael stood before the demon gate. Foe grabbed a heavy log. I won't let you escape, he yelled, hurling it straight at Asen Ael. Just as it was about to hit, Asen Ael turned with a mischievous grin. See you around, Sir Foe. Powerless, Foe could only curse his name. Damn it. He's in the demon realm. Later, in that very realm, Asen Ael ate as he wondered. How long has it been since I woke up? After passing through the gate, I found myself in an artificial dungeon, likely for secretly training demonic arts. But why is there jerky and a stone bed? Was this made by a treasure's guardian? There's even a barrier that blocks direct attacks, and a stone golem protecting it. I don't know what powerful family is behind this, but this place is bizarre. That stone golem alone looks absolutely terrifying. If I charge in now, I'll be crushed to pieces. Suddenly, the paper appeared, glowing brightly. Asen Ael picked it up and read, "This is your one and only penalty. Do not use items that are not your own for a trade. Failure to comply will result in the nullification of any future exchanges." Asen Ael let out a small laugh. This thing is insane. So it's just a warning? Then he noticed something. Wait, this stone wall seems strange. Asen Ael reached out and touched the stone wall. Whoa, I can feel something. Suddenly, a faint voice whispered, "You do not have the right." Asen Ael thought with disappointment. So that was a barrier nullification skill. Too bad. I need another way out. Maybe that rock fell off the golem. If that's just a normal stone, this might just work. He put his plan into action, swapping his position with the stone to get outside. Asen Ael peered back inside, overjoyed. Yes, it worked. But suddenly, the stone wolf guarding the gate launched a ferocious attack. Meanwhile, in a castle in the demon realm, a servant was being yelled at. You idiot! Why are you causing such a ruckus in here? A proud man stood on a balcony, surveying the chaos below. This was the demon lord of the Baal clan, Gremory. He stepped back into his room, musing to himself, quite lively. Likely because my daughter is entering the intermediate dungeon. How troublesome. If she succeeds, she'll gain the right to enter Satan. But even if I ordered her to fail, she would only defy me. Only by entering Satan can she avenge her mother, who was killed by humans. Can that weakling truly survive in a place teeming with demons? Suddenly, a maid burst into the room. My lord, we have a situation. He shot her an angry glare. What is all this commotion? She bowed quickly in fear. My apologies. We've detected an unidentified intruder inside the dungeon. Gremory was surprised. Inside the dungeon? The maid reported, yes. There's no sign he opened a gate to enter, so everyone is baffled. His curiosity piqued. He asked, have you identified him yet? The maid shook her head. He accessed a function that only you should be able to use. Gremory considered this. Perhaps he was forcibly summoned through a war gate between humans and demons. He then issued a command. He'll die soon enough, so pay him no mind. Just focus on my daughter's trial. If this goes well, I'll have a very useful new pawn. That is, if he doesn't die in the dungeon first. Back in the dungeon, Asen Ael leaped back into the room, terrified. What was that? A wolf? That was too close. So it's dangerous outside even without the barrier. Then a thought struck him. Wait, isn't that thing also made of stone? Okay, let's try something. Asen Ael tested his theory, targeting the stone wolf with his designated position swap. He waited, his heart pounding. It worked. He was teleported safely outside. The confused stone wolf snarled, now trapped in the cell. Asen Ael had just escaped. Overjoyed, he took off running. He would have died doing that. Now I just need to find the exit. That simple hope was immediately crushed by the sight of a giant mantis blocking his path. He calmly assessed the threat. So each stage has a trial. And this one looks even deadlier than the wolf. Just as I thought. These are just mindless puppets. Asen Ael quickly deciphered the dungeon's pattern. He easily trapped the monsters in their cells and proceeded to the next stage, as long as he could swap within a trap zone. This is still possible. At last, he reached the final stage. A grim voice echoed, "Welcome to the final destination." Asen Ael was baffled. What? Why are you welcoming an intruder? This must be the boss room. Is anyone in there? He cautiously peered inside. He jumped back in shock. It was a death knight. In terms of power, it seemed on par with foe. The knight rose to its feet. I commend you for making it this far. Asen Ael instantly used designated position swap, trading places with the Death Knight. Just like that, he had bypassed a grueling battle. Asen Ael excitedly ran to the treasure chest. It's bigger than I expected, and there's a carving of a black dragon. Wait, I feel like I've seen that emblem before. Asen Ael muttered to himself, recalling the high-ranking demon clans. Sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, and the black dragon of pride, the Baal clan. The seventh deadly sin, pride. Realizing whose dungeon this was, Asen Ael's blood ran cold. Damn it, if he catches me, I'm a dead man. I'll just loot the chest and run. There must be something in here to help me escape. Asen Ael opened the chest, but inside was no treasure, only a dark, shadowy substance. It lunged at Asen Ael, covering his face before forcing its way into his mouth. Asen Ael wretched in agony, screaming as blood splattered onto the floor. Groaning, he shakily pushed himself up. How long was I out? Is something wrong with my left eye? He used his sword as a mirror to check. He gasped. His eye had turned purple. The prideful eye. Could that liquid have been? He quickly opened his character status window. Race: half-demon. Attribute: chaos. Talent: position swap. Traits: interest, focus, bloodlust, darkness, mana control. Prideful eye: 3 out of 14. Asen Ael was stunned to see that line. His vitality had skyrocketed. Activation: upon defeating an enemy. A sinister smile crept across his face. With this, I'll never lose to anyone weaker than me again. Not bad. Coming to the demon realm was the right call. Asen Ael got to his feet. I have everything I need. Now, it's time to get out of here. He grew anxious. I was so focused on the chest. I didn't see the door behind it. What do I do? I made so much noise. There must be guards waiting. If I go out there, I'm dead for sure. Will I have to beg for my life faster than the speed of light? Asen Ael quickly used his power to hide the tattoo on his neck. First, if they see I'm from the Ain clan, no amount of pleading will save me. I have to hide this crest. Suddenly, the Death Knight's enraged voice boomed. Open the door. Her Highness is here. Open up. Asen Ael froze. What? Her Highness? He tensed up. Wait a minute. The jerky and stone bed. This place must be a training ground created by a high-ranking clan for a trial. Asen Ael quickly pulled out a piece of paper. I need to know who owns this place. I stole their reward. If I'm caught, they'll tear me to shreds. He asked the paper, tell me who is closest to me. The paper responded. That information comes at a price. Payment: an item worth 100 gold coins or a relic-grade treasure. Asen Ael thought. What can I pay with? Mana? I'll offer 100 max mana points. It'll be a huge blow. But if I survive, I can recover it later. The paper accepted his offer. Evaluation: satisfactory. 100 of your mana will be taken. The person nearest to you is Jeannie, youngest daughter of Gremory of the Baal clan. Hearing the name, Asen Ael was horrified. Damn it. My life is over. This is the Baal clan's training ground for their youngest daughter. The prideful eye must have been her reward for conquering it. Jeannie has enough power to cut through those guards like butter and come right for me. Just then, Jeannie sliced off the Death Knight's head in a single strike. Then, she turned her gaze to Asen Ael. He steeled himself to face her. All right. I can do this. She pointed her sword at him coldly. Who are you? Without a second of hesitation, Asen Ael dropped to his knees in reverence. Congratulations, Lady Jeanne, on completing the dungeon. You have finally proven your worth. Jeannie eyed him with distrust, her voice cold. Explain yourself. To survive, Asen Ael quickly invented a story. The master ordered me to be your guard. He grew anxious. Our eyes met. But she didn't see my prideful eyes. Jeanne questioned him. You? He kept up the act. Yes. I may not look it, but my skills are decent. His plan was simple. Use her to escape. Jeanne suddenly laughed. Asen Ael felt a bit flustered. She doesn't believe me? He then instantly swapped places with a nearby sword, appearing before her. Her eyes widened in shock. Asen Ael took her hand as proof. See, I'm certain I can be useful in protecting you, Lady Jeanne. But her expression soured as she pulled her hand away. Asen Ael flinched. What was that? Is she mad? But Jeanne simply turned away, indifferent. Asen Ael felt a wave of relief. She was letting it go. He then turned to the door, eager to leave. We should go. Please, let's see the master immediately. He's waiting for you. Jeanne finally lowered her guard and agreed. Asen Ael pushed his plan, desperate to leave. Then I'll handle the other tasks the master assigned me. He opened the door, promising Jen, I swear I won't be late. But suddenly, she froze and whispered, Father. Gremory appeared, his gaze radiating pure killing intent. Asen Ael froze, staring at him. Damn it, why is Gremory here? If he sees my prideful eyes, I'm dead. Why no reaction? Unexpectedly, Gremory ignored Asen Ael and asked Jenny, is the domain secure? She answered, a bit hesitantly. Yes, father. Gremory turned. I see. Follow me. Asen Ael watched him nervously. What is he planning? He was forced to follow Gremory's group back. He couldn't escape them. And with nothing left to offer the paper, that power was sealed. So, this was the Patriarch's mansion. He stopped, turning to the servants with a command. Return to your rooms. His subordinates quickly obeyed and left. He then told Asen Ael, you, wait here. I will call for you later. Asen Ael was baffled. He's leaving me alone? Is this my chance to escape? No. Of course not. The scene shifts to Gremory's office, where he coldly eyed his daughter. You've completed my final task. Must you enter the training zone? Janae replied softly. Yes. Gremory stared off, lost in thought, then asked, aside from that, what of him? Jeannie recalled her encounter with Asen Ael and answered honestly, he's strong. Hearing this, Gremory smirked. I see. How very interesting. He then stood, gazing out the window. Since you've proven your worth, you may go to Saitan, just as you wished. With her father's blessing, Jeannie's eyes lit up with joy. She happily thanked him, but Gremory was already scheming. I thought he'd die in the domain. Not only did he survive, but he even obtained the prideful eyes? With Jen's high praise. He is definitely a tool worth using. Meanwhile, Asen Ael had grown tired of waiting. How much longer is this going to take? He wondered, as the sky began to darken. A servant led Asen Ael to Gremory, announcing, I've brought him. Gremory's cold gaze swept over Asen Ael, sizing him up. Asen Ael grew nervous. What's on his mind? Asen Ael asked him directly, why did you let me live? Without warning, Gremory unleashed a terrifying killing intent and snarled, You bastard! You're quite skilled at deceiving my daughter. A massive wave of dark energy erupted, and Asen Ael felt its terrifying power. He was crushed to the ground by Gremory's immense pressure. Asen Ael yelled, You don't actually intend to kill me. Hit by the truth. Gremory retracted his aura. Asen Ael gasped for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. This demonic aura is insane, Gremory asked with interest. Clever. What is your name? He answered meekly, My name is Asen Ael. After hearing this, Gremory raised his hand. Asen Ael was instantly engulfed in his demonic aura. He was dragged right before Gremory. Asen Ael struggled in fear. What do you want? Gremory commanded coldly. Open your mouth. A small dragon flew into his throat. Gremory threatened him with a sinister smile. Keep telling my daughter what you told her. Have any other ideas, and this poison will destroy your heart. I'll arrange a place for you. Wait until I call. Now, go. Asen Ael coughed, clutching his throat. Damn it. What the hell just happened? That night, a servant led Asen Ael to a house. You'll be staying here. Please, rest well. The servant then departed, leaving Asen Ael alone in the strange place. He scanned his surroundings. I'm now a dependent of this clan, by Gremory's command. I should just be grateful that he let me live at all. But why does it feel like I'm just being used? Still, at least I've earned some recognition from Gremory himself. Maybe this is actually a good opportunity. But first, I need to get rid of this thing. I have to succeed. Asen Ael then used his power, easily extracting the dragon from his body. Asen Ael was thrilled. Success. Just as I thought, it's merely a mindless construct. The thought of failure was sickening. But if I kill it, he'll know instantly. So, what now? It woke up once my mana supply was cut. Here, eat this. Asen Ael fed a drop of his power to the small black dragon. It lapped up the energy from his hand. Asen Ael lulled it, so this is the only way to pacify it. Now, go back to sleep. Finally, I can relax a little. I wonder how much of the collar's curse is gone. I feel like passing out, but I have to check first. Position swap has reached level 2, but my mana is still an issue. Compared to a real protagonist, I'm nothing. How can I increase my mana? I have to do something. Oh, that's right. There is that method. The next day, he proposed something to Jen, earning a deep scowl. I despise that idea. 3 days had passed since Asen Ael became her guard. She always met him with a cold reaction. As a child, she had been so bright. But ever since humans harmed her mother, everything changed. As the novel's original author, Asen Ael felt a pang of guilt. A servant suddenly ran up. The master summons you both. It had to be about Janae's request to enter Saitan. Though she earned the right by clearing the domain, Gremory still refused her. The moment they arrived, he spoke coldly. Saitan is no simple place. With your current power, you'll die before you can ever avenge your mother. Asen Ael watched the tense scene, feeling he shouldn't be here at all. But, Gremory added a condition. If you take Asen Ael as your escort, I will permit it. Janae's flat refusal startled Asen Ael. Does she hate me that much? Saitai, the Demon Realm's elite academy for its most promising youth. They were in constant conflict with the Royal Academy, where the original protagonists attended. In that chaotic setting, many students, including Janae, had died. That place was a ticking time bomb of death. I couldn't understand her obsession with going. But for me, it might be the best place to build my power. I knew almost every major event between the royal family and Saitai. All right, it's worth a shot. Taking the gamble, he stated his terms. In return, I have one request. Gremory waited silently for him to speak. If I'm being dragged into this, I have to use everything I can. I want something related to mana. A smirk appeared on Gremory's lips. I thought you'd ask me to remove that thing. Asen Ael trembled inwardly. He still doesn't know the parasitic bug is gone. Gremory scoffed at him. Such an arrogant brat. Since it's not a difficult request, I will hear it. Jene, you are dismissed. Jene bowed in obedience. Before she left, Jene shot Asen Ael one last icy glare, making him tense. Does she really hate this idea that much? What will he even give me? A mana potion or an artifact would be nice. After his daughter left, Gremory explained, it's a family treasure. Those of our blood react to it, so I sent her away. Asen Ael was shocked. A family heirloom? Gremory slammed the table and rose. I know your mana is pathetic. Since you will die for my daughter, I can grant you this much. He grandly declared, approach. I shall bestow upon you the mana cultivation technique of the Bade family. Asen Ael was stunned. A mana cultivation technique? Gremory began to chant, oh, demon god, grant this servant clarity within the chaotic flow. Grant us worthy trials, and let not the thousands of demons starve, but do not cast us into true peril. For this, your name will be glorified. Asen Ael felt a sinister energy flooding into his body. Gremory watched Asen Ael, satisfied. Most would go mad after hearing that incantation. You are truly an interesting one. With this technique, the demon god will grant you mana directly, helping you achieve all your desires. Asen Ael tensed. The demon god? Gremory suddenly added. However, it seems your clan has ties to the 7 deadly sins. Still, since I planted the bug in you, it matters not if you're a spy. Asen Ael froze, hanging on Gremory's every word. The Asen Ael family? Involved with the 7 deadly sins? I don't recall writing that into the plot. The patriarch commanded. You may leave now. Asen Ael obeyed and departed. The scene shifts to the forest, just outside Asen Ael's home. He was meditating atop a large boulder. I'll practice here since my mana is so unstable. A sinister aura began to radiate from his body. He began the incantation. Oh, demon god. Once I accept demonic energy from a demon god, I can no longer use human mana. But I have no other choice. The demon god appeared abruptly, looking down at Asen Ael. You are a mongrel. Asen Ael jolted in fear. Don't tell me the demon god himself is speaking. I never expected you to carry the blood of that child. Ah, it seems to be the blood of a filthy traitor. Asen Ael asked, are you the demon god? The being replied, indeed. The world calls me the god of pride. Asen Ael grew worried. Are you going to kill me? The demon god's presence was overwhelming, yet he regarded Asen Ael with interest. If I wished you dead, you'd have perished the moment you spoke. For some reason, I do not wish to kill you. It seems we are both scorched by a similar sin. I feel a strange kinship with you. I shall grant you a sigil. You, who walks a path so similar to my own. This mark will be proof that you can wield my power. Arrogant traitor. Do not let your pride overwhelm your reason. A sigil materialized on Asen Ael's hand, and he stared at it intently. I've borrowed the power of a demon god. It seemed this mark granted him 3 new lives, and it was a tattoo. At this rate, my whole body will be covered in these markings soon enough. Suddenly, he sensed another presence. Whipping around, he found Jene standing right behind him. Asen Ael froze. Why is she here? Did she overhear us? But Jene seemed focused only on his new status. Her eyes gleamed with awe as she looked at Asen Ael and uttered one title, Dark Priest. Asen Ael was stunned. What? The scene changes to Asen Ael's home as he checks his status window. Race, half-demon, attribute, chaos, talent, position swap level 2, trait, fond of role-playing, characteristics, interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, prideful eye. Mana had soared from 341 to 1035. He was satisfied with his hard work, but a 3-fold mana increase in such a short time was shocking. It must be thanks to the interest and focus's traits. In a few years, I could surpass the heirs of the 6 great families. With my current strength, conquering that sealed territory is possible. But first, why is she training here instead of the training grounds? Asen Ael called out, excuse me, my lady. Jene straightened and bowed. Yes, sir. Asen Ael felt a bit awkward. That she no longer avoided him was a good sign, but she was under a huge misunderstanding, treating him like some kind of dark priest. To be fair, only dark priests could communicate with demon gods in this world. It was definitely better that she hadn't heard his actual conversation, but if Jene treated him like a superior, nasty rumors would spread through the family. After a moment, he called out, Lady Jen. Jene jumped in surprise. Yes? Asen Ael began to explain, I know what you're thinking, but please, treat me as you did before. Jene hesitated, flustered. But, Asen Ael pressed on, I am simply following the patriarch's order to protect you, so please be comfortable with me. At Asen Ael's words, Jene instantly reverted to her old self. In that case, fetch me some water. Asen Ael was left speechless. Jene used his words as a shield. Didn't you tell me to be comfortable? I'm tired and thirsty from training, Asen Ael thought to himself. As expected of the clan of Pride, her attitude changes in a flash. It seems I'll have to do whatever she demands for now. I must conquer that territory quickly, but she won't give me peace. Time is running out. I have to act before the protagonist surpasses the demon realm. I need that treasure to survive at Saitai. Feigning concern, Asen Ael asked Jene, My lady, how are your preparations for Saitai going? Jene tilted her head, confused. Why the sudden question? Asen Ael continued. Because the school is filled with dangerous people. I was simply worried for you. Jene gripped her sword, replying with conviction. I've packed everything, Adel said, subtly probing her. Are you certain? Perhaps you should double-check. I'd hate for you to be in trouble. Jene saw right through his act and asked directly. Spit it out. Whatever you're planning, just say it. Adel flinched. I'm merely ensuring your safety, as your escort. Jenny scoffed. You hypocrite. Were you planning to abandon me? Adel cursed inwardly. Damn, she saw through my trap. A chilling aura erupted from Jene. Do you despise me that much? Cornered, Adel had no choice but to confess. Truthfully, I heard of a nearby territory I wish to conquer. Please understand. I'm doing this for your protection. I beg you. Jeannie paused, then spoke. I just remembered something I forgot. Adele thought he was off the hook. Then why don't you go back and get it? But before he could speak, Jeannie changed the subject. Time for a warm-up. Adel was confused. Pardon me? She sheathed her sword. My warm-up isn't done. I'm coming with you. If it's nearby, we can clear it in a day, right? Let's move. Where is this territory? Trapped. Adele revealed the truth. It's the Undying Territory. Once ruled by necromancers, it's now overrun with soldiers twisted into vengeful wraiths. After the necromancers were wiped out in the human-demon war, Jene gazed afar. I know that place. Adele read her expression. Just its name alone unsettles her. It must be at least a mid to high-tier domain. By now, their numbers have surely multiplied. Having her along is an advantage, but it makes escaping the manor much harder. News would reach Gremory instantly. Adel tried one last time to dissuade her. If it's too much of a burden, you can stop. If the master finds out you left without permission. But Jene ignored his words. She turned back to him. It's fine. I know a secret exit. The scene shifts to the forest edge, where Jene pointed to a hole in the wall. Here. Adel saw her cheerful smile. She's quite familiar with this, isn't she? She must sneak out often. They slipped through the hole and covered it. Let's go. Before anyone could spot them, they hurried from the forest into a desolate wasteland. Adel asked tiredly, How much farther do we have to walk? I've never had a reason to leave the estate grounds, so I'm not familiar with the area. Jeannie pointed ahead. Oh, we're almost there. Just beyond that ridge. Asen Ael glanced wearily in that direction. Right, almost there. After a while, Jene stopped. He looked around. I guess this is the place. Jene suddenly scowled in disgust. Damn it. That son of Cerberus. Asen Ael mused. So, that's their version of calling someone a bastard. I must hide my Asen bloodline from her at all costs. Only I know the true entrance. He pointed to a pile of boulders. I think we can dig our way in here, beneath the largest stone statue, where the rotting soldiers stand guard. The entrance must be here. Asen Ael offered. Let me take the lead. But Jeannie refused. I'll go first. Inside the cave, Asen Ael observed his surroundings. It's brighter than I expected. Jeannie suddenly spoke. Over there, we've arrived. Adele was amazed. This place is on another level from the Baron's domain. There must be hundreds of fresh graves here. Suddenly, a skeletal hand burst from the ground, followed by thousands of undead. In an instant, they were surrounded. Adele looked to Jene. My lady, shall you handle this? Jene nodded. Her sword blazed with light as she charged, shattering her foes. Adel watched in awe. Just as I thought. Bringing her was the right call. He yelled, There's a necromancer controlling them from the rear. I'll catch up with you. The bones Jenny had just shattered began to reassemble. She was shocked. They're regenerating? A lich roared. Insolent fools, destroy the intruders. Jene turned back to Adele. They keep regenerating. What should we do? Adele rushed forward, yelling, It's the mage. Don't stop. Keep pushing forward. Lady Jene was stunned. What? Asen Ael explained. I have a way to wipe them out quickly. Jeannie nodded, understanding, and charged straight for the leader. He raised an orb, commanding his minions. Block her. Asen Ael continued to direct Jene. We just need to get close. Shatter the mage's orb and this will all be over. It's finally time to use my new skill, Position Swap 2. This isn't as easy as I thought, he cried out as a horde swarmed Jene. My lady. But her power was immense. With a mighty roar, she annihilated an entire line of undead in a single strike. Stunned, Asen Ael immediately activated Position Swap 2, targeting. A a skeleton flying near the mage, swapping places with it. He smirked. The new ability of Position Swap 2 lets me swap objects. Adel quickly used the skill again. The mage's orb vanished, appearing in Adel's own hand. Gotcha, he exclaimed in triumph. The mage panicked. Without a word, Adel crushed the orb. The undead army dissolved into dust. Impossible. Adel smiled at Jenny. We did it, my lady. A faint voice whispered from the air. Thank you. Adel's expression grew somber. Every tragedy in this place. It all happened because of the story I wrote. May you all rest in peace. He quickly composed himself and turned to Gina. She asked, Is there anything else to do? Adel's face lit up. Yes, time to claim our reward. I finally have the item I need. Shadowfang, a dagger of demonic black iron that converts darkness into mana, increasing its power in the shadows. And the Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring that absorbs ambient magic and moonlight. Adel stared in awe at the Shadowfang in his hand. With this, I can finally maximize my shadow attribute. As for the ring, it's good, but not essential for me. He offered it to Jen. Lady Jen, why don't you take the ring? I'll take the dagger. After a moment, Jenon nodded. Very well. Adel stood and moved closer to her. All right, allow me. He gently took her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. Jen blushed, flustered, quickly pulling her hand away and looking aside. Adel was baffled. Why the strange reaction? Does putting on a ring have some special meaning in the demon realm? He asked. So, how is it? She felt a gentle light pulse from the ring and raised her hand to look. This is incredible. Adel just grinned. Glad you like it. Model. With the boss defeated, this gold is all mine. But suddenly, a cold blade was at his throat. Genie's enraged glare forced Adel to change his tune. Fine, we'll split it evenly. After clearing the territory, they returned to the manor. Adel spent his days training his mana or doing chores for Jenne. A month passed, and he was proud. I've definitely improved. Nearly 1,300 mana, putting him at mid-rank in the demon world. Ivies, later, Gremory summoned them. With a cold glance, he announced, It is time for you to enter Saitan. The moment has arrived. Today, you will head to the capital to enroll. Are you prepared? In unison, they replied, Yes, sir. Gremory turned away coldly. Just go. I detest farewells. Genie said nothing, lowering her head to bid her father a silent goodbye. Adel also quickly took his leave. I will escort the young lady. Suddenly, Gremory called out, Adel, I expect you to do well. Adel offered a small smile and a quiet, Yes, we will depart at once. Gremory watched from a window above as Adel looked up at him. He said he wouldn't see us off. But maybe demons have the same heart as any father. I was once worried about my future, but now, I will achieve my goal at Saitan. They began their journey, but Genie's complete silence made Adele incredibly tense. She hasn't said a word. Did I do something wrong? Janae glanced at him, thinking. At first, I disliked him. He seemed suspicious, but he's more handsome than I thought. Still, his words and actions lack conviction. And as for his power, it's nowhere near enough. Noticing her stare, Adel tried to start a conversation. Nice weather today, right? But both were lost in thought. Jen was still pondering Asen Ael's identity. Is he truly a priest? Meanwhile, Adele was simply worried. What did I do to make her so quiet? Why does she keep staring at me like that? They faced away from each other, each lost in their own monologue. How foolish. I saw him speak to the demon god myself. Why do I still doubt him? Did I mess things up? Jenny's eyes suddenly fell on the ring Asen Ael had given her. A blush crept onto her cheeks. The eternal vow. That is its meaning when one of the opposite sex places a ring on your finger in the demon world. He did it so casually. What exactly did he vow? I'm so curious. Suddenly, Adele spoke up. Young lady, we'll arrive within the hour, sooner than we expected. Humph. Janae gave him a cold look and replied, Fine. Adel was dying of curiosity. Young lady, did I do something wrong? She deflected smoothly. I wish to rest for a bit. Adel could only obey. Soon, they finally arrived. The scene shifts to the demon capital. Adel looked around in awe. So this is the capital of the demon world? It doesn't look that different from the human realm. It had a distinct medieval style. While some had horns or other unique traits, the elite demons had one clear distinguishing feature: tattoos. He has one on his neck, just like me. Genie turned to him. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Adele hurried after her. Yes, young lady. So, where are we heading now? Genie replied. The entrance exam begins at noon in 2 days. We have to register first. Asen Ael suggested. If we have 2 days, perhaps we could explore the capital a bit? Genie immediately refused, uninterested. An awkward silence fell between them. Adel began to wonder. Young lady, could it be that you? But Janae quickly walked off. We don't have time. Let's just go register. Watching her, Adel mused. Hasn't she been home ever since her mother died? Man, I just can't figure her out. He was soon distracted by the surrounding sights. So this is Saitan. It's incredible. The campus was easily 3 times the size of a normal university. The registrar's voice then boomed. You're registered. Return in 2 days. Next. Adel stepped forward to register. We're here for the entrance exam. The man eyed him curiously. And what about you? You don't look like a demon at all. Then his voice turned to a snarl. A half-demon dares to apply here? So what if we lost the war? What do you think this place is? Adel sighed at the situation. I can already see a grim future ahead. The man was about to shout again. Because of rats like you, when Jenny spoke up. What is going on here? She stepped forward, and the man immediately calmed down. My goodness, those horns. This year's reception is truly special. I never expected to witness a descendant of a Seven Sins clan. If you're an applicant, state your house and name. House of Baal. She gestured to Adel. This is my guardian, who will also be taking the exam. The man started muttering again. A half-breed as a guardian? The Seven Sins clan has truly lowered its standards to allow another one into Saitan. That is enough, Jane snapped, her hand on her sword. I will not let you insult the honor of House Baal any further. Seeing the tense situation, he quickly changed his tune. Applicants here face no discrimination, so please, disregard my previous words. Now, state your family and name. Adel quickly registered. House of Asen Ael. The man called it out. Registration complete. Be present for the exam on the appointed day. Adel thought for a moment. In the war between humans and demons, the half-breeds chose to fight for humanity, so it makes sense that demons are prejudiced against them. Even though I'm furious, now isn't the time. He pulled the fuming Jenna away. All right, Lady Jen, we need to find a place to rest. The scene shifts to a local inn. Adel nodded. This place looks cleaner than the others, Jenna explained. Most of the inns here are far too old. Asen Ael had to accept it. There's no other choice, since we don't have much money. The 10 gold coins Gremory gave them would only last a month. The war caused the House of Baal to decline. I can't ask for more. He turned to look at her. Well then, shall we go inside? The two stepped into the inn. A receptionist's welcome rang out. Welcome, Adele asked. Are there 2 rooms available for 2 nights? The receptionist asked back. Will you be sharing a room? The question made Jane's face flush bright red. But Adel simply replied, 2 separate rooms, please. The receptionist handed over 2 keys, as Adele exchanged 2 gold coins. 2 rooms for 2 nights, meals included. That's a total of 2 gold coins. Your rooms are on the 2nd floor. This is about 200,000 gun in human currency. Not bad at all. Jenny went upstairs to rest. Adele just smiled. I'll bring up the bags later. Lady Jen, please get some proper rest. Understood. You as well. He watched her go, lost in thought. She'd only ever known life in a massive estate. This might be her first time in a place like this. Well, I'm sure she'll adapt. Now, I should also rest. The next 2 days will be crucial. 2 days later, at a grand castle, a guard's voice echoed out. All candidates, enter as instructed. Asen Ael, alongside Jenna, was stunned. There are so many people, easily over 100 here. I never thought so many demons wanted to fight humanity. I have to be careful not to expose who I really am. The announcement came again. Present your identification and board in an orderly fashion. Asen Ael was shocked. A train? Just then, a long locomotive thundered into view. Everyone stared in disbelief. A train. I can't believe they had one of these. The announcements continued to blare. All candidates, proceed to the exam hall as directed. So, Saitan is only reachable by train. That massive fortress was just the beginning. Just how vast is this place? We're approaching Saitan now. Prepare yourselves. He was overwhelmed by the academy's sheer scale. We've finally arrived. Candidates, proceed to the examination hall. The candidates flooded into a massive chamber. Asen Ael, seeing it for the first time, was stunned. He glanced around curiously. Wow, this place is huge, truly overwhelming. Most of them are young demons. I wonder, are there other heirs from the 7 sins? Those people over there aren't candidates. Judging by their uniforms, they must be the instructors. If I can make a good impression, my time here might be a bit easier. June suddenly whispered, It's time. The main doors slammed shut. The entire hall was plunged into darkness. It was daylight just a moment ago. What kind of magic is this? So the test begins now. A cold voice echoed through the hall. Silence. A woman stood upon the stage. Her gaze swept over the candidates below. Then, she welcomed them by unleashing her aura. Welcome to Saitan. You bunch of worthless fools. Humph. It seems many are eager to die this year. Asen Ael trembled before her. I can't believe it. Her voice alone carries this much pressure. Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across her face. Well, that's enough small talk. Let the entrance exam begin. The moment she spoke, her aura exploded like a blizzard. Asen Ael glanced toward his lady. Jenny stood firm, reminding him, focus on the test. He looked around. Many candidates had already collapsed, unable to bear her power. The instructors watched on with calm expressions. The headmaster has peculiar tastes, wouldn't you say? Well, talent is useless if the spirit is weak. There's a reason Headmaster Lucian oversees this first stage. This is a test of mental fortitude. The goal is to see if they can endure torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. 5 minutes have passed. Almost no one is left standing. That should be sufficient. Besides those 8, everyone has fallen. With so many applicants, I expected better results. Still, for 40% to pass 5 minutes is a huge improvement over last year's batch. What a relief. I heard an heir of the 7 sins was here. It seems that rumor was true. Now I see it. Indeed, it is. Suddenly, one instructor noticed Asen Ael. Wait, who is that kid? He doesn't look like an heir of the 7 sins. You're right, yet he's lasted nearly 10 minutes, though he looks about to collapse. But the instructor quickly realized. Wait, something isn't right. A blazing red aura erupted from Asen Ael. The instructors stared, completely stunned. Even Lucian looked slightly surprised. She sensed the danger from him. He's too dangerous. I must kill him. Right here. Instinctively, the instructor drew his sword. There's nothing special about that kid, but suddenly, the air around him changed. A cold and emotionless killing intent, like someone plucking a flower or crushing an insect. This wasn't the raw instinct of a beast, but the murderous will of a cold-blooded killer. Instantly, every instructor's gaze locked onto him. My body moved before my mind could even process it. Lucian shot him a look, her aura flaring as a warning. Realizing he'd lost his cool, the instructor quickly sheathed his sword and stood down. Damn it. Am I really this unnerved by a mere rookie? Moments earlier, as Asen Ael's killing intent flared, he had been trembling under Lucian's immense pressure. I'm at my limit. I have to find a way to hold on. Wait. What if I use my killing intent? It might be enough to push back against her aura. I have no other choice. Asen Ael roared as he unleashed his power. Lucian looked on with newfound interest. You're holding on quite well. Perhaps I should raise the intensity? Just a little more. She amplified her power, but was instantly repelled by Asen Ael's killing intent. Lucian stared at him, utterly astonished. Asen Ael gasped for breath. Then, calmly wrapping his killing intent around him, he stood. It finally worked. I feel much better now. Right. How is Jenny holding up? Asen Ael looked over at Jenny and smiled inwardly. She's holding her own. Her reputation is well-deserved. The other heirs of the 7 sins are also enduring. The heir of lust, the heir of gluttony, Samu, the heir of sloth, Aeon, the heir of pride, and Guga. Characters created with genuine heart, but in the end, their fate is to be destroyed by the protagonists. Those 6, and her. Asen Ael gasped, his eyes widening in shock. That long white hair, those crimson eyes, and that brown crown of thorns. There's no mistaking her. She's the future's most ruthless villain. The Demon King, heir of wrath, Diane. Suddenly, the room lit up, and an announcement rang out. All right, the first round of the test is now complete. But Asen Ael was still lost in his own world. The Demon King always comes from the Wrath clan. There's no reason for her to be here. The next Demon King is a candidate at Saitan? What in the world happened that I don't know about? The fallen candidates began to stir and complain. Did I fail? No way. One of the failures rushed forward, shouting, What kind of test was that? Don't touch me! Do you know who my father is? Get the headmaster out here now. But an instructor immediately grabbed his face. He growled, I don't care who your father is. Understand? Don't make me say it again. Anyone who couldn't last 5 minutes is not needed here. The failures are eliminated. Close the gates. Asen Ael thought with relief. Saitan truly is merciless. I'm just glad I passed. Thinking back, that woman is Saitan's headmaster. I knew it. I've seen her somewhere before. Her appearance is deceivingly cute, but she's one of the most powerful beings in the demon realm. Lucian, headmaster of Saitan. I've passed round 1, but I can't let my guard down. I could be eliminated at any moment. Few would survive the coming test. Suddenly, a name was called. Jenny. So that's her, the combat genius of the Bada clan. Asen watched her. Jenny was quite famous. Right. She's an heir to one of the 7 deadly sins. They withstood the headmaster's overwhelming killing aura, but why was no one looking at me? I endured it too. Jenny approached him cheerfully. You passed as well? Asen Ael smiled back. Yes, I made it. At least I've shown that I'm not just some ordinary candidate. Surely the instructors and headmaster took notice. Suddenly, a teacher yelled, Attention, I'll introduce myself. My name is AZ, your training instructor. Everyone stared at AZ, amazed. Wow, he looks like he's hiding a sashimi knife somewhere. AZ congratulated them and explained the first test. Congratulations on passing the first test of mental fortitude. It was a trial to see if you could maintain your sanity. when you are tortured by the human race in the future. In addition, the final 8 survivors will receive bonus points. Perform well in Test 2, and you may enter the armory. Hearing this, Asen's eyes lit up. The armory. What incredible luck. Thank heavens I held out. I could feel the envious stares from everyone else. AZ continued. Now, I will explain the second test. In this trial, you will demonstrate your personal abilities. Specifically, you'll show what skills and weapons you can wield against the human race. The class you're assigned to will be based on these results. Remember that. Asen thought, so our class depends on the weapons and abilities we show them. In any case, what kind of human will we be fighting? AZ announced. Your second test, and the human you will face, is here. He snapped his fingers. Light formed a massive vortex, and the image of a white tiger emerged. Asen was startled. Wait a second. Isn't that the strongest hero of the 6 great families, Nina Eel? Asen was shocked. Why is that man here? This is too much of a coincidence. Genie asked him, Asen Ael, do you know who that is? Asen was too stunned to speak. Of course, I know. That's Nina Eel, head of the Nina Eel clan. He's a man deeply connected to the protagonist in the original novel. Not just connected, but by a bloodline fated from birth. He is the father of the main character, the Sword Saint, the man who built the strongest hero clan with his power alone. The others began to murmur in fear. It's the Sword Saint. Are they trying to eliminate us from the very beginning? Asen felt a wave of despair. Many others recognized him too. Well, he has wiped out countless demon clans, after all. AZ spoke up. You can't be expected to face someone like him alone. He will only use about 10% of his true power. At his full strength, you would have no chance at all. Jene turned to Asen. 10% sounds easy enough, right? Asen warned her. Don't think that. Even when limited, a monster is still a monster. 10% of his power could destroy a city. I wonder how anyone can pass this entrance exam. They must have set some kind of passing standard, right? If I could, I'd use an information scroll, but it's too expensive for its limited uses. AZ explained the rules. With your current abilities, none of you can fight him alone. Therefore, you will be divided into groups of 4. To ensure fairness, the top 8 scorers from round 1 will be split into different groups. The remaining members will be assigned randomly. Asen felt a jolt. The top 8. That includes the heirs of the 7 sins. And me. It seems I'm getting preferential treatment. There are those glares again. I'm used to it now. They must think I got lucky, and the rest are all useless. Jine suddenly poked his arm and whispered, Pass the test and come back safely. Asen smiled at her. Yes, you too. Good luck. Next, AZ began assigning the teams. I will now call the names. Starting with Group 1. Group 33. Leader Asen Ael. Members, Ina, Cree, and Sanchez. Asen moved to gather with his team. I don't recognize these names. Are they just side characters from the novel? The 3 were already there waiting for him. Asen introduced himself. I'm Asen. A pleasure to meet you all. 2 of the 3 were friendly enough. Hey, I'm Cree. This is Kina. Hello. And this is Sanchez. He just snorted with contempt. A half-demon like you as team leader? That's an insult to my family. Asen looked at Sanchez, troubled. Now even these nobodies are looking down on me. An insult to his family? Does he think he's one of the heirs? Asen quickly refocused. Well, let's just try our best anyway. Right. I'll do my best. First, we need to assign roles. Please share what kind of weapon or ability you use. Cree, you can start. Cree formed a triangle in his hand and explained his power. I can transform mana. I can deploy this prism as either armor or a sword. It doesn't deal much damage, but it's very versatile. Asen nodded. I see. Not bad at all. Next, what about you, Kina? Kina also began to explain her ability. I'm not good at fighting. My ability is more for support. I pray to the demon god to increase my allies' speed. A yellow light emanated from Kina. She chanted a spell, and power flowed into Asen. But after the transfer, Kina was left exhausted and panting. Pant. How is it? Do you feel any lighter? I think so. Kina blushed. You sound so unconvinced. Asen laughed. Haha, just kidding. Don't be sad. He thought, it's better than nothing. But it's so weak, I can barely feel it. I have no idea how she passed the first test. Finally, it was Sanchez's turn. His entire body gradually began to harden. This is my ability, he boasted proudly. Asen was intrigued. Oh, a hardening skill. Perfect for a tank. After showing off his power, Sanchez pointed at Asen with a taunt. Now it's your turn. Asen didn't waste his breath. In an instant, he appeared right beside him, making Sanchez flinch in shock. Asen coldly replied, Teleportation. That is my ability. Everyone gasped in admiration. Whoa, awesome. Teleportation? That's an incredible power. Asen thought to himself. Thanks for the compliment. Even so, Who knows what's coming next? I won't reveal all of my abilities just yet. Asen laid out the plan. The positions are simple. Kree and Sanchez, you handle the frontline defense. I'll take the center. Kina, support me from the rear. Any objections? Everyone was on board. A sound strategy. AZ's voice rang out. Let the second test begin. Every team, prepare yourselves. It had finally started. Team 1 stepped forward. Asen Ael watched, surprised. Even against the Sword Saint, their eyes burned with the will to fight. Nina Eel's blade became a blur. In mere seconds, he completely crushed Team 1. Everyone watched in stunned silence. The members of Team 1 cried out in agony, sprawled across the ground. Asen Ael felt a chill watching Nina Eel. I couldn't even see his move. Is that really just 10% of his power? AZ continued the roll call. Next, Team 2. They were swiftly defeated. Team 3 after, then Team 4, stepped forward. But 2 members from Team 4 refused. It's impossible, pointless. We have no chance of winning. AZ stared at the blonde-haired boy, then dismissed them. All right. You 2 may forfeit the test. The remaining 2, will you proceed? They didn't back down and joined the fight. Yes, we'll try. Asen Ael was astonished. They're actually going to face him? Asen Ael realized something. I see now. The condition to pass this second test. This must be it. Kree, beside him, was confused. What? They don't have to take the test? Asen Ael smirked. Of course not. Team 4 began. Just 2 of them against Nina Eel? Let's just watch and see. Indeed, in a single flash, Nina Eel sent them both flying. Asen Ael watched intently. If he had truly used his sword aura, they would have been sliced in 2. Unlike the silent Asen Ael, Kree and Sanchez couldn't stop talking. Do we seriously have to fight a monster like that? Are you all truly trembling before a mere mortal? Asen Ael chuckled to himself, glancing at Sanchez. I can literally hear his knees knocking from here. Soon, it was Team 5's turn, then Team 9, and Team 10. Team 10 immediately withdrew, then came Team 20 and Team 30. By the 30th team, 5 groups had already given up. Not a single one could land a meaningful blow on the Sword Saint. It was a hopeless battle against an invincible foe, with the option to quit at any time. Yet, a member from Team 30 actually managed to block one of Nina Eel's strikes. Kree was amazed. Whoa, he blocked it. Asen Ael predicted inwardly. The later the match, the longer it lasts. Their skills are clearly improving over the previous contestants, so that's it. So this is the true requirement to pass the second test. Asen Ael's teammates were growing nervous. It's almost our turn. I'm shaking. Suddenly, Asen Ael spoke. I've figured out how to pass this test. Sanchez jolted. What did you say? Asen Ael began to explain. The key is, even when facing overwhelming power, you have to get back up and keep fighting. Look at how the instructors treat those who quit. And the sheer power of the Sword Saint. I'm certain of it. So why don't we give it a shot? Finally, AZ's voice called out, Team 33, advance. Asen Ael rallied his team's spirit. Let's try to take down the Sword Saint, just once. With our combined strength, we can do it. Hearing Asen Ael's confidence, the others were fired up. What? All right, let's give it a shot. Yeah, it's fine even if we lose. A strange glint appeared in Asen Ael's eye, his expression turning unusually cunning. So, what if I'm only a half-demon? With the talent of Asen Ael, the strongest villain, I can win this. Now, let's begin. Unlike the main character, I don't have detailed intel on Nina Eel. What's my move now? Asen Ael gave the command. Don't worry. Hold your positions and fight. The team moved as one. Nina Eel gathered his power. Asen Ael yelled, He's coming. He swung his sword once more. The force of that single blow shattered Kree's shield, sending him flying. Asen Ael roared, Kina, protect Kree. Kina focused her power on Kree. Leave it to me. I have to soften his landing. Meanwhile, Asen Ael and Sanchez held their ground. The slash continued its deadly path forward. Sanchez braced himself, meeting the attack head-on. He managed to block the slash from Nina Eel. I held it. Asen Ael clapped his shoulder in praise. Well done. Asen Ael's mind raced, analyzing the situation. Before his second swing, I saw an opening. But it's far too obvious. His instincts screamed at him not to take the bait. Could it be a trap? Is he hiding his true power? Asen Ael quickly signaled the others. The second strike is coming. Get in position. Kree used what little strength he had left to form a shield. Damn it, Asen Ael thought, worried. Kree's reaching his limit. Sanchez's hands were already starting to crack. All this from a single blow. This is bad. We just have to hold on. Nina Eel's second slash tore through the air. Asen Ael sensed something was off. Here it comes. The second blow arrived instantly. Sanchez put everything he had into his defense. Is this one even stronger? What are you waiting for? If this keeps up, we're all dead. Asen Ael tried to bide his time. We just need to hold on a little longer. You're insane, Sanchez yelled. Asen Ael stared at Nina Eel, wondering. We're the only team to block a second hit. Are you really going to continue this? Nina Eel began gathering his power again. Asen Ael realized it in a flash. He ran to Kree. Are you okay, Kree? I know this is a lot to ask. But please, trust me one more time. Sanchez shouted impatiently. What are you planning, Asen Ael? He's about to launch his next attack, Kree asked weakly. You have a plan, don't you? Asen Ael gave a cold, determined nod. Killing intent and a crazed desire erupted from him unconsciously. I'm going to run this sword straight through his throat. Kree and Kina instantly felt a bone-chilling dread just from the look on Asen Ael's face. Sanchez roared, Get ready, he's coming. But Asen Ael remained calm behind him, stating simply, Sanchez, this time, you're on your own. There's no barrier from Kree. Sanchez was horrified. What? What are you talking about? Before he could finish, Nina Eel's strike was upon him. Sanchez was instantly knocked unconscious, rendered completely unable to fight. Asen Ael seized the opportunity, using his position swap technique to switch places with Sanchez. He drew closer to Nina Eel, then used a two-target position swap with the man's own sword. Asen Ael was suddenly right in Nina Eel's face. The sword saint froze for a split second. Surprised, Asen Ael coldly raised his sword, aiming for Nina Eel's head. Die, Nina Eel, he roared, thrusting forward. AZ and everyone else watched in utter disbelief. Nina Eel suddenly shifted his posture mid-air, landing a devastating blow to Asen Ael's stomach. Asen Ael instantly coughed up blood. Rage filled him. Damn it, I have to push through this. He instantly activated his darkness attribute, pulling them both into a swirling vortex of shadow. The scene shifts to the inside of Asen Ael's dark dimension. He gritted his teeth in agony. Without Kree's barrier, I would have burst from the inside out. Even if the swap failed, at least, I lured him into my trap. A pitch-black dimension, devoid of all light. I can't even see anything in here. But I have Shadowfang. In a place like this, it's stronger than any weapon. I'll use everything I have to defeat him. But Asen Ael's movements were instantly detected by Nina Eel. He whipped his head in Asen Ael's direction, despite being unable to see a thing. He then clenched his fist, using only his hearing to charge forward. Asen Ael was astonished. This guy was a true monster. He then spread his arms wide with a triumphant smirk. From behind Nina Eel, Asen Ael's shadow fangs materialized. He proudly declared, You're the one who's been trapped this time, Sword Saint, Shadow Fangs, Black Sword Dance. Thousands of sharp fangs pierced through Nina Eel's body. The resounding clash echoed outside. Everyone wondered what could possibly be happening in there. It seemed to be over. Asen Ael's shadows slowly faded. He stood proudly on the field over Nina Eel, who had collapsed to the ground. Everyone stared, completely speechless. Asen Ael savored the silent atmosphere. I did it. His power left even the strongest rivals in awe. That was amazing. Ko and Kina ran over excitedly. You're incredible. How did you do that? Asen Ael replied nonchalantly. It was all thanks to our teamwork. How is Sanchez? He's in shock, but the instructors are healing him now. Asen Ael drew his dagger again. Then we're good. Shall we end this then? Ko and Kina looked confused. End it? Isn't it already over? Suddenly, Nina Eel's leg twitched. Asen Ael immediately stabbed down a few more times. Ko hesitated slightly. What are you trying to do? Asen Ael turned to him with a cold gaze. Don't we need to make sure he's truly dead? Ao stared grimly at Asen Ael, silent. Forzan watched from nearby, laughing with delight. For a half-demon, you're not bad. With her power and charm, she had enslaved 3 other contestants. One of them spoke up for her, but compared to Forzan, you're nothing special at all. She smirked with satisfaction. Humph, of course not. He was born inferior. His true nature was bound to show. So foolish and crude. Suddenly, Forzan's eyes darted sideways. Seeing Janae staring intensely at her, radiating killing intent, Forzan felt a shiver of fear. What the hell? Who is that? Those horns. Is that a Bade? Why is she looking at me like that? That's terrifying. Suddenly, a loud murmur swept through the crowd. As expected from an heir of the 7 sins, they were entering a truly menacing battle. I wonder who'll win. Forzan, obviously. That other girl isn't even worthy of being a side dish. Forzan felt a little anxious hearing her slave's flattery. I mean, maybe she's not as weak as she looks. Just then, Asen Ael noticed Jen's group. He was surprised. Wait, isn't that Jenny? Why is she emitting such terrifying killing intent? Suddenly, AZ called out his full name, Asen Ael. Asen Ael calmly met Az's gaze and replied, Yes? What is it? Az asked suspiciously. Do you really know nothing? He shook his head blankly. No sir, I don't. Az left him with one final remark, before walking away. From now on, I'll be watching you. Asen Ael felt a little resentful. What? I thought I was going to be praised. I guess I should be more careful around Janae. On the other side, Janae and Forzan faced off, radiating intense auras. Asen Ael approached. Wow, they haven't stopped yet. Who's that girl facing her? Blue eyes, long hair, a single horn on her forehead. She's from the Lust clan, Forzan. But why would she want to fight Jane here? I was too focused on the human world's affairs. Now I'm clueless about the demon clan. Suddenly, Forzan's gaze landed on Asen Ael. She stared for a few seconds, then called out, "Hey, half-demon." Asen Ael flinched. Huh? Why is she calling me? Forzan issued a powerful command. Become my slave. Enraged, Jen lunged forward. She drew her sword and leaped at Forzan. Caught off guard, Forzan jumped back and drew her own blade. Are you insane? AZ suddenly appeared, shouting, Stop at once. All meaningless disputes are forbidden in Saitan. Settle personal grudges outside. Asen Ael breathed a sigh of relief. AZ stopped them in time, thank goodness, if a fight broke out before the entrance ceremony. Forzan was trembling while holding herself. She's definitely got some screws loose. Asen Ael approached Jine with concern. My lady, are you all right? Your group is next. She unexpectedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his cheek. Asen Ael was stunned into silence. Genie praised him. You did well. Forzan was startled by this public display of affection. Whoa, what's the relationship between you two? Are you dating a half-demon? Asen Ael smiled. I'm being treated better after passing the trial. Thank you, Janae whispered to him. You're hiding your power, aren't you? Pretending to be weaker than you are. The announcer's voice rang out again. Group 34, step forward. Janae quickly bid Asen Ael farewell. I have to go. I won't tell anyone. Asen Ael was speechless at her words. I gave it my all to pass. Do I really look that weak? She must think I'm just a clan priest. Suddenly, someone called out to him. State your name. Asen Ael was startled. Me? Forzan stood arrogantly before him. Yes, you, he replied politely. My name is Asen Ael. Forzan nodded. Asen Ael, not a bad name. Asen Ael asked her bluntly. Why did you call me here? Forzan's body suddenly radiated an immense aura. Do you even need to ask? You interfered with me earlier. Ditch that bade wench and follow me. She thought smugly. Once you witness my irresistible charm, I'll steal you from her and shatter her pride. But Asen Ael remained completely uninterested and turned to leave. I'm sorry, but it's my lady's turn now. Perhaps next time. Forzan was shocked. It didn't work? After speaking, Asen Ael happily ran off. Am I finally going to see Genie's true, full power? Just how strong is she? I'm looking forward to seeing the other children of the Seven Sins. Jine faced Seo without a trace of fear. Ao and the others watched with bated breath. This showdown is so tense. She's even more impressive than I imagined. Suddenly, Jine moved forward, walking straight towards Nina Eel. Everyone was stunned once again. She has quite a sense of humor. Asen Ael grew worried. She's walking right up to the Sword Saint. What on earth is she thinking? Just like that, Jene stood face to face with Nina Eel. He remained motionless, watching her. Jene glared at Nina Eel, with eyes full of hatred. Both stood still, waiting for the right moment to strike. Both instantly gathered their energy. In a single flash, Jane sliced Nina Eel in two. She was faster than he could even move. Ao and the others cried out in shock. Janae calmly walked away from the battle. AZ praised her with satisfaction. Not bad. The crowd below erupted, cheering her name. Asen Ael was still reeling from the shock. No way. Did I see that right? She won that easily? So that's why he didn't attack when she approached. He had already recognized her power level. Suddenly, Forzan's voice snapped Asen Ael out of his thoughts. It's a shame I didn't get to see her crushed by the Sword Saint, but to fight me, you need to be at least at that level. He asked her curiously. You mean if all the children of the Seven Sins gathered, they could actually defeat the Sword Saint? Forzan explained smugly. What? Right now, no one can beat the Sword Saint. Perhaps if the previous Demon King were still alive, maybe. Asen Ael continued to wonder. But if those kids possess skills beyond 10% of his true power, Forzan snapped. Are you mocking me? It's obvious. That pathetic clone wasn't even a tenth of the Sword Saint's real strength. Asen then realized he struggled against someone with less than 10% of the original's power. I may have created this world, but I know nothing about the demon realm. Even so, this thrill is surging through my heart. Let's see how this unfolds. Only the 7 deadly sins remain. Perhaps influenced by Jene's test, the other children also defeated the Sword Saint. The fights were so one-sided, it was hard to tell the power gap between the Sin's children. Still, I know who the 2 strongest are, so there's no need to worry. As announced, the entrance exam is over. Everyone, gather before the podium. We will now announce the results of the second test. All who fought have passed, regardless of winning or losing. As for the others, Asen smirked. Just as I predicted, everyone who gave up was eliminated. As continued, congratulations to those who passed. From now on, you are all official students of Saitan and official interns, but don't celebrate yet. Ahead of you lies a path of hell, So harsh it will make you want to quit. For those who passed, prepare for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. The 8 who defeated the Sword Saint, remain where you are. Jinae curiously asked Asen, why is he calling us out separately? He replied coolly, don't you think he's preparing our reward? The armory he mentioned? After everyone left, just as Asen Ael had said, Az opened the armory for them. You have all passed with excellence. As I promised, you may now enter the armory. Suddenly, Baotan raised his hand. I have a question. Az nodded. Speak. In turn, Baotan asked directly, can we take out as many weapons as we want? Saitan's weapons sound extremely useful. Asen watched him, thinking, as expected of the son of envy, Baotan. His greed and curiosity truly have no limits. He even had a decent role in my novel for a while. Az refused. No, taking multiple weapons will cause distractions, so each person may only choose one. Time is limited, so I will not take any more questions. Follow me. I will lead you to the armory. Az placed his hand on the large wall. A sigil appeared, and a door materialized instantly. Now, this is a privilege granted to you by Saitan. Whether you choose wisely or poorly is up to you. Asen Ael was wary. Is this really the armory? This door looks more like a dungeon entrance. Az announced the order. Enter one by one, in the reverse order of the second test. And as a precaution, we will inspect each of you upon your exit. Asen Ael realized, wait, does that mean I'm going in last? In other words, he can do whatever he wants? Baotan was thrilled. Excellent, I'm first. Before entering, he turned to mock the others. I'll pick the very best item. Haha, as warned. Enter in silence. Genie started a conversation with Asen. I'll choose an artifact. I already have a weapon, after all. What about you? Asen answered calmly. I think I'll also pick an artifact. Then it dawned on him. Wait, does that mean everyone else will do the same? Will there be anything left for me to choose by my turn? Baotan quickly made his choice and came out. Haha, isn't this thing just the coolest? Asen grew anxious. I was right. Everyone is picking an artifact. Maybe I should grab a set of armor instead. Janae also finished, approaching him. Asen Ael, it's your turn. He turned, looking curiously at Genie's artifact. I see you chose a bracelet. May I ask what its properties are? Janae didn't elaborate. You'll find out when you go inside. There are descriptions there. Asen was taken aback. Descriptions? Janae added. Ah, but some items don't have them. Asen Ael nodded. I understand. He pondered. Some have no description? Does that mean they're useless? I doubt it, since they're stored so carefully. There must be something special about them. Az looked at Asen. You're the last one. Noticing Asen staring at him, Az understood. If you have something to say, then say it. Asen was tense. Your face is telling me not to say a word. But since Az had already offered, Asen immediately asked, May I ask one thing? If an item has no description, what does that mean? Az replied. It means we have yet to determine exactly what it is. Asen nodded. So its true owner or its abilities are unknown. Az explained further. Precisely. If you're lucky, you could get an item with a special power. But if you're unlucky, you could be stuck with a lifelong curse. There's not much time left, so get inside. Asen knew further thought was useless. He decided to leave it to fate. Whether going last was good or not, it all came down to luck. Asen stepped inside, looking around. It's brighter than I thought, and tidy too. Nothing's going to jump out, probably. That must be the place. Asen advanced into the armory. Inside were dozens of different weapons displayed in glass cases. Asen Ael meticulously observed each one. Whoa, this is insane. This spear looks unique. Let's see the description. Twin serpent spear, a spear once used by a nameless demon to hunt snakes. The vengeful spirits of the slain snakes reside within, and when infused with a certain amount of mana, the forms of 2 serpents will appear. The description sounds grand, but the ability isn't that special. I already have a dagger, so I don't need a spear. Next up. Starlight Crystal, a crystal ball imbued with starlight, once used by a master astrologer. By infusing a little mana, you can borrow the light of the stars to illuminate your surroundings. It's not a good fit for me, since I use the shadow element. I could use it as a torch, but I'll pass. He then noticed the empty displays. Huh? Why is this one bare? I wonder what item was here before. Asen Ael moved closer to read the information about those artifacts. The Great Crown of the Victor grants the wearer extraordinary recovery and stamina, and this artifact belongs to its owner until death. This is what Baotan was wearing, that greedy scoundrel. I eliminated all the soul-bound items in my novel, yet I find one here. It looks like most of the good artifacts have already been claimed. Warlord's battle flag, crest of the fallen noble. He clutched his head and yelled, There's nothing left. The 7 deadly sins took everything. What do I do now? The remaining armor and weapons all look mediocre. He glanced at a sword nearby. It seems I have no other choice. But what if this is a cursed relic? He suddenly remembered. That's right, I have a method. Asen Ael took out a paper and asked, I need to save gold, but I have to use it now. Tell me about the broken sword that has no description. The paper immediately displayed the cost. To acquire this information, offer a treasure higher than relic grade or 100 gold coins. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Wait. Tell me about the undescribed fist weapon beside it. The paper replied, a price must be paid. Please pay at least 50 gold coins. Asen Ael realized. 50 gold. I get it. Since it reveals the cost, I just have to pick the most expensive one. There are 7 undescribed boxes in this row. I'll ask about each one. He approached a box and asked, tell me about the eagle-shaped black stone. The paper revealed. Pay at least 1 gold coin. Asen Ael was confused. Since it only cost 1 gold coin, he continued asking for prices. It trades the owner's luck for the misfortune of others. Asen Ael flinched back. This is definitely the one. Next, pay at least 100 gold. Then, pay at least 50 gold. Asen Ael sighed wearily. None of these are good. Only 2 items are left. Please work. Suddenly the paper announced, this is an artifact of at least mythic grade. Please pay at least 300 gold coins. Asen Ael felt a surge of joy. Wow, really? A mythic grade item? I'm so lucky. This is even better than what the others got. I'll take this one. Suddenly, Asen Ael sensed something, and he looked away. What is this sensation? It's as if someone is watching me from that necklace. Right. There is still one final item. Was this feeling one of Asen Ael's special senses? Curious, he asked the paper, tell me about this nameless necklace. Unexpectedly, the paper began to glow intensely. Asen Ael was shocked. What? Why all of a sudden? It announced a staggering price. You must sacrifice a god. Asen Ael felt both joy and worry. Sacrifice a god? Is this a legendary artifact? Asen Ael cried out in joy. I thought I was doomed, but I struck gold. But then he reconsidered. Wait, it's too early to celebrate. Which god am I supposed to sacrifice? I don't even have a minor god, let alone a demon god. What exactly is this necklace? He channeled mana directly into it to test it, but there was no reaction at all. Asen Ael felt a pang of regret. Damn it, this is so frustrating. If only I knew its purpose. It just said to sacrifice a god, and then went silent. Asen Ael then schemed craftily. Maybe I'll try a little trick. Tell me which god is connected to the nameless necklace from the vault. But the paper only repeated, sacrifice a god. Asen Ael was dejected. It didn't work. No matter how I ask the question, I'll probably get the same response. Should I give up? No, I'm sure about this. Without hesitation, Asen Ael lifted the glass box and put the necklace around his neck. This is worth far more than any other artifact. My intuition tells me so. To be sure, he checked his status window, but the result was blank, just as Asen Ael expected. Besides, no one was interested in this thing, so Asen Ael could research it over time. When he brought it out, Az asked Asen Ael, what exactly is that necklace? He answered vaguely, it's one of the items with no description. Az was suspicious. You chose an artifact without knowing its function or its history? So, you have a clue about it then? Asen Ael just shook his head repeatedly. No, I truly don't know anything. The instructor is making that face again. Why does he dislike me so much? Az didn't interrogate him further. He turned and announced, all right, I'll believe you. As an instructor at Saitan, it's my duty to trust my students. Now, take good care of the artifact you've chosen. In times of crisis, it could be your only lifeline. They all replied in unison, yes, we understand, instructor. Asen Ael looked around at the others. Everyone here, besides me, could lead the demon world in the future. They will receive countless investments and support. If only I could get just a small piece of that. I wonder, can I really survive at Saitan? Az dismissed the students. All right, you are dismissed. See you at the entrance ceremony. Asen Ael and Janae prepared to head back. Let's return to the dorms. Lady Janae. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Group 33's leader. Haha, our first encounter was a bit rude. My apologies. Asen Ael was surprised. Bao Tan. Bao Tan extended his hand with a bright smile. Great to meet you. I'm Bao Tan. The way you fight is seriously impressive. Asen Ael returned a superficial smile and shook his hand. A pleasure to meet you, Bao Tan. I'm Asen Ael. Asen Ael thought, this is certainly a surprise. But it's not bad that he took the initiative. Suddenly, Asen Ael felt something strange from his hand. Bao Tan's expression changed completely, his grip tightening on Asen Ael's hand, startling him. What is this guy suddenly trying to do? Bao Tan is the type who ignores the weak. He only cares about the strong, driven by envy and greed. He once cornered the main character in the human world, pushing them to the brink of death. But when he saw their potential, he let them go, promising a rematch in the future. In short, he's a certified battle maniac. Bao Tan sneered at Asen Ael. What's wrong? You seem to be struggling. Asen Ael answered through clenched teeth. I'm fine. But his mind was in chaos. There are so many people stronger than me around. So why did you choose me? He immediately used his position swap skill on the two targets he had set, including Baotan's sword. In an instant, the tables had turned. Asen Ael was now behind Baotan. Could you please stop? The test just ended. Everyone's tired. Damn it. My hand? Baotan laughed with manic delight. I never expected this result. You're strong. Let's fight right here, right now, until one of us is on the ground. Asen Ael was alarmed. Is he crazy? I already said I have no intention of fighting. Jenna stepped in to stop them. Stop it. If you want to fight my guard, you have to fight me first. The heavy atmosphere fell silent. Baotan calmed down and chuckled. I love a good fight. But taking on both of you is a little overwhelming. Besides, I don't want to get injured before the ceremony. Well, I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities later. See you again. Asen Ael cursed him silently. He says he doesn't want to get hurt, but he wanted to fight me to the death? What a psycho. Seeing him in person, I really can't figure him out. Jene called, let's go, Asen Ael. He followed obediently. Yes, Lady Jene. Asen Ael reflected on the day that had just passed, feeling a little bit happy. It's only been one day, but it feels like several have already passed. I'm starting to look forward to life at Saitan. The scene changes to the next morning. At Asen Ael and Jenny's lodging, Asen Ael stood by the window, filled with vitality, enjoying the morning sunlight. Maybe because yesterday was so tough, he felt unexpectedly refreshed today. He admired his form in the mirror. His body felt so much lighter. I'm definitely getting stronger. Time to try on the uniform from Saitan. They knew our exact location and sent it right over. Pretty thoughtful of them. This is more comfortable than I expected. For the next 3 years, I'll only wear this uniform, so it's good that it's practical. I already gave Janae her set. I wonder how she looks in it. Should I go and see? With that thought, Asen Ael walked to Jenny's room and knocked. Jenny's voice came from inside. Who is it? Asen Ael replied. It's me, Asen Ael. Lady Jenny, I just wanted to see if you needed anything before heading out. Jenny opened the door. Come in. She stood shyly before Asen Ael in her new uniform. He was stunned for a moment, then praised her. You look really beautiful. Jine tried her best to hide her blush. Where are you headed? Asen Ael noticed that even her ears were turning red. Is she blushing? I never knew she had such a cute side. He informed Jenna, it's a rare day off, so I want to explore the city for a bit. You should also take the time to rest. Lady Jen, I'll be on my way. Suddenly, Janae called out to him. Wait, you have a duty to fulfill, don't you? Asen Ael was confused. Excuse me, what duty? Hold on, did I forget something? Jine said softly. To protect me. It hit Asen Ael instantly. Oh, right, I have to protect her. I got so excited about a day to myself that I completely forgot. Jene offered. I'll go with you. Let me get changed. Just wait a moment. When Asen Ael didn't leave, Jene shyly prompted him. How long are you planning on staring? Asen Ael awkwardly replied, of course. I'll be waiting outside. As he waited, he cried internally. There goes my day off. The scene shifts to a city in the demon realm. Asen Ael observed everything. The city was bustling and clean. It's hard to believe a war was fought here just 10 years ago, though the outskirts are still under reconstruction. It seems humanity won the war, but they couldn't hold the entire capital. Suddenly, Janae called out to him. Asen Ael, let's go eat that. Asen Ael followed her gaze. You mean, street food? The irresistible aroma of grilled skewers drew both Janae and Asen Ael closer to the stall. Oh, what's this? The vendor explained. These are skewers of seasoned venison and vegetables. He wondered if it tasted like chicken, then bought 2 of them. Jine took a bite, and they both happily savored the skewers. This is delicious. You think so too? It's amazing. Asen Ael watched Jine, thinking he never expected to see this side of her. Maybe she's finally starting to open up a little. They made their way to the plaza, chatting cheerfully. Asen Ael felt a sense of peace in the air. It's been so long since I've had a proper day off. This might be the last time I get to relax like this. His eyes suddenly fell upon a colossal, intriguing statue. A giant statue in the middle of the city? Who is she? Asen Ael asked. Who is this a statue of? She answered in surprise. You mean you really don't know? That is the first Demon King. Asen Ael was in awe. Whoa, the first Demon King. Come to think of it, she does resemble Diana. It's not every day you get to see the first Demon King up close. Let's get a closer look. Suddenly, the statue's eyes began to glow. Asen Ael's necklace started to vibrate in response, emitting a light that matched the Demon King's. What is this? My necklace is glowing? The light from the statue shot directly into his necklace. Asen Ael watched in shock as a gem on the pendant turned gray. What in the world is happening here? Just as suddenly, everything returned to normal. A confused Jenny turned and asked him, Asen Ael, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out your artifact and stare at it? Asen Ael's mind was racing. Was I just seeing things? No, the light definitely came from the statue. and the necklace's color changed. It seems I was the only one who could see it. Until now, Asen Ael had only received vague clues, like the sacrifice of a god. And yet, I just found a major clue in the most unexpected place. This necklace is definitely connected to the first Demon King. If I follow every related lead, the truth will surely be revealed. Now I'm more determined than ever to find out what this necklace truly is. The scene changes to the Demon Academy. The next morning, their holiday over, Jene and Asen Ael headed for Sitan. He urged her, "Hurry up, the entrance ceremony is about to start." It was Asen Ael's first time at a Demon Realm school, but he wasn't very excited. The principal and faculty were seated in the hall. Over 100 new students had gathered. It was just an ordinary entrance ceremony. The boys behind him began to whisper, "I can't believe that little kid is our principal. The same one who subdued us with her presence alone. But you have to admit, she's kind of cute." Asen Ael heard every word, terrified. "Cute? Are you kidding me? She's covered in tattoos. You call that childlike body cute? And what's with her eyes?" Suddenly, Lucien shot a death glare toward Asen Ael, and the entire group froze solid. He quickly corrected his thoughts. "I mean, she does look rather adorable. Can she read minds?" At Instructor AZ's command, the opening ceremony began, and silence fell. The entrance ceremony was officially underway. As the principal's speech drew to a close, a solemn mood settled over the crowd. The instructor continued, "You are all to abide by the rules of Sitan." And with that, the principal's address is concluded. We will now begin the oath ceremony for the top-ranked student and the runner-up. Will the top-ranked student and runner-up please come to the stage? Asen Ael smirked. Just as I predicted. It's them. Jene didn't seem nervous at all. It's probably because her only goal here is to avenge her mother. She likely doesn't care about competition, but I must remain focused on my own goal. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes on him. Baotan was smiling at him with anticipation. Asen Ael felt a flash of annoyance. That creepy guy again. Why does he keep following me? Don't react. Just ignore him. Stay calm and don't let him get to you, the instructor announced. Will the top-ranked student please step forward? Diana walked proudly onto the stage. The crowd murmured in awe. She truly is the God-blessed one, the Demon King's daughter, Diana. And now she's claimed the top student spot. Who could possibly stop her? Diana began to recite the oath. We, who have been accepted into Sitan, solemnly swear to erase our humiliation and rebuild the demon realm. Asen Ael felt a chill with every word she spoke. As her vow echoed through the hall, the entire atmosphere shifted. You could feel the simmering rage from those who had lost everything to humans. If anyone here knew I carried Ael blood, the thought alone was terrifying. In the worst-case scenario, I would be tortured for the rest of my life. After Diana finished her oath, AZ immediately announced, "The Sitan entrance ceremony is now concluded. All students, please check the notice board for your class assignments. After finding your class, proceed to the designated room." Asen, Ael, and Jane made their way to the bulletin board. A crowd formed around the class placement board. Asen Ael scanned for his name. "I'm in Class A. And Jene?" He feigned tears of sorrow, masking his sheer delight. "Lady Jene is in Class C. I truly didn't want us to be separated." Jene's fury erupted. "Wipe that smirk off your face. You're still my escort, so appear the moment I summon you." Outwardly, he agreed. "Of course, Lady Jene." But inside, he flatly refused. "Perfect. It seems I've finally earned some time for myself." Suddenly, he collided with a stranger. As their eyes met, the ill-tempered guy instantly shot Adele a threatening glare. "You wanna die, you trash-like bastard?" Adel froze as he realized. Wait, this guy, he's from the Greed family, Samuel's son. If I recall, he's a powerhouse from the Seven Sins. To think he'd dare pick a fight with me? Ridiculous. But I should avoid trouble on the first day. Adel wisely bowed his head. My apologies. I wasn't paying attention." Samuel snarled. "Get lost. You're lucky it's the first day of enrollment." Adel watched him leave, exasperated. Why are the children of the Seven Sins all like this? There's no way Forzan is also in Class A, right? Elsewhere in the academy, an argument erupted. Someone slammed the table. "So, you don't trust me?" The instructors were gathered in the meeting room for a discussion. AZ tried to reason with his colleague. "That's not the point," she shot back, annoyed. "I am a formal instructor of Saitan." AZ pressed on. "But that boy is far too dangerous. Based on my experience, it's best if I handle him." But she adamantly refused. "They are the students entrusted to me, the instructor of Class A. You can't just force your decision on me." Lucian's voice cut in. "That's enough. Sit." The resentful instructor complied. "This is outrageous. Why is it always me?" He turned to instructor AZ. "Your reason for wanting to switch classes?" AZ answered directly. "I want to handle Adele personally. I faced countless souls like that child on the battlefield. That boy was born a killer. He won't hesitate to turn his blade on an ally, so he must be contained now. Other instructors chimed in. Aren't you being overly cautious with a half-demon? Seriously, he's far weaker than the children of the seven sins. AZ immediately countered. Strength isn't measured by authority alone. His blend of recklessness and calm rivals that of the seven sins themselves. That is why I must take Class A. Adel needs to be watched. Adia suddenly yelled, Wait, so what you're really saying is that you don't trust me? AZ quickly apologized. Adia, I'm sorry if I offended you. She shot back, furious. When will you stop treating me like a child? Lucian finally snapped. Enough! Everyone immediately fell silent. Lucian cut the debate short. I understand your concerns, Instructor AZ, but the assignments are finalized. A change now would only create chaos. AZ conceded. I understand. Lucian added, Nevertheless, remain vigilant. All instructors, keep a special eye on Ael. This meeting is adjourned. Please go welcome your new students. Back in Class 1A, Adele forced a smile. Why is my luck so terrible? At least it's neither Samuel nor Forzan. As if summoned by fate, he'd escaped Janie, but not Forzan. She deliberately approached him to start trouble. Did you follow me here? Asen Ael replied wearily. Class placements are random. Forzan laughed. Perfect. I'll grant you the honor of being my slave. He sighed, completely exasperated. Here we go again. Suddenly, Samuel's voice cut in. Hey, you two. Shut up or I'll kill you both. Instantly provoked, Forzan's rage flared. What did you just say, you runt? The two immediately clashed. What? Runt? I'll kill you. Adele worried about his future here. I'll manage to fit in. Right? With a loud slam, the main door burst open. The entire class went silent, all eyes on the entrance. Adia appeared. My. You're a lively bunch. Not planning to fight on day one, are you? Adele watched the instructor. It's her. She began her introduction. Welcome everyone. I am the instructor for Class 1A. Remember my name. To introduce myself, I am your senior, and I am known as the Rhino Horn Legion. Whispers erupted. The legendary legion that single-handedly killed 10,000 at the Boli River? Wasn't it 30,000? Adel celebrated internally. A person like that is my instructor? My chances of survival just went up, Adia wrote on the board. That's all for introductions. Now, let's discuss the curriculum's progression, the art of the hunt. That is what I will teach you, not animals or demonic beasts. A student raised their hand. Then what will we be hunting? Adia replied, We will hunt one of the very reasons you are all here, humans. An excited murmur filled the room. Humans. So, it all begins here, Adia added. I only teach hunting. Magic and weaponry will be handled by other instructors. Forzan ignored her words, instead judging her appearance. She's pretty for an instructor. Adia continued. Furthermore, I'll also be in charge of your basic physical conditioning. Adel flinched. My weakness. Now then, for our first lesson, everyone to the training grounds. At the grounds, Adel and the others stared in awe. Whoa, this place is massive. It must be 4 or 5 times the size of a normal field. Is this for weapons or magic? Adia's voice cut through. All right, now that everyone's here, focus your attention. And don't look away. Adia quickly explained. They aren't real. They are simply illusions born from my magic. I also created the Sword Saint from the entrance exam. Asen Ael shuddered. A clone with only 1% of the Sword Saint's power? She's a monster. Saitan is impressive, but the Royal Academy is on another level. Truly terrifying. Adia issued her command. The objective is simple. Break through their ranks and reach me. So, who should go first? Her gaze swept across the students, landing on Adel. You're Adel, correct? Adia's entire demeanor shifted in an instant. Why don't you try piercing my neck, just as you did the Sword Saint? A predatory smile spread across her face. Adel grew anxious. First instructor AZ, and now her? He asked Adia. Do I have to confront you directly? Instructor Adia answered Asen Ael. Among them is a single linchpin, the source of their power, and their leader. Once their leader falls, the entire legion will collapse like dominoes. And the stronger the leader, the more ferocious the legion becomes. For this test, I will act as that leader. Adel drew his weapon. Yes, I understand completely. He thought, Sun Tzu's art of war. To rout an army, first capture its king. Then, with a sly grin, she aimed for the leader of the group. An easy task, Adia said cheerfully. Of course, you won't take me down that easily. So, if you just touch my hand or weapon, you pass. Begin. But a second after Adia's call, Ael used position swap to warp right behind her. His blade was at Adia's neck, shocking her. Ael's cold voice rang out. Does this count as a pass, instructor? He was triumphant. A few dozen meters had separated me from the instructor. But that distance is nothing now. Before, I could only teleport a few meters. This is a massive improvement. With my current skills, destroying an enemy base would be easy. Suddenly, Idea laughed. Now I see why I was warned to be wary of you. Ael was stunned. Huh? Adia waved her hand. You passed. Go back to your spot. He sheathed his weapon, wondering if they were hostile or just curious. I don't know what about me caused such a strong reaction. They haven't realized who I am, have they? Adia then moved on to the other students. Now, you've all seen Student Ael's demonstration, right? Anyone who fails will stay for supplementary lessons. The class quickly resumed. Asen Ael watched each student. They executed the basics perfectly, as expected from Demonkin. Well, they are just ordinary ones, without any special skills, so this is normal. But in the end, they only defeated some fodder, if the instructor directly controlled them. Suddenly, a group of spearmen charged forward. The student was instantly and severely wounded. Asen Ael winced. Ouch, that has to hurt. Suddenly, another person vaulted into the air. I'll leap right over all of you. Ael watched, slightly startled, but the student was immediately shot down by archers. Everyone else just stared awkwardly. Asen Ael was confident. Position swap is just too powerful. With this, I can aim for the top of the class, Idea called out. Next student. Samu stepped forward, scowling. Get out of the way. Ael watched Samu carefully. So, it's Samu's turn? Let's see if his skills match that arrogance. He stepped forward as an aura began to radiate from him. I'm starting now. Ael watched Samu intently. Samu was gathering his energy. A powerful wave of it erupted. He then unleashed a massive whirlwind, blowing all the soldiers away. Everyone nearby was battered by the gale force winds. Ael was shocked. He wiped them out in an instant. Is that really magic? The unique ability of greed. Samu. A bizarre skill that consumes everything. For now, I'll concede the top spot to him. Adia waved away the dust, perplexed. What is wrong with this class? But then again, it makes sense. There's no way a student could defeat an instructor. You truly blew away everything except for me. Impressive enough to startle me for a moment. Unfortunately, you still fail. Samu was dumbfounded. Adia quickly explained by snapping her fingers, and hundreds more scarecrows appeared behind her. As long as you fail to kill the leader, the humans will always find replacements to fill their ranks. No matter how many you kill, it's pointless. Just like this. Ael was stunned. Reinforcements arrived in a flash. There must have been 200 of them. Idea praised Samu. Still, your magic is quite powerful, for a first-year student. Next. He clicked his tongue in anger and turned away. Ael smiled at his frustrated face, but he accepted the results rather well. Samu passed by Ael, and seeing his relaxed demeanor, he grew even angrier. Ael thought to himself, Samu, your excessive pride in your own power is why you failed. If you had just focused on the target like I did, you would have passed easily. Suddenly, Forzan's laughter echoed. Haha, I've been waiting. It's finally my turn. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Forzan of the 7 deadly sins. Oh, I wonder how she'll clear this. Forzan pointed at the humans and laughed arrogantly. How dare you lowly puppets stand in my way? But she didn't move an inch. The others began to wonder. Why isn't she doing anything? Did something happen? Forzan, pale-faced, thought, what am I supposed to do? Ael watched from the side, thinking, just as I predicted. Forzan, the child of lust, doesn't fight directly. She commands her underlings like a queen bee. In other words, without her minions, she's completely helpless. Suddenly, Forzan looked towards Ael, her eyes welling with tears as if she'd found a savior. She screamed, help me, my slave. The crowd immediately turned to Ael, murmuring, a slave? Did she really just call him her slave? Hurry up and lend me a hand. Ael felt awkward. What was she thinking, saying something so insane? Adia wasted no time and ordered the scarecrows forward. Forzan watched in terror as they gave her a sound beating. Asen Ael watched Forzan, baffled. Wait a minute, can she not even enhance her own body? No, that can't possibly be true. She must have some special reason for this. Forzan's pathetic screams continued to echo. Suddenly, a strange light drew Ael's gaze. A pink-haired girl was healing another student. Thank you so much. It's nothing. I'm just glad you weren't seriously injured, Asen Ael realized. Healing magic? He was astonished. But that's something only humans can use. That means this girl must be a half-demon. I can't believe I'm in the same class as someone with such a rare healing ability. I don't remember her name, but I definitely need to find a way to connect with her. Maybe I should just go and start a conversation right now? Just as he was about to approach her, the instructor suddenly called him back. Student Ael, Student Forzan, asked for your assistance earlier. The test has concluded. It would be good if you could help her stand up. Oh, I understand. Ael had no choice but to obey. I'm on my way. But inwardly, he felt annoyed. She has the worst possible timing. Ael walked over and flicked Forzan on the forehead. You useless thing. Get up. It's already over. She whimpered and cried. You saw all of that, didn't you? Asen Ael played dumb. What are you talking about? Forzan immediately snapped back. Don't play dumb, you slave, Asen Ael happily retorted. Well, it seems you're even weaker than a slave. This only made Forzan angrier. You dare to mock me? Adia clapped her hands, calling for order. All right, that's enough. Let's clean up, everyone. Gather round. I had some small expectations, but the results were just as I predicted. Regardless, you all completed the first lesson well. Experiencing a situation like this helps you clearly understand your own position, the mistakes you're prone to making, and your personal limits. Knowing these things will help you support each other and coordinate perfectly in a real battle. At the Royal Academies for Humans, students are sorted by their abilities, but here at Zaitain, class placement is random, making coordination the absolute key. Perhaps this was the point the instructor wanted to emphasize. As for the only student who passed this test, Ael, I'll be looking forward to your future progress. Asen Ael replied politely. Thank you. I'll do my best to learn it all, Adia prompted. Let's head back. The next class is starting. Asen Ael gave the instructor a calm look. Was that a compliment? But her tone felt like she held a grudge. She's always looking for trouble, as if trying to make me her slave. Can I even form my own party in a place like this? Back in the classroom, after the instructor's period, the other classes began in order. The second period began. The teacher introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am your instructor for theoretical education. During theory class, we learned about the history of the demon world and the weaknesses of humankind. The demon race rallied around the first demon king, and our bodies are quite similar to humans. Next class, we'll have a test on today's content. Memorize it if you don't want to retake it. Asen Ael slumped onto his desk, groaning after the theory class. Seriously? This is just like my old school days. So exhausting on the very first day. He watched everyone laugh together, tears welling in his eyes. I still don't have a single friend, just like before. He then noticed the pink-haired girl. Ah, that's right. Maybe I'll try talking to her. He approached her and greeted her. Nice to meet you, I'm Asen Ael. Everyone suddenly went silent, their eyes fixed on the two of them. Asen Ael was a bit bewildered. Wait, why is everyone staring this way? The girl timidly replied. Why, yes, nice to meet you. Asen Ael just smiled without another word. When two half-demons interact, it's bound to draw attention. She seems uncomfortable. I should probably continue this conversation later. With that, he turned away. I'll talk to you another time. The girl also said goodbye. Asen Ael left sadly. Time to go recharge my loneliness mana in the bathroom. As he opened the door, he came face to face with Samu. What terrible timing. The boy scowled at him. You again? Asen Ael smiled cheerfully. I was just leaving. You go first. I'll be right behind you. Samu passed Asen Ael, taunting him. Humph, you disgusting, inferior creature. At that moment, Asen Ael snapped, his killing intent flaring. He sneered sarcastically. Your family must be amazing, huh? Samu turned back aggressively. What was that? Asen Ael immediately added, I mean, to produce a piece of talking trash like you? Samu's face twisted with rage. You filthy, despicable bastard. I'll tear you to pieces. His power erupted like a scorching fire. On the other side, Asen Ael was no pushover. He had already quietly drawn his sword, his mind filled with pure malice. Unlike Samu's, this guy showed only pure hatred and hostility. If he plans to obstruct my goals, I'd better deal with him now. If I use magic, no one would notice if he lost an arm. Suddenly, the teacher's voice boomed. Stop it right now. Class is about to begin. Both of you, get to your seats. Samu and Asen Ael stared at him, startled. When did he get here? The instructor's presence instantly restored order. Asen Ael was shocked. He appeared from nowhere, and both Mai and Samu's powers were nullified instantly. Just who is this instructor? The man pushed up his glasses and began. Now, for my introduction. Return to your seats. Samu and Asen Ael went back to their places, filled with frustration. Letting it end like this is so infuriating. The instructor began. Everyone, settle down. I am Instructor Dubo. From now on, I will be your magic teacher. Hearing that, Asen Ael felt a flicker of interest. I see, so he's the magic instructor. If he teaches at Zaitain, he must be incredibly strong. I'm looking forward to this. The first thing that comes to mind in a fantasy world is magic. In novels, magic is completely different from talents or traits. Perhaps it's more like a skill. Depending on your view, it could even be a branch of academia. Dubo explained. Before learning magic, there is one thing you must know. Attributes. Attributes are based on the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Add darkness and light, and you get the 6 basic attributes. Asen Ael pondered. People usually have 1 attribute, but maybe I'll have 2. The Ba family's darkness attribute is obvious, but I'm unsure about the Ael families. Dubo began the first lesson. In today's class, We will determine each student's mana attribute. Place your hand on this orb. The color change will reveal your attribute. Everyone, form a single line. Asen Ael quietly watched the first student. I'll hang back and observe the others first. Dubo instructed the boy, place your hand on it. Instantly, the purple orb turned blood red. Dubo used the student as an example. This student has the fire attribute. Green would mean wind. Next, student, place your hand on the orb. The next was earth. Asen Ael nervously moved up the line. Is it my turn already? My attribute will be revealed soon. Dubo called out. You. Next. Step up. Student Asen Ael. Asen Ael answered, slightly surprised. He knows my name? Place your hand on the orb. After he did, it slowly turned a dark color. Both of them were astonished. What is this color? Dubo leaned in to observe. This is a rare one, half black, and the other half is gray. Asen Ael asked, what attribute is gray? Dubo explained. Black usually indicates the darkness attribute, common in high-ranking demons. But a gray hue like this is truly a rare sight. Asen Ael asked, so you don't know either, instructor? Dubo pushed up his glasses. No, I know. I'm just surprised because it's extremely rare. Gray represents chaos, a magic attribute that goes against the natural order. Asen Ael was amazed. A magic like that exists? But Dubo just shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, but that is all I know. Asen Ael felt a tinge of regret. This was the first time he'd heard of this attribute. It never even appeared in his own novel. Magic that goes against the natural order. That phrase could be the key. For now, I'll focus on the darkness attribute, since I'm at least certain about that one. Gray, huh? Magic that goes against the natural order. Lost in thought, he was surprised by Forzan sneaking up behind him, but he detected her instantly. What are you doing behind me? This stunned Forzan. How did you detect my silent step technique? Silent step? Forzan huffed. That's not the point here. What are you thinking about? Asen Ael was confused. What do you mean? Forzan accused him. Don't play dumb. You provoked him. He tilted his head. I simply couldn't stand being bullied. Forzan was surprised. Couldn't stand it? Asen Ael still didn't understand what she wanted. Is there a problem? Seeing Asen Ael's confidence, Forzan got in his face and yelled, Didn't you just make an enemy of his entire family? He replied gently, Well, outside forces can't get into Saitan anyway. Why does that even matter? Forzan's patience was wearing thin. That's not the point. Are you really that clueless? This is more than just a demon versus demon clash. His family is. Never mind. I'm out. Just watch your back from now on. With that, Forzan turned and left, leaving Asen Ael drowning in questions. What was she about to say? Is she warning me because Samu's family is known for its brutal revenge? No. That doesn't feel right. This is the last class for today. Time to focus. Come to think of it, today's instructor is, before he could finish the thought, a massive hand slammed down on a desk. Instructor AZ stormed in, immediately berating the class. You weaklings! In peaceful times, none of you would deserve to be here. You faced a monster using barely 10%. No, 5% of its power. And every team, except for the top 8, was completely annihilated. Am I wrong? Asen Ael listened in silence as AZ's tirade continued. He's attacking our pride on the very first day. Is he trying to provoke us on purpose? After his outburst, AZ got straight to the point. So from now on, I will teach you the sword. So even if you die, you'll at least take an enemy's arm with you. And to do that, run. The foundation of all swordsmanship is physical power. A technique backed by stamina is 2 to 3 times stronger. Under AZ's brutal lesson, the entire class ran until they were breathless. Everyone was pushed to the brink of utter exhaustion. I'm going to die. How much longer can we keep this up? We're already on lap 30. Soon enough, AZ spotted Forzan and Samu cheating. Hey, you two. Who said you could use mana to run? The pair immediately bowed in unison. We're sorry, sir. His punishment was severe. You two. Start over from lap 1. Samu and Forzan cried out as they started over. Asen Ael, however, kept a faint smile on his face as he ran. Seriously, these rich kids are always looking for shortcuts. Back in my old life, I defeated knights right after possessing this body, and caused utter chaos when I escaped to the demon world. The class continued to run until AZ's lecture finally came to an end. All right, stop, AZ announced. You've done well. Students who completed all 50 laps may head to their dorms. Those who failed to finish on time have supplementary lessons. Asen Ael breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Today was seriously brutal. Time to get to the dorms. Asen Ael wearily dragged himself forward. I'm so tired. I just want to get inside and collapse. Where's the entrance to the men's dorm? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. On high alert, Asen Ael instantly shrugged it off. Startled, he turned around to see Jenna. What is she doing here? He quickly composed himself. Ah, Lady Jenna. Are you heading back to the dorms? How was your first class? Did anyone give you trouble? But from afar, the scene was ripe for misunderstanding. Are those two involved somehow? Gina suddenly spoke, her voice flat. You're too weak. You lack proper training. Let's have a light training session. You'll assist me. Understood? Asen Ael's jaw dropped at her words. Sigh. Does this girl even know the meaning of fatigue? Janae was already leading the way. There's a student training ground nearby. We still have time. Let's go. Asen Ael had no choice but to obey and follow her. However, a chance to train with a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. No matter how tough, this could be incredibly beneficial. The scene changes to the training hall. Asen Ael looked around, impressed. This place is huge. It was filled with equipment, and students were training hard. Janae walked over to a weighted barbell. We'll start with this. Tossing off his jacket, Asen Ael volunteered. May I go first? It's heavier than it looks, Janae warned. But Asen Ael brushed her off with a smirk. Don't worry. I've trained for years. This is nothing. He gripped the bar and lifted with all his might, but it refused to budge. Jean's expression was icy, too weak. Don't injure yourself. Asen Ael's face burned with embarrassment. I guess this scrawny body of Asen Ael's has never trained a day in its life. She took her stance. Watch. Like this. Then, Janae lifted the massive weight, like it was nothing. Asen Ael was full of praise. Oh, that's incredible, my lady. He smiled as he watched her. I really can't compare to her, not even in raw strength. I have a long way to go. Time flew by as they trained. Asen Ael finally spoke up. My lady, it's been 2 hours. Shouldn't we wrap up and head back? Jenna, feeling the fatigue as well, nodded in agreement. Very well. He then offered, I'll escort you to the dormitory entrance. Asen Ael watched Jenny, feeling a bit relieved. She's really been pushing herself lately, even before today. I'm curious about her current status. Maybe I can run a quick check while she's changing. Asen Ael opened her information panel. Her stats have all grown. From around 1298 to 1321, but my mana is only at 1321. Even training mana control all day, it only went up by 24 points. Well, I suppose this is my slowest growth period. Should I look for an elixir or something? Lost in thought, Asen Ael didn't notice Jenny emerge. I'm finished changing. Asen Ael, what are you doing? He jumped. Ah, yes, let's go. The two left the training grounds and headed for their dorms. They parted ways at the entrance. Well then, please get some rest. You too. After Jine was gone, Asen Ael finally let out a breath. I'm seriously about to collapse. Time to go inside and rest. Straight up the stairs, take a right. Let's see. The acceptance letter said, Room 407, 4th floor. Ah, here it is. Asen Ael paused at the door, feeling a bit anxious. I wonder who my roommate will be. I hope they're skilled. And have a good personality. If they're useful, I'll get them on my side. I'm excited for my first friend in this demon world. With a friendly smile, Asen Ael opened the door. Hello, it's nice to meet. His words died in his throat. His roommate was none other than Samu. Samu looked just as thrilled, wondering why he was here. Asen Ael sat, drumming his fingers on the desk. Damn it, this is a complete disaster. Of all people, I get stuck with him. A moment later, their eyes met, and the air crackled with tension. Samu couldn't hide his disgust. Shh, you filthy half-blood. Asen Ael's own killing intent flared. Should I just get rid of him right now? But he knew it was a pointless thought. Nothing would change the situation. He let out a helpless sigh. Asen Ael then stood up, startling Samu. Samu immediately got aggressive. What, you want to go? Asen Ael shot back without missing a beat. Are you nuts? You want to fight in here? I'm just heading out. Make yourself at home. Samu glared daggers at Asen Ael's, retreating back, and clicked his tongue. Tch, that damn jinx. Fuming, Asen Ael left the room, just when I thought I could finally relax. He's my roommate. I'll take a walk and come back after he's asleep. He isn't even a child of wrath, so why is he consumed by such rage? Tsk. I don't get it. He calmed himself to think it through. Then again, Samu is a child of gluttony. Could he be chaotic, like me? I never cared, until Instructor Gluttony mentioned it. What exactly is chaos? Is it tied to my mana attribute? Should I ask the info paper? No. It would have already explained it when teaching me about my other powers. It would have included knowledge on chaos. No need to waste money. Ugh, it's so frustrating being kept in the dark. For now, I'll find a place to practice my mana techniques. A sudden noise in a tree made Adel look up. A sparrow? Wait, not exactly. But this place has some cute birds. He watched it for a moment. So, even in Saitan, other creatures wander around. How interesting. That night, Adel waited until Samu was asleep before sneaking back. He tiptoed in and opened the door. Good, he's asleep. I'm exhausted. Time to crash. But I should practice mana just a little before bed. But exhaustion hit him hard, and Adele fell asleep instantly. A dark figure approached Adele. In the shadows, Samu's eyes glowed as he stared him down. Samu scowled at Adel. His face looked stupid even when he's sleeping. So infuriating. He even dared to insult my family. Even if I were wrong, I would never be the one to apologize first. He returned to his bed, his thoughts a tangled mess. I have too much to do to waste energy on a lowlife like him. But his performance back in class, it made my heart pound, like it was being crushed. A familiar pain I've felt somewhere before. Why is this happening? Samu's body suddenly trembled as he clutched his stomach. Damn it, is the hunger of gluttony starting again? This hunger is uncontrollable. I feel like I'm withering from the inside. I can't take it. Just then, Adel shifted in his sleep, startling Samu. Strangely, the pain began to fade. As if hunger wasn't enough, now I have to see this annoying face first thing in the morning. I really want to punch him. The next morning, Adel groggily woke up. What time is it? Is it morning already? A sound from the window drew his attention. He rushed over to see. Is that the same bird from yesterday? Here in Saitan, with its strict rules against outside entry, how could a living creature that isn't a student get in? Someone is definitely trying to spy on me. It must be Instructor AZ, the one most wary of me. A mana scan revealed it wasn't an illusion. It was definitely alive. Should I try taming it with food? With that thought, Adel acted at once. He gently beckoned a small bird. Here, come on now. Then again, Samu has probably eaten already. I need to get breakfast before it's over. But where's the dining hall? The scene changes to the classroom. Adele entered the classroom to start the day. Good morning. Asen Ael sat dejectedly at his desk. I searched for so long, I missed breakfast. I wonder if I'll get stared at again today. Idea spoke up. There's an important announcement today. Is everyone present? He was taken aback. An important announcement. She made her announcement. Today, we will be selecting a class president. A class president? All of a sudden? A student asked, how will we choose? Adia began to explain. At first, I intended to let you nominate candidates, but I've changed my mind. I will appoint someone. Forzan suddenly chuckled. He shot to his feet proudly. A wise decision. Adele sat quietly, smiling. Just as expected, it's Forzan, exactly like in the novel. With his personality, there's no way Samu could become class president. Forzan laughed loudly. From now on, my subjects, let us lead this class together. Ho 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 ho. Adel thought. Forzan is the most suitable. He's just a little bit dim-witted, but his strength and abilities are top tier. Whispers began to spread. What about Adele? He'd be good too. A half-demon? No way. How about Samu? That guy is kind of scary. Adel calmly processed their words. Was my performance that impressive? It feels good to hear my name mentioned. It seems Forzan is the obvious choice. Forzan shouted impatiently. Don't be shy, just announce it, instructor. But Adia's answer was not what anyone expected. The class president is not Forzan. The president of Class A is Adele. He was stunned. Who? Me? There is no way a half-demon like me could be class president. What the hell is she thinking? Adia called to him. Class President Adele, I expect you to lead the class well. Startled, he shot to his feet. Huh? Yes, ma'am. After the announcement, Adia quickly excused herself. I have another class to teach. I just stopped by for this. To prepare for the midterms, everyone focus on practical training. Form teams of 3 for practice. You must finalize your groups by the end of today. Asen Ael thought. Midterm assignments and training. If it's training in Saitan, it's more like a massacre, because in battle, killing is only natural. At that thought, a murderous aura erupted from him, his lips curling into a cold-blooded smile. Adia continued. That concludes today's lesson. Oh, and Forzan, if you continue speaking to me so informally, I'll have to give you a private lesson. Forzan cowered in fear. Adele smirked. She just put Forzan in his place. Adia gave her final instruction and left the classroom. Oh, and class president. Remember to submit the group list. Well then, goodbye. After Adia left, Adele began to wonder. Forget forming a team, I don't even know where we'll be training. Are we going to use those dolls the instructor created yesterday? No. If that were the case, we wouldn't need to form teams. At this point in the novel, it's not yet time to attack the human world. Regardless, my first priority is to form a solid team. I already have a few people in mind. Meanwhile, in the instructor's hallway, everyone watched AZ with worried expressions. His face was dark with fury as he stormed off somewhere. In Idea's office, AZ suddenly slammed the door open, shouting. Instructor Idea greeted him cheerfully. You're here, senior. AZ ignored her and yelled, What were you thinking? Unfazed, Idea greeted him warmly. It's good to see you again, senior. He just roared in frustration. I didn't come here for that. Why did you appoint him as class president? Adia smirked at AZ. I only just announced it this morning. Your eyes and ears truly cover all of Saitan, Senior. AZ fumed, making him class president. You can't possibly be unaware of what that means. Adia's playful tone vanished as she stood to confront AZ. Of course I know. It's only temporary. But he will have the power to lead Class A as a unit. AZ tried to stop her insane plan. And you still did it? Are you out of your mind? It's not too late. Change the class president to someone else immediately. If not, they just glare at each other. Adia stood her ground, refusing AZ's demand. He clutched his head in frustration. Senior, Adia declared, I want that student. His skills are top tier. Unlike a verified identity doesn't make him trustworthy. There's nothing more dangerous than a dull blade. Adia sighed, turning to leave. I'll manage my own class. So please, Senior, stay out of it. I may be new, but I trust my judgment of character. AZ's voice boomed with rage. Damn it. I have to take that class, no matter what. I can't let a threat like him get close to Adia. More importantly, that half-demon gave me a scar I can never forget from our last battle. For some reason, his aura and Asen Ael's feel disturbingly similar. The chances he's related to him are slim, but I can't just ignore this. This feeling is too suspicious. I still don't know what he's after. AZ walked to the window and whistled. A bird descended from the sky, the very same one that had been watching Asen Ael. AZ looked at the bird, thinking, so far, nothing unusual. He commanded it to continue its watch. Never take your eyes off him. Meanwhile, in class, Asen Ael looked around, feeling dejected. Everyone's busy forming teams during the break, huh? I'm the class president, but no one wants to team up with me. Is it because I look too shady? Suddenly, a voice from behind made Asen Ael turn in surprise. Would you like to team up with me? But the offer wasn't for him. It was for Samu. Samu didn't refuse, but his tone was harsh. Anyone's fine, as long as you don't drag me down. The other student smiled, introducing his friend. Thanks, Samu. This is my buddy. Asen Ael grumbled in frustration. Even a guy like that found a team, so why isn't anyone approaching me? I guess I have no choice. I have to make the first move. No one wants to approach a half-demon like me. I need a team before time's up. I'll just have to grab someone. With that, he stood and walked toward the pink-haired girl. Hello. She looked up and saw Asen Ael approaching with his sinister aura. She couldn't help but tremble, her face turning pale. Realizing her reaction, she quickly tried to compose herself. Asen Ael sized her up. She flinched just from a mana scan. Her mana level was decent, and her healing skills were good too. A perfect teammate. He spoke first. I'm Asen Ael. We've met, right? Have you found a team yet? She answered, trembling. No, not yet. Asen Ael was thrilled. Perfect. What's your name? She replied softly, Luna. Asen Ael couldn't help but compliment her. That's a cute name. Team up with me. It's beneficial to be with the class president. But Luna hesitated, stammering. Well, it seems Asen Ael had to resort to a little intimidation. Luna. He let his dark killing intent wash over her. Time is running out to pick teams, and since we're both half-demons, we should stick together, right? Terrified, Luna had no choice but to agree. Yes, we're a team. He cheerfully extended his hand. Excellent choice. Suddenly, Forzan appeared, mocking them. What's so excellent about that? Ha ha ha. Looks like you two are still looking for a team. Asen Ael was surprised. When did she get here? Forzan declared. All right, I'll accept you both under my command. This immediately sparked an argument between them. We've already formed a team, so find another group. Ridiculous. I was right behind you. I heard everything. Luna stood awkwardly. Why did these two have to show up? Forzan smugly announced. I still don't recognize you as class president. The true leader of this class is me. Asen Ael remained silent, exhausted. Should I just ignore her? This only enraged Forzan more. Why aren't you answering me? But then he reconsidered. She doesn't look like she'll give up. Fine, and I'll let her join. The condition, Forzan would be the team leader, but she had to consult him before making any decisions. After all, she's from one of the 7 great Sin families. Staying near her could be useful. This plan would stroke her ego while letting him use her. A week later, Asen Ael reviewed his status. Talents. Position swap. Level 2. Traits. Curiosity, infiltration, killing intent, darkness, mana control, all-seeing eye. From 1321 to 1332, I need a potion or something similar. Mana is one thing, but the chaos attribute is another. Above all, this loneliness is making my soul unstable. Maybe I need to carry it with me at all times. There's so much to worry about. At least Samu has been quiet. Things will get better. The next day, Adia began a new day of class. Good morning. Asen Ael watched Adia with curiosity. The instructor seems unusually excited today. Did something good happen? Adia announced. Today's lesson is a bit special. We'll be conducting training outside. Asen Ael and the others were shocked. Finally, some training. But outside, Adia revealed the location. We're leaving Saitan and heading to a place called Ogon. Hearing the name, Asen Ael flinched. Ogon, the prison. A prison for those who couldn't return from the war between humans and demons. They're taking us to a prison camp. Adia then instructed, we will be taking a space vessel. Follow me. The class started buzzing with excitement. Whoa, this is a surprise. We get to go outside even though it's not a holiday? Awesome. Asen Ael said nothing, letting them experience it for themselves. They're all excited to go on a trip now. But once they find out what Ogon really is, they'll be horrified. But more important than the training location is the special opportunity the main character discovers in Ogon. If I go now, I might be able to find it first. But can I really find it with so many eyes watching? The guards here won't be easy to deal with. Suddenly, Forzan walked up and slapped his back. Why the long face? Asen Ael quickly came up with an excuse. This is my first outdoor training session, so I'm a bit nervous. Hearing this, Forzan immediately tried to comfort him. Oh, so you're nervous? I didn't think a gloomy guy like you could worry. Your team captain is here now, so relax and just follow me. Asen Ael just smiled back at her. Is she ever not full of energy? I wonder if she'll be this confident once we reach Ogon. Thanks to Forzan, he felt a bit more at ease. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No matter what happens, I have to seize this opportunity. Soon, the entire class arrived at Ogon. The vessel's announcement echoed. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Ogon. Please disembark carefully. Everyone began to file off the vessel. Adia led the way, instructing them. All right, everyone, we've arrived. Please stay close to me. Asen Ael scanned his surroundings. This is Ogon, a human prison camp. The air here was incredibly tense. The others began to shiver. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Are we really training here? Adia turned to reassure them. Yes, this is your training ground. I doubt there will be any real fighting, so don't worry too much. Asen Ael felt a wave of disgust. She knew exactly what was about to happen, yet she could say that. Such a twisted hobby. From within, 3 guards emerged. Are you from Satan? Adia presented their permit. Yes, here are our credentials. Asen Ael eyed the guards warily. That one. He's on the same level as the instructor. The pressure he's emitting is no joke. After a quick inspection, the guards stepped aside. Confirmed. Please follow me. Adia then told the students, all right, everyone, this way. They all proceeded into the prison depths. Woeful moans echoed from every corner. Save me. I don't want to die. Please, let me out. The students glanced around, terrified. What is this place? Do you smell that strange odor? It feels like something's about to attack. Asen Ael smirked internally. Finally, they're reacting. Samu, seeing them hesitate, shoved the person ahead of him. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Move it. Asen Ael noted. It seems Samu is completely unaffected. He's a strange one. After a while, Idea stopped. Everyone. A blinding light shone down. We finally arrived. As their eyes adjusted to the scene inside the prison, anxiety gripped them all. This was the true face of hell. Adia finally revealed the truth. As you can see, this is a prison for humans who dared attack the demon realm. Every person here has killed at least one demon. They are criminals with blood on their hands. Their victims included pregnant women, and even children. I'm sure you're dying to know what your training is, right? Watch closely. Idea approached a human, unleashing her powerful aura. The human trembled before her as Idea grabbed his face. A sphere of malevolent energy formed in her hand as she stared at the human with pure hatred. Now, swallow this obediently. It will be over quickly. Samu watched the gruesome display with fascination. Forced to ingest the sphere, the human began to convulse violently. Then, his head exploded, splattering gore everywhere. Adia smiled, turning to her students. All that each of you needs to do is kill one human in your own way. Simple, isn't it? Witnessing such barbarity, many students began to tremble uncontrollably. Asen Ael remained unfazed. Even after watching such a cruel death, it's strange. I feel absolutely nothing. Perhaps I've fully assimilated with Asen Ael. No matter how terrible this gets, my goal will not change. I will survive to the end and fix this damned world's fate and fulfill Ael's wish. Seeing Asen Ael step forward, Idea asked him, Class President, any words before we begin? But Asen Ael said nothing, simply walking into a cell. He drew his fang-like dagger before the human prisoner. He asked one last time, Do you have any last words? But the man showed no fear, spitting back with rage. My only regret is not killing more of you demon maggots. We humans will exterminate every last one of you. Before he could finish, Asen Ael sliced his head clean off, sending blood flying. He grinned savagely at his blade. After hearing those words, killing him was even more satisfying. He then walked out as if nothing had happened. Is that sufficient? Idea clapped, impressed. Excellent. Now everyone, follow the class president's lead. Enter a cell and begin. Ah, and all half-demon students, please step aside for a moment. Over here. Asen Ael was surprised. Only the half-demons were separated? So, in this class, besides Luna and me, there are other half-demons. But Luna, she looks unwell. Idea explained. These are the prisoners you must kill. To be more specific, then, a line of people were forced to kneel before Idea. Asen Ael was stunned. These prisoners are half-demons. Idea spoke coldly. You must prove you are different from these traitors. Luna's group trembled with fear and outrage. Some students advanced, kicking and punching the kneeling half-demons. They screamed curses as they attacked. Do you know how much we've suffered because of you? That's right. You all deserve to die. Die. Asen Ael watched in silence. So, it has begun. The prisoners' pleas echoed endlessly. Please. Samu unleashed his power. Devour them. Luna was too terrified to watch, squeezing her eyes shut as she wept. Asen Ael was puzzled. Samu didn't need to use magic to kill them like that. Does he enjoy tearing people apart that much? He glanced at the fragile Luna. She's completely broken down. If the instructor notices her now, it won't end well. Suddenly, Forzan spoke up. Instructor, as long as I use my ability, I will pass. Correct? Idea nodded. Essentially yes. Forzan immediately turned away. I understand. She commanded a prisoner. You are now bound to me. Kill the human beside you. Controlled by Forzan, the man frantically strangled the person next to him, ignoring his desperate pleas. Forzan turned back to Idea. Is that sufficient? Idea passed her, though she seemed unimpressed. Yes, you pass. We can correct that soft heart of yours later. Asen Ael observed Forzan with a critical eye. It seems Forzan holds plenty of hatred for humans, but she's more sentimental than I thought. Idea crossed her arms, staring at Luna. Now, is there only one left? Student Luna, prove your worth to me. Asen Ael grew worried. If Luna fails this training, she was too petrified to even speak. The shock was so great she couldn't even look up. No. I can't do it. Please, let me leave this place. Luna collapsed to the ground, a trembling mess. Because of a man unworthy of being called a father, I came here to avenge my mother's wretched life, but I'm powerless. Suddenly, Asen Ael approached her. Are you okay? Luna looked up, surprised. Asen Ael. He spoke gently. Just a moment. I'll help you train. Hearing this, Luna flinched. He drew his dagger, looking at her. Let's begin. You might be scared, but you must do this. Asen Ael handed his dagger to Luna. He guided her hand. Just relax your grip a little. If you just push forward, you'll be fine. He could feel the terror in every one of her tremors. Luna squeezed her eyes shut, enduring it. Then opened them on her own. Asen Ael patted her head. Good job. He immediately took the knife back. That could have gone south. It was bound to happen with a half-demon. Those who can't kill humans must be expelled, or worse. Adia asked Asen Ael, her voice laced with suspicion. I don't understand you, class rep. Surely you don't expect her to pass? Asen Ael calmly replied. Cadet Luna is through. Idea was stunned. What did you say? He explained. You said we'd pass if we killed a human with our ability. Luna is the only healer in all of Saitan. I helped her because her talent is valuable. Idea asked, her face filled with disbelief. So by that logic, you'd abandon a talentless student? He simply nodded. Of course. If they're useless, I'll discard them. Hearing Asen Ael's cold response, Adia smiled with satisfaction. Do as you please. I will remember those words. I'm going to check on the others. Just wait here, both of you. He sighed, having narrowly avoided a crisis. At least his answer satisfied Adia. If that were AZ, she'd have stood no chance. He turned to Luna. Luna, it seems you have safely passed. She looked at him, relieved. Really? Then she fainted. I understand. Thank goodness. Asen Ael swiftly caught the collapsing Luna. All right, sleep well. He then leaned her against a wall. With that settled, he looked forward to the main event. Now, the real game begins. I know everything about Ogon, and I have plenty of time. Asen Ael slipped away, carefully sneaking past the guards. Security is tight. As expected. It's time to melt into the shadows. His aura wrapped around him like a cloak. He smirked. Success. I've definitely gotten better than before. Good. Veiled in darkness, I can sneak in safely. I just need to reach the underground tunnel entrance. Asen Ael started to move, but a guard sensed a presence, his killing intent flaring. Asen Ael froze, not daring to breathe. Was I discovered? After a tense moment, the guard turned away. Asen Ael exhaled, sensing the subtle power difference. A royal guard from Ogun. I need to move quickly. Soon, he found it. There it is. The only empty room on the first floor. A passage lies within. Asen Ael used position swap to enter the room, but a heavy pressure immediately slammed down on him from the ceiling. I expected this, he thought. Now, how do I get down? I remember the depth the main character reached. I'll use that knowledge. He counted. 1, 2, 6. Now. Asen Ael threw his fang to the floor below. Hearing the impact, he immediately swapped positions again. Asen Ael arrived in the underground channel, ready for the second trial. Next are the poison black slimes. Their touch is lethal. If so, I'll aim for their cores. Using his dark fang and sword, he easily destroyed all the poison slimes. Asen Ael calmly continued on, knowing their weakness made it simple. Now, I just have to dive into this water. Asen Ael leaped in without hesitation. Suddenly, a voice echoed, growing clearer as he swam forward. Do not proceed. The archdemon is already dead. Asen Ael was shocked. Archdemon? I never wrote about anything like that. This is where the demon who led the rebellion ages ago fell. An archdemon that even the demon king himself could only seal away. Well, I'll find out when I get there. Finally, he saw a light ahead. Asen Ael emerged from the water. Is this the place? He had entered the archdemon's prison. He looked at the skeleton inside. The heart within it likely held his opportunity. I finally found it. Asen Ael reached out to take it. Suddenly, the heart began to beat violently, and the skeleton sprang to life. He was stunned. Wait, this heart is insane. Asen Ael stared in disbelief. I can't believe something this strange is happening. And this symbol, it's identical to the Asen family tattoo on my neck. So the traitor of the demon world was connected to the Asen clan. The skeleton spoke. Child of Asen, listen closely to my voice. Asen Ael nodded. All right. The skeleton began to reveal the truth. If you can hear my thoughts, it means we share the same suffering of the half-blood born from me. Do not be consumed by that chaos. Chaos is what distorts the world's order. If you lose yourself to it, you will end up just like me. After delivering its final words, the skeleton began to crumble into dust. The dried heart fell to the ground, returning to its original state. Asen Ael picked it up, feeling it merge and become one with his body. I can feel a will that yearns for utter destruction. It must be the desire of my Asen ancestor. Asen Ael opened his status window to check. Race, half-demon. Class, chaos. Talents, position swap. Traits, curiosity. Immersion, sharp aura. Darkness, mana control, and psychokinesis. Asen Ael celebrated inwardly. Psychokinesis. I finally obtained it. Let's try it out. He eagerly tested his new technique. The poison fang hovered over his hand for a moment before falling. Asen Ael felt a little let down. It's not because I lack mana. My proficiency with this skill is probably too low. I'll need more practice. But I did learn that chaos is linked to psychokinesis. This was a massive win. It seems there's nothing left to take. I should head back before anyone notices I was gone. Upon his return, Forzan immediately confronted him. Where were you? Wandering off alone. Asen Ael replied casually. I just went for a walk. Forzan sputtered. What? You think it's reasonable to take a stroll here? Asen Ael just smirked as he walked past. No, but the sight of caged humans was rather wonderful. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? Forzan yelled. Asen Ael looked around. Where's Luna? Just then, she appeared. Asen Ael asked warmly. Luna, did you sleep well? Luna gave a small smile. Yes, I slept very well. It's such a relief. You slept so deeply that someone could have carried you away. She looked at Asen Ael shyly. Thank you for your help. Without you, Asen Ael, I would have. He cut her off. It's nothing. Don't mention it. Inside, he was quite pleased. Now Luna is in my debt. I'll find a good way to use that later. Adia's voice cut through. All right, everyone gather around. Fortunately, no one dropped out during this training session. You all performed well in my eyes. Now, let's return to Saitan. The students roared with excitement. Finally free from that place of seemingly endless time. A week has passed since Class A returned, but nothing has changed. The students, once shaken by the act of killing, had found their calm again. Meanwhile, Asen secretly practiced the spiritual movement ability he had acquired. He also had to prepare for the midterm exam the instructor kept mentioning. In the original story, Saitan's first years invaded the Royal Academy during the midterms. This meant the midterms involved an invasion of the human world. How many students would even survive? The thought was grim. Suddenly, Asen noticed Luna staring blankly into the distance, before sadly turning away. He wondered what could be wrong. Luna slumped onto her desk, looking exhausted. Asen walked over and poked her. Wake up. Startled, Luna shot upright, looking dazed. Asen, you scared me. Asen spoke cheerfully. You didn't answer, so I thought I'd startle you. You don't seem okay. Is something wrong? Luna waved her hands dismissively. No, it's nothing. Asen tilted his head, unconvinced. Really? But Luna insisted firmly. Yes, really. Seeing she wouldn't say more, he changed the subject. I see. In that case, want to have lunch together? Luna looked up, confused. Lunch? Asen asked again. Do you have other plans? Luna's eyes sparkled as she happily agreed. Oh, let's have lunch together. Asen left first, calling out the plan. I'll be waiting for you in the cafeteria then. He chuckled to himself. She seems a bit down, but she's easy to read, and she's not afraid of me anymore. It seems I earned some points with her back in Ogon. The scene shifts to the school cafeteria. Asen stood at the foot of the stairs, waiting for Luna. He was confused. The lunch period is almost over. Where is she? I don't usually eat alone. I guess there's no other choice. I'll just head back to the dorm and train. Suddenly, he saw two familiar faces, Jen and Diana. Asen panicked and instantly used his power to escape. Position swap. He vanished. Jenny sensed him and turned sharply. Diana asked her, "What's wrong?" Jean thought for a moment. "I thought I saw my escort. I must have been mistaken." Hiding behind a bush, Asen Ael felt a cold sweat. Why are they here? This is the worst possible combination. I overheard a few things in Ogon, but if they find out I'm a descendant of the Ael clan, I'm definitely dead. Not only did I play a key role in defeating the demon world, but more dangerously, I killed the demon king and his wife. I have to get out of here. Fast. Terrified, Asen began to sneak away. Jine and Diana continued their conversation. I thought I saw something too. Well, maybe they're busy. Let's go. Asen sighed in relief. That was too close. I need to be more careful. But this place is nicer than I thought. There's a spot like this behind the cafeteria. Maybe I'll train here instead of in that cramped room. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Asen recognized it. Wait a second. That voice. He ran toward the shouting. Please, stop. He found Luna there. Asen was now facing a trio of bullies. Luna looked startled to see him. Asen's eyes turned cold as he glared at the three. I see what's happening. A threatening aura pulsed from him. What are you doing to my classmate? Stop and get back to class. The blue-haired punk sneered. Protecting a half-demon? How disgusting. I can't stand it. He pointed at Asen mockingly. And why is a half-demon our class president? You can't even take on the three of us. Before he finished, a dark energy erupted, and Asen effortlessly lifted him into the air. The other two stared in shock. Asen sneered internally. How ridiculous. You can't even move under a sliver of my killing intent, yet you dare challenge me? He dropped the guy, who collapsed, trembling and coughing. Asen's gaze suddenly shifted to another. What's this? This one doesn't look afraid? No. He's calmly observing me. Asen then glanced at Luna, who was now staring at him in fear. Asen warned them, I don't intend to fight, so let's end this here. The brown-haired boy asked, What are you doing? But without another word, Asen radiated a dark, menacing aura. It's best if you say nothing. I don't want to see your guts spilled before lunch. The other two quickly helped the blue-haired boy and left. Before going, the black-haired one from before glanced back at Asen one last time. Asen met his gaze, intrigued. A calmness not typical of a student. Besides Luna, there's another diamond in the rough here. I should watch him. Luna ran over, calling, Asen. Asen asked Luna, Are you okay, Luna? She replied shyly. I'm fine. Thank you for helping me. Asen replied coolly, Good. Class is starting soon, so let's go back. Now they're teaching real magic. This is exciting. Back in the classroom, Du Bo slammed his hand on the board and said excitedly, All right, everyone. Today, we'll practice cloaking ourselves with mana in a real combat situation. We will learn the arts of stealth and silence. Asen was thrilled. Stealth and silence arts. Wow. We're finally learning the Ael specialty. Instructor Du Bo asked, How do you defeat a human on the battlefield who is stronger than you? The answer is assassination. For you, assassination isn't just a choice, it's a necessity, because none of you can kill a hero in a head-on battle. Du Bo began to demonstrate. First, I'll explain the stealth art. Slowly warm your tattoo, fully feel the circulation of your mana, and then gradually release it. Even if your mana is impure, spread it gently across your entire body. If you can't cover your whole body, the stealth art will fail. With that, Instructor Du Bo completely vanished. The whole class gasped in awe. Asen realized that's why they couldn't sense him during the fight with Samu. Du Bo reappeared to continue his lecture. Today's exercise is to spread your mana over your entire body, just like this. Okay, everyone close your eyes. Precise mana control is extremely difficult. Try it slowly, very slowly. Don't rush. Even when you're cloaked in stealth, you will still be able to see your own body. In an instant, the class fell silent, focusing on circulating their mana. Du Bo observed each student. Everyone's trying hard, but it's unlikely they'll succeed today. Even so, Jine is worthy of her lineage, thanks to her abundant mana and excellent control. But the most outstanding student is Samu. The kid's presence is already fading. He's a natural talent. It usually takes a week to master this. You could call those two geniuses. Then Du Bo remembered. Wait, isn't there one more talented student like those two? The one with the chaos attribute that made Instructor AZ so wary. Du Bo looked toward Ael's seat and was shocked. Impossible. He was just sitting there a moment ago. I can't believe he completely fooled my senses. A sinister smile played on Asen Ael's lips. Too easy. As class ended, he quickly left. His mind raced. With his talent, mastering stealth would be simple. Now, how to combine stealth with my chaos attribute? I should test it back at the dorm. Normal assassination skills are useless against true power. I need a solution. Suddenly, Instructor Dubo called from behind. Hold on. Asen Ael turned, curious. What is it? Dubo asked, is this your first time studying magic? Asen Ael nodded. Yes, it is. But I've always been able to use my innate abilities. Dubo scratched his head and laughed. Haha, I see. If you have time, would you visit my lab? Asen Ael was intrigued. And why is that? Dubo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Student Asen Ael, you have exceptional talent and the rare chaos attribute. Your research value is immense. Asen Ael agreed on the surface, but inwardly, he scoffed. My skills are only good for assassination. Nothing more. It's meaningless. He politely refused. Unfortunately, I'm busy today. Dubo looked a bit disappointed. Oh, is that so? However, Asen Ael's next words brightened his mood. But I'll definitely stop by next time. Instructor Dubo repeated excitedly. A promise. Make sure you come. Asen Ael smirked as he left. Looks like I have to play the magic genius for now. The scene shifts to the men's dormitory. Asen Ael sat alone. Why isn't Samu here? I should just begin. There's something I must achieve before the midterm exams. For that, I need a skill that surpasses simple stealth. There are spies from the human realm hiding here. If they find out I'm in the demon world, I'll have to hunt them down no matter what. It will be tough, so I must master my trump card. He took a deep, steadying breath. To conceal one's presence is to exist without existing, to completely erase oneself. After a moment of focus, he successfully activated the stealth technique. Asen Ael looked down at his hands. It worked. I can't even see myself. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. Fear gripped Asen Ael as he reeled in confusion. What's happening? Am I even breathing? His body felt wrong. I have to release the technique. But no matter how he tried, the stealth wouldn't deactivate. Panic set in. He forced himself to calm down. Come on. At the last possible second, he finally broke free. Gasping for air, Asen Ael collapsed. His senses were a blur. The feeling was terrifying, and with his mana depleted, it became nearly impossible to control. If his mana hadn't been drained completely, he might have lost himself for good. He thought it over seriously. Now I understand the warning about being consumed by chaos. But used once, it could be a secret weapon. A new art combining chaos and stealth. From now on, I'll call this technique absolute stealth. Suddenly, a sharp blow to the back of his neck sent him sprawling to the floor. Asen Ael was surprised to see Samu, but he was dazed. What is he saying? Is he telling me to move? Then a grim reality hit him. He couldn't hear his own voice. No way. Did I lose my hearing? The scene changes to the forest behind the dorms. Asen Ael focused, training his mana and testing his voice again. After a few more trials, Asen Ael understood the law of using chaotic power. Luckily, this time he didn't lose his hearing. Instead, he lost his sight. It meant absolute stealth robs the user of one or two senses. After a week of tests, he'd lost his hearing, taste, touch, and even his vision. His senses returned after 2 hours, temporarily at least. But he couldn't predict which would be affected, and absolute stealth only lasted 3 seconds. Asen Ael agonized over his new power. It's completely useless. The risk is too great. He decided to seal it away, only for a guaranteed kill. He lay on the grass, deep in thought. He had tried combining chaos with other properties, but with no success. It's better to focus on my swordsmanship or increasing my mana. It seemed he was stuck here for 2 hours. At least he was early and wouldn't be late for class. AZ's class began with the usual routine, running laps. Asen Ael grumbled. All we ever do is run in this class. When will he teach us swordsmanship? Just then, AZ shouted, All right, stop physical training and assemble. Asen Ael quickly relayed the order. Halt. That's an order from the instructor. Asen Ael shot a death glare toward AZ, making him uneasy. Still not happy that I'm class president? AZ just huffed and announced. From now on, we will reduce physical training and add swordsmanship lessons. Asen Ael and the others rejoiced. Finally, a proper sword class. AZ drew his blade. First, I'll give you a demonstration. He pointed his sword at Asen Ael, calling the class president forward. AZ asked, Can you infuse your sword with mana? Asen Ael nodded. Yes, sir. AZ immediately gave an order. Then use your mana and attack me. I, your instructor, will not use any. Asen Ael was annoyed. What is this? Humiliating me? So, just the sword. Very well, Asen Ael replied coldly. Asen Ael obeyed, drawing his blade. I see. He fell into a combat stance. He wants to see my mana-infused sword. In that case, I won't use any attributes. Let's see what you've got. AZ. Asen Ael lunged, appearing right before AZ. He unleashed a powerful thrust, but AZ dodged it easily. Asen Ael followed with a flurry of strikes, but AZ simply evaded each one. Finally, he parried a blow, deflecting it effortlessly. Asen Ael backed away to create some distance. Just as I thought, no openings. By human world standards, he would be a high-level expert. In the demon world, skill and mana matter more. Titles like Swordmaster or Expert are meaningless. Just infusing a weapon is not easy, and I don't like being looked down upon. So Asen Ael adjusted his stance, tightened his grip, and charged again. He aimed for the right carotid artery, forcing AZ to sidestep the attack. Asen Ael instantly reversed his blade, aiming for AZ's neck again. A hit, but AZ seemed to have predicted the move. His cold voice warned, still imperfect. He then blocked Asen Ael's blade with his chest muscle. Asen Ael was left completely speechless. In the next instant, AZ brought his own sword crashing down. The impact created a massive shockwave. Defeated, Asen Ael lay on the ground, coughing. But it wasn't over. AZ continued his assault. For a moment, Asen Ael felt death's cold embrace. Luna screamed, Asen Ael. At that moment, AZ swung down again, unleashing a second shockwave. Samu watched the duel with bated breath. Luckily, Asen Ael escaped AZ's final attack. I used my willpower to deflect the blade at the last second. I barely escaped that. A split second later, and I would have been sliced in two. Az stood there, sword in hand. Asen Ael asked, his voice edged with anger. Az, did you truly intend to kill me? Az nonchalantly pulled the blade from his own chest. Of course not. He tossed the sword back. Return to your position. Asen Ael seethed with frustration. So, you did mean to kill me. It's a direct challenge. Once the class reformed, Az asked. Class president, your thoughts on that fight? Asen Ael replied. That was the fighting style of the weak. Az didn't understand. What do you mean? Asen Ael explained. You let me use magic, but limited your own power. It's the only way for the weak to beat the strong. Sacrifice flesh to break bone. That was the core of your strategy. As he spoke, his face darkened. He knew Az could have dodged that last hit. But he chose to take it on his shoulder. It was a deliberate move. Exactly. Az's shout startled everyone. He then explained his method. In the human world, the strong are countless. A chance to win uninjured is nearly impossible. Make your opponent lower their guard. Use your openings as bait for a counterattack. Noble swordsmanship? Such a thing doesn't exist here. I only teach skills for victory. Calling it swordsmanship is a stretch. From now on, call this combat skills class. Asen Ael analyzed the hidden meaning. Drag your enemy down, even in death. The midterms are close. There's a reason for his intensity. A spy from the human world must have given him info about the exam. In the novel, only Shaitan Academy suffered heavy losses. The Royal Academy was nearly unscathed. Perhaps Az suspects that I am the spy. I have to find the real one before this gets worse. This is my best chance. After class, Az commanded, everyone, back to the classroom immediately. The students filed out, but Asen Ael remained. Az stared at him. Why are you still here? Planning a rebellion over what happened? Asen Ael gave a wry smile. Of course not. Az turned away, then hurried back. But he didn't see the cold, murderous intent that Asen Ael was aiming straight at his back. The scene shifts back to the classroom. Asen Ael was lost in thought. Az will never be on my side. Besides the spy suspicion, my past ruthlessness probably disgusts him. But I can't abandon this path. To surpass the 7 sins, I must build overwhelming authority and prestige. If Az crosses that line again, then no matter the cost, he will face the consequences. Asen Ael's fury was now plain on his face. Just then, Luna saw him. Fear washed over her as she stared. Asen Ael was startled. What? How long has she been standing there? He thought. I must have scared Luna again. She stammered. It's nothing. Timidly, she asked. You said we'd have lunch, so I wanted to ask again. Asen Ael smiled warmly. Oh, right. Of course. Let's go today. At the cafeteria, Asen Ael brought over a huge plate of food. They sat facing each other, a rare, peaceful meal. Wow, that's so much food. If you waste it, the demon of gluttony might punish you. Asen Ael smirked. Then I'll just have to eat every last bite. Suddenly, 3 familiar figures walked in. The green-haired one spotted Asen Ael, who waved back. The guy clicked his tongue in annoyance. Shh, let's go. The black-haired one simply observed him calmly. Asen Ael turned to Luna. What did those guys do to you? Luna replied. They used to bully me. I don't know why. It just started suddenly. Maybe because I'm weak and not physically gifted. That made sense. Luna's only ability was regeneration. Asen Ael listened grimly. Is that so? But Luna quickly clarified. Oh, it wasn't physical, just insults, or they'd take a little money. Asen Ael despised them. Shh, you should stay close to me. But Luna refused with determination. I don't need to. I'll prove I'm not a traitor to the nobility, Asen Ael countered. Then you should stick even closer to me. Then he asked, who is that other student? Luna looked over. Who? He gestured toward the black-haired boy, the one with the spider tattoo on his cheek. Luna remembered. Oh, his name is Kile. Asen Ael was surprised. Kile. That name is too familiar. Is it just a coincidence? Does he match the novel's description? He pressed Luna for details. That Kile. He's a half-demon, right? But she denied it. What are you talking about? He's a pure-blood. But he seems scary. He always glares at half-demons with contempt. Something clicked for Asen Ael. He looked at Luna. You mean, like he's looking at an insect? She nodded. Asen Ael's focus immediately shifted to Kile, his mind racing. That's the same look I gave the trash back in O. A very likely suspect. Should I buy an info slip? No, it could be a waste of money. I don't even know all my classmates' names yet. I'll have to confirm this myself. So, I have some decent intel on the spy now. Without hesitating, Asen Ael stood up and approached their table. The green-haired guy saw him and shot to his feet. What do you want? Asen Ael ignored him, looking down at Kile. There's a first-year female student at Shaitan. He paused, letting the tension build. Asen Ael continued. Who is a half-demon, and her only relative is her older brother. The green-haired guy, furious at being ignored, exploded. This bastard dares to ignore me? Last time was just a lucky break. But Asen Ael paid him no mind, his gaze locked firmly on Kile. Her name is Ivy. Right? At that name, Kile slowly turned, his face a mask of pure hatred. The green-haired punk shoved Asen Ael's shoulder, trying to make him leave. Ivy, now get lost, will you? Suddenly, Asen Ael grabbed his tie and slammed his head straight down onto the table. The boy cried out, clutching his bloody head. Asen Ael coolly rolled his wrist. So that's the real name. Unable to bear it, Kile slowly rose, his killing intent flaring violently. But he couldn't blow his cover, so he forced himself to turn away. That reaction only confirmed Asen Ael's suspicions. Asen Ael watched him leave with a cunning smirk. Found you. Kile's group then scurried to the bathroom to wash the blood from their friend's head. He smashed his fist on the mirror. Damn it, another half-breed bastard. Turning to Kile, he yelled, Kile, you'll get revenge for this, right? But Kile stood there silently, enraging the blue-haired man. He stomped closer. What is it? Why aren't you saying anything? You're the one who said not to trust half-breeds. You started this? And now you're backing down? He grabbed Kyle's collar, shouting, You cowardly bastard. Kile instantly snapped, smashing the man's face against the wall. He wasn't done, pulling him back just to slam his head again. The other man watched in terror, unable to process anything. Kile sneered. Disgusting insects, always buzzing. The brown-haired man trembled with fear. Kile, what's wrong with you? Kile didn't answer, his glare promising death. Get them out of here before I kill you all. After the two vanished, before the mirror, Kile washed his face to calm himself, checking his disguise. How did he know? My sensory concealment and illusion spells are still active. They were created by a first-class archmage. There's no way my identity was exposed. Not when I'm a disguised half-breed. Not human. Could he be another spy from the human world? The Asa family personally vouched for my identity. Asen Ael, who are you? Really? How do you know my sister? I should just kill him before my cover is blown. That night, in a hidden room at school, Kile prepared his tools to assassinate Asen Ael. He planned carefully. To kill him, I must be perfectly prepared. First, I'll send all the intel I've gathered until yesterday. It seems my identity has been discovered by that student named Ael. Suddenly, Asen Ael burst through the door. Kile snapped into a defensive stance. Asen Ael, covered in sweat, smirked. Whew, almost didn't make it. Kile quickly grabbed a sharp weapon. How did you find this place? Asen Ael straightened up and greeted him. Good evening? Kile immediately threw the weapon at Asen Ael. It would have been a peaceful evening without you. Asen Ael dodged, teasing. Why so hostile? Suddenly, a large orb materialized behind him, startling Asen Ael. A second attack flew his way. Asen Ael hastily dodged. Kile unleashed his power, summoning countless magic circles. Asen Ael was a bit surprised. Second-tier magic circles? An energy beam? I guess you're done hiding your identity. Using magic circles means you're a half-breed, right? Your current appearance must be a fake. Well, we've come this far. Kile no longer intended to hide it. He simply confirmed it. You even found this secret place. Looks like you've figured everything out. Asen Ael didn't confirm, just replied vaguely, maybe so. Kile attacked while asking, how do you know Ivy? Asen Ael swiftly dodged Kile's combo attacks, thinking, even in this situation, you worry about your sister first. Well, Kile isn't working for the humans anyway. His sister has a special illness, where immense magic gathers in her heart, far beyond human limits. He allied with humans to cure his sister's incurable disease. But there's still one thing Kile doesn't know. Should I properly provoke him? Asen Ael stopped, his words dripping with sarcasm. Who knows? How would I know? I've never even met your sister. A twisted smile appeared. Her sad face was so beautiful. Beautiful enough to make me want to destroy it. Kile couldn't contain his rage as his power flared. You bastard! Asen Ael remained unfazed, continuing his taunts. If you're going to be a spy, act like one. Call me a bastard, or something. Unwilling to let Asen Ael mock his sister, Kile roared in fury. Shut up! Before you die, I'll make you tell me everything. Asen Ael rejoiced internally. He took the bait. He provoked Kyle further. If you can, then try it. Just as planned, Kile gathered a huge magic orb and fired it at Asen Ael. He instantly used an energy beam and teleported, effortlessly bypassing Kile's attack. He was stunned. You're really a teleporter? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Asen Ael didn't waste words, replying, Close enough. Haven't you already investigated me? Kile then realized Asen Ael had known his true identity from the very beginning. He said indifferently, Sounds about right, doesn't it? Kyle's face darkened, his voice softening. I see. At this rate, Asen Ael thought. The plan succeeded. You've realized you have no chance of winning, but Kyle's power surged once more. He gritted his teeth. Then I'll just have to go all out. Asen Ael was startled, instinctively stepping back. Third-tier multicasting. At least 20 spells. This is easier than I thought. Way too easy. Kile roared, Die, and fired dozens of orbs at Asen Ael. Asen Ael immediately used Transposition 2, target locked, weaving through the barrage to close in. But Kile seemed to have planned for this, laughing loudly. I was waiting for you to use that move. Unsurprised, Asen Ael smirked, using Transposition 2 again to appear behind Kile. Kile looked at Asen Ael, confused. What the hell? Seizing the opportunity, Asen Ael unleashed his shadow domain, enveloping them both. Kile was trapped in Asen Ael's personal space. He asked anxiously, What is this? Asen Ael replied, Take a little nap, then struck his neck, knocking him unconscious. Asen Ael breathed a sigh of relief, finally caught him. You prepared all this just to kill me? Asen Ael silently watched Kile, wondering, should I kill him? No, I need Kile's information. Killing him would make Ivy my enemy. Even if I can handle Kile, Ivy is another story. By now, Ivy has likely become a dragon contractor with the hero's help, curing her illness. She has a dragon's heart and controls immense magical power. Soon she'll be an archmage, just like the female lead. If Ivy seeks revenge for her brother, even I might not escape unscathed. Is their bond really that strong? Besides, that communication device can probably only send information. Without updates, Kile must still think Ivy is suffering. But I can't just let him go. If only there was a way to tame this guy. As Kile stirred, an idea hit Asen Ael, who grinned slyly. I've got it. There is a way. Kile groaned and woke up. Asen Ael stood over him. You're awake? Kile checked his body, finding no injuries. He glared with suspicion. Asen Ael, what are you scheming? Asen Ael tilted his head, a curious look in his eyes. A plot? I'm not sure I follow. Kile exploded in rage. I mean, why didn't you just kill me? Why wait for me to wake up? Asen Ael smirked calmly. Oh, I waited all right. But did you really think I was just sitting idle? With that, he revealed the parasitic toxin from the Three Keys clan. Fear gripped Kyle as he instinctively recoiled. Asen Ael watched, amused. So, you recognize this, do you? Kyle stammered. You can control this parasite too? Asen Ael nodded. That's right. It's called the twin toxin. The slightest trigger can kill its host. And it only works properly when bound to two people. Kile shot to his feet, horrified. Twin toxin? What have you done to me? His eyes widened. Wait. Two people. Don't tell me. Asen Ael's voice was cold. Exactly what you're thinking. The other half is inside your sister, Ivy. Her body is fascinating. Her mana sensitivity is so high, her heart can't bear the strain. That made implanting the parasite almost effortless. Her condition is rare, but it's not incurable. A spark of hope ignited in Kile's trembling form. He was no longer helpless. Asen Ael locked eyes with him, his voice firm. And I am the one who can cure her. Kile scoffed in disbelief. A brat like you? How can you succeed where even the great human archmages failed? Asen Ael just smirked. It seems you still don't know who you're dealing with. The parasite from the clan devours its host's mana. He demonstrated. A flicker of energy pulsing. Asen Ael's mind raced. Ivy's heart couldn't handle her overflowing mana. But this parasite absorbs it for her. He knows so much about Ivy, he has to submit, Asen Ael thought. He's even playing his part perfectly, a truly useful pawn. Kyle's guard lowered slightly as understanding dawned. So that's it. The parasite was actually saving his sister. He cut straight to the point. What do you want? He demanded. You wouldn't reveal all this just to kill us. You obviously want something from me. Asen Ael didn't deny it. Instead, he unleashed a wave of killing intent. That's right. The pressure made Kile tremble. But first, I really don't like your tone. Don't forget, your life and your sister's are in my hands. Kile understood, bowing his head. Fine. Satisfied, Asen Ael stood. I want only 2 things from you. Kile looked up, curious. 2 things? Asen Ael revealed his first demand. Send false intel to the Royal Academy using that device. Tell them Saitan is planning to attack the 53 hero candidates at the Academy. Kile's response was instant and defiant. I refuse. You're really planning to attack a different class, aren't you? I can't accept that. Asen Ael was quick to counter. I know exactly what you're worried about. You're worried because Ivy is at the Royal Academy. Don't be. Cooperate, and I will guarantee her safety. Hearing this, Kile had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll send the false intel. Now, what's the second demand? Asen Ael's command was chilling. Withdraw from this location. Kile was stunned. You want me to leave Saitan? Asen Ael nodded. Yes, I need an agent on the outside. You will gather all news and rumors about hidden realms in the demon world and report to me. Without hesitation, Kile agreed. Fine, you'll get what you want. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Asen Ael inwardly rejoiced. A simple lie had made things flow better than he'd hoped. Once the false intel is exposed, Kile will be a disposable asset anyway. Might as well use a spy's talents for my own gain. But then, Kile spoke up. But I have one condition. A flicker of annoyance crossed Asen Ael's face. Is this guy serious? After all this? What condition? Kyle's gaze was dead serious. Write a divine demon oath. If you refuse, then just kill me and my sister. I don't care anymore. Asen Ael was taken aback. What? A divine demon oath? That was a life or death contract. If an oath sworn to the demon god is broken, the price is your very life. It was risky, but it would certainly keep Kile in check. Kile pressed him. So, what will you do? Asen Ael had no choice but to agree to his terms. Fine, I accept. But a cunning plan was already forming in his mind. If I can just sneak a loophole or 2 into the contract, breaking it won't be so difficult. He asked Kile. Only a master magician can create one of those. You have one? Kile simply shook his head. Asen Ael sighed, his patience wearing thin. You seem a little overconfident, he muttered. But Kile just looked at him. For someone like you, getting one should be easy, right? Asen Ael sighed. I knew it. In the end, I have to do everything myself. Of course, a student wouldn't have one. Who could? Then, a name came to mind. Instructor Du Bo. It was worth a shot. All right, I'll try to get one today. Meet here early tomorrow morning. Deal. And so, the contract was set. They shook hands, sealing their truce. Kile left quickly, a storm of resentment in his heart. For Asen Ael, it was just one more step in his grand design. He grinned. And just like that, I've gained a useful slave. But this still wasn't enough. Even using Kilo's false intel to trick them, he wasn't sure he could ace the midterm exams. At the Royal Academy, his chances of success were nearly 0, no matter what. But I have to find a way. I must. The scene shifts to Instructor Dubo's office. The instructor was engrossed in a thick tome. A sudden noise made Dubo look up. Asen Ael poked his head in, a wide, cheerful grin on his face. Hello, Instructor. Dubo shot up from his chair, his face alight with excitement. You actually came, just as you promised. Asen Ael beamed back. Of course, a promise is a promise. Dubo quickly ushered him into the room. Please, sit down. Would you like some tea? Asen Ael happily agreed, his eyes scanning everything in the instructor's office. He's interested in more than just books. Rituals, too. A magic instructor, indeed. Dubo poured the tea. Thank you so much for coming. Not at all. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. But, could you tell me why you needed me? Dubo adjusted his glasses, speaking carefully. It is a rather important matter. Asen Ael understood. So, there is something. A small test was in order. He stood as if to leave. If you're afraid, I'll leak your secrets. Dubo immediately took the bait, waving his hands frantically. No, it's not that. It's just not an easy topic to share. Asen Ael immediately played his card. Then, if you'd like, I can sign a divine demon oath. Dubo's eyes lit up. He agreed instantly. Oh, if you'd do that, then of course I can tell you. Asen Ael knew for sure now. He has it. The instructor snapped his fingers, and a divine demon contract materialized from thin air. Here it is. Asen Ael was surprised. Just like that, he took the contract scroll and began to read. Asen Ael will not disclose Instructor Dubo's research, and will assist said research until significant results are achieved. He looked at Dubo with suspicion. You had this prepared, didn't you? Caught red-handed, Instructor Dubo just gave an awkward laugh. Asen Ael reviewed the contract again. Time to check the conditions. If the research was beyond his abilities, he could withdraw his support, but all payment had to be returned. Dubo quickly asked what Asen Ael wanted as compensation. All right then, so what's your price? Asen Ael stated his terms to Dubo. I want the Demon God contract and a few mana potions. 3 high-grade mana potions will do. They instantly restore my mana, so they're essential for me. Dubo agreed immediately. Done. That's cheaper than an elixir. Now, you just need to sign. Asen Ael took the contract and asked, I just signed my name here? But I'm curious. Why did you choose me? There are far more talented students than me. Dubo confessed with regret. I actually asked several second and third year students for help, but none of them were useful for my research. I even approached the first year Samu, but he flatly refused, saying it was a hassle. Asen Ael nodded as he signed. Yeah, that sounds like Samu. Once he was finished, he handed the contract to Dubo. Here you go. I'm getting used to this name without Asen. As Asen Ael was about to hand over the contract, the paper suddenly burst into flames, then flowed directly into his chest. Dubo seemed unfazed, rising to approach a bookshelf. It's done. Let's begin immediately. Asen Ael was stunned, so this is how a magical pact is formed. Dubo gently pulled on a book, and the entire shelf slid aside, revealing a secret passage. Asen Ael was shocked. He never knew a place like this existed in Seton. Do the headmaster and other instructors know about this? Dubo led the way down. Come in. This is the place. A secret underground lab. Dubo approached the central shelf, introducing it to Asen Ael. And this is the book I am currently researching. Asen Ael stared at the book and asked, This one? Dubo nodded. Yes, I believe it is an ancient relic. Asen Ael was surprised. An ancient book? It certainly looks like an ancient tome. He opened it, only to be more shocked. There is no text at all. What is this? Dubo explained. Yes, as you can see, it's mostly blank, but there's an inscription on the last page. Asen Ael nodded, then asked, So where did you get it? Dubo answered, I found it by chance in an abandoned house. I had a job in the western desert, and it was sitting in the middle of the sands. Asen Ael found it hard to believe. An abandoned house in the middle of a desert? Dubo theorized. Based on the large oasis nearby, there must have been a village there once. Asen Ael's disbelief grew. So you mean, other than the book and the ruins, the entire village just vanished? Dubo could only assume so. For now, that is my only conclusion. Hearing this, Asen Ael's interest was piqued. That's fascinating. May I see the inscription on the last page? Of course, Dubo agreed happily, thrilled to find someone who shared his curiosity. With imaginary flowers blooming around him, he adjusted his gloves and eagerly replied, Naturally, this is precisely why I asked for your help. He then turned the book for Asen Ael to see. Here, have a look. Asen Ael was surprised. There really was an inscription. Dubo pleaded, Yes, but I cannot decipher it at all. Can you find out what it means? Asen Ael was in a tough spot. How am I supposed to understand such a strange script? Dubo told Asen Ael. Now you see why the other top students failed, don't you? He asked Dubo curiously. So have you made any progress at all? But Dubo simply shook his head. No, not at all. Asen Ael suggested another path. Then maybe there are clues near where the book was found? But Dubo immediately shut that idea down. Strangely, when I visited the nearby villages, no one knew a thing about the ruins or the book. Asen Ael began to worry, trying to solve this with no leads. This is going to be tough. What if I come away with nothing? There has to be a hint within the sentence. Asen Ael stared intently at the book's ancient script. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana poured out. Asen Ael was startled. What's happening? Why is my necklace reacting? All at once, the ancient script on the book began to shift and move. Asen Ael stared in disbelief. The letters are moving? Am I seeing things? The characters are rearranging themselves so that I can read them. Once the characters finished rearranging into a legible script, the light around them slowly faded. The words translated to, It has defied the laws. What remains is a curse. Everything is scattering. The wise one refuses to believe it. Until Olak stops. Asen Ael stared at the book, completely baffled. I can read it, but I don't understand it at all. Seeing his necklace react this way, he knew it was related to the demon god. Dubo looked at him and asked, Is something wrong? Asen Ael announced immediately, I've deciphered the inscription. Dubo was completely shocked. What? Asen Ael began to recite what he had read. The sentence is, "But I still don't fully understand its meaning." Dubo excitedly reviewed Asen Ael's words, like a child. Incredible. The syllables match up perfectly. Just as I suspected, it seems to be related to the chaos attribute, and since that's a rare attribute, it has immense research value. Suddenly, Dubo caught himself and gave an embarrassed cough. I'll need to conduct more research to confirm, but this is a monumental discovery. Asen Ael just smiled weakly. Is that so? Dubo eagerly replied. Yes, we may have to search other areas for similar relics or books. Student Asen Ael, this is more than enough for today. Asen Ael quickly tried to take his leave. I understand. In that case, I will. But Dubo cut in. Yes, I will give you your payment right now. Asen Ael was surprised. You're paying me right now? Dubo nodded. Yes, just wait a moment. Asen Ael was secretly pleased. The pact I can understand, but I thought the potion would take much longer. He watched as Dubo busily searched for the items. Now where did I put it? Suddenly, Asen Ael had a realization. Wait a minute. If Dubo is also researching ancient texts or other relics, he held up his necklace to inspect it. The 3 circles on the pendant were glowing red, influenced by the book. Once all 3 of them are filled with color, I have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe I should just give the necklace to Dubo? It's not like I know how to use it anyway. But he thought again. No, since it is related to a demon god, I must keep it. Even though we're acquaintances now, I still can't trust him completely. Dubo quickly handed the potion and contract to Asen Ael. Here you are. I will put this in a bag to make it easier to carry. Asen Ael accepted the items politely. Thank you, sir. I'm very grateful. Dubo returned the sentiment. No, I am the one who should be thanking you. Without your help, I never would have been able to read it. I hope we can continue to work together in the future. Asen Ael accepted with a smile. I will help in any way I can. Before Asen Ael left, Dubo added a final warning. Please do not tell anyone else about my research. Suddenly, Asen Ael's expression hardened, his tone changing. Ah, that depends entirely on your actions, instructor. Dubo was startled. Wait, are you planning on breaking the pact? Asen Ael returned the threat. Isn't this research being conducted without the headmaster's permission? If you had followed the proper procedures and gotten Citan's approval, you wouldn't have needed a secret contract like this. That panicked look on your face. I know I'm right. If this gets out, I could be expelled too. But I'm already involved, so I'll support you to the end. 1 mana potion is all I need. Dubo nodded, trembling. Ael spoke honestly. This is all I have, but it's not bad. Thank you, Professor. I'll be going. Dubo asked curiously, what will you use his advice for? He left Dubo with a startling reply. To control a slave. The next afternoon, as planned, Ael went to their first meeting spot. Kile was already there. So you've come. Ael greeted him cheerfully. Long time no see? Kile shot back with scorn. Huh. Drop the long time no see act. Did you bring the oath or not? Asen Ael clicked his tongue. You're no fun at all. Then he pulled out the contract. Of course. Shall we draw up the terms now? Kile was surprised. I didn't think you'd actually get it today. Asen Ael retorted. You're the one who told me to get it. What's there to say? There's no turning back now. If you break this promise, you'd better be prepared. Now, read the contents carefully and sign. Kile read it and agreed. Fine. I will swear by this pact. Ael shall not pose any threat to Kile or his sister. Furthermore, Ael will prevent his sister's illness from relapsing. Kile must place Ael's orders above all else. In return, Ael will not assign Kile any life-threatening missions. The contract instantly burned, its essence flowing into Kile. Asen Ael searched his pocket. With this, the pact is complete. He handed Kile a piece of paper. This is your first order. Kile took it and touched the sphere. Understood. I'll send the false information. Just insert the paper into this slot. The transmission will start immediately. It also recharges automatically, so it can be used once a month. Asen Ael watched carefully. So, that's how it works. Interesting. Opening a gate large enough for 1 person requires considerable mana and funds. This might be useful later. Kyle continued. Once they think I've been eliminated due to the false intel, they won't use this device anymore, so it'll be useless soon. Asen Ael was confused. Eliminated? Isn't this a mutual agreement? Kile sighed and stood up. Think whatever you want. Ael quickly issued his second order. That leaves only 1 command. Kile, starting today, you must leave Saitan. Gather all information on the demon world outside Saitan, like hidden lands and legends of the noble demon families, lost histories, and ancient relics. For now, start by finding a nearby hidden land and info on the 7 deadly sins families. Send a report of your findings every 2 weeks. Kile immediately agreed. Understood. His past as a spy made him incredibly efficient at following orders. Kile extended his hand to Ael. Delighted, Ael reached back, Surprised, Keela initiated the handshake. Then I'll be looking forward to your future work. But Keela suddenly slapped his hand away and scowled. Cut the talk about the future and give me the money. If you want me to gather intel, I need funds. Asen Ael was taken aback. Ah, right. The money. I didn't even think about that. I don't have much on me right now. He searched his pockets. Wait a moment. Let's get Christie's help. He gave Keela a note, instructing him, just say my name and show them this. Even the Bade family will help you. Never open it on the road. Kyle took it to begin his mission. Got it. I'll set out today. I will leave Saitan right after submitting my withdrawal. Asen Ael praised him. You work fast. Keela left with a parting shot of disgust. Shh. Nothing makes me sicker than being surrounded by you worm-like people. The scene changes to Asen Ael's classroom. The very next day, Keela vanished from Saitan. As rumors of Keela's withdrawal spread, my name was briefly mentioned because of the cafeteria incident. Luna suspects me too. Well, it's only natural, since it happened right during our meal. The real problem is the instructors, especially Azet. He definitely suspects something is wrong, but he can't make a move against me yet. The midterms are just a few days away. If they change the class president now, it would cause chaos. Aide spoke up, greetings everyone, and began the announcement. Students, the midterm exam begins in 3 days. There are 4 subjects: weapon techniques, human studies, magic, and practical training. The most important is the practical exam. The practical exam is on the last day of midterms. We will be invading a human school, the Royal Academy. In 3 days, it finally begins. So, we finally made it to this point. The main scenario of the original story is officially starting. The demon tribe invades the Royal Academy, and humanity rises to stop them. Amidst this chaos, many villains will be revealed, and fierce clashes will begin. Forzan shot up from her seat, fired up. First place in the midterms will definitely be mine. The whole class cheered her on. If it's Forzan, she can definitely do it. Kill the class president. Finish them off. Spurred on, Forzan grew even bolder. Bow down before me. Asen Ael watched uneasily. Is all this killing really necessary? It seems the entire class has been brainwashed. Then he heard others whispering behind him. So, this is really an invasion of the human world. After everything we've endured, I'll definitely get my revenge. He began to worry. Fighting the humans who killed their families had everyone agitated, more so than trembling with fear or anxiety. If things go according to my novel, Class A will be completely annihilated during the midterms. But there's still hope. I've already twisted countless events from the past. I bribed Kyle to feed the Royal Academy false intel, and I kept Luna, our healer, from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible, but I can at least prevent my class from being wiped out. If I succeed, I'll be highly praised as class president and earn Azet's trust as a bonus. I'll get another chance to enter Saitan's armory. My goal for this midterm is survival and a high score. I have to give it my all, as if my very life depends on it. Jean appeared out of nowhere, scowling at him. Long time no see. Ael forced a smile and greeted her. Yes, my lady. It feels like it's been a very long time. It must have been months since we last met. He was terrified inside. She's really angry. Jeannie radiated killing intent. Yes, because you kept avoiding me, Ael thought nervously. She kept using joint training as an excuse to see me. And now she suddenly calls for me right before midterms. I get why you're mad. But why are you two always together? Diana greeted him. Hi, I'm Diana. Ael looked at her, breaking into a cold sweat. They say the more you avoid a bad connection, the more it clings to you. I really don't know what to do here. Seeing Ael's silence, Diana leaned in to tease him. Aren't you going to greet me back? That could really hurt my feelings. Realizing his error, he quickly bowed his head in greeting. My name is Diana. It's a true honor to meet someone of your noble lineage, she said warmly. Yes, a pleasure, Janae cut in. Now, let's skip the pleasantries. Tell me, why did you avoid me for so long, only to suddenly ask for a duel? He began to spin a lie. It's because I feel terribly guilty. Janae looked intrigued. About what? He put on a show of crocodile tears. As your bodyguard, I failed to protect you. The guilt has been tearing me apart. Hearing this, Jeannie's face flushed as she yelled. Stop whimpering like some lost puppy. He continued his act, feigning a wounded heart. You don't understand my feelings at all. How could you be so cold? Inside, however, he was gritting his teeth. Damn it. Do I really have to use that? He then pulled out a mana vial for Janae. It seems so. To atone for my failure, I've brought you a gift, milady. Diana's eyes widened in surprise. What's this? A mana recovery potion? Ael nodded. Yes. And it was incredibly difficult to find. Diana excitedly threw an arm around Ginny, trying to persuade her. I heard these became extremely rare after the war. Just take it and forgive him, won't you? Ael wondered. Why is she helping me? Thanks, Diana. But Jeannie angrily shoved her hand away. Enough. I don't need something like this. It was clear this approach wasn't working. Ael grew worried. She's genuinely angry now. He quickly spun a more tragic tale. The truth is, other students bullied me for being a half-demon, so I kept my distance. I was afraid of causing you trouble, milady. He then dropped to his knees. If my actions hurt you, I am truly and deeply sorry. I apologize, milady. Please, let this work, Ael pleaded internally. Diana cleverly chimed in. You genuinely care for Jenny, don't you? You're a good bodyguard. At that, Jean's mood finally improved. She smiled, but still refused the gift. I'm not accepting it. Too yet. Seeing his chance, Asen Ael pressed on. He held out the mana vial again. Huh? So you mean you'll accept the potion? Jenny quickly turned her face away. I told you. I'm not injured. Diana came over, poking Jenny's cheek. This is good for Our Lady, isn't it? Looks like everything worked out. The irritable genie pushed Diana away. Stop talking to me. The more she was pushed, the more amused Diana became, clinging to Jen again. You're just too uptight. Seriously, if you fixed that, you'd be perfect. Ael was surprised. He'd never seen this side of Diana. Then, Janae pointed her sword at Ael. How about a sparring match then? It's been a while. Ael readily agreed, but Diana suddenly stepped in. Wait a moment. She whispered to Jane. Jaina, show your guard that new technique. Ael was taken aback. A new technique? So, she learned something new while I was away. At those words, Jen's aura exploded from her body. A massive wave of energy enveloped her. Ael was stunned. Such an intense aura. It's incredible. Jean's blade rapidly began to darken as her aura surged toward the tip. Asen Ael watched in shock. Mana is condensing at the point, turning it pitch black. Don't tell me. That's the Gomchiu sword art? It's a realm of sword ki that only expert-level human knights can ever hope to reach. Normally, demons just condense magic into their bodies or weapons. This technique requires refining mana until it's thinner than a sheet of paper. I can't believe she actually did it. Truly a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. But the aura only covers half the blade. Asen Ael noted. It's still incomplete, isn't it? Jine nodded. Yes, it requires pushing my concentration to its absolute limit. He drew his own blade. In that case, shall we test it out? Let's do this. Ael analyzed cautiously. I don't know the full power of Gomchiu. I'll just test it with a normal dagger. He lunged toward Jeannie, striking fast. Jen easily parried the blow, countering instantly with a horizontal slash. Ael desperately arched his back to dodge the attack, then leaped away. He grinned and rushed in again. With my enhanced vision, I can track all her movements. I can handle this. But Jean instantly reactivated Gomchiu, shattering Ael's dagger in one strike. He was stunned. She can activate Gomchiu in the blink of an eye? He gasped. Incredible. Is the technique really this powerful? Jenny replied with confidence. Of course it is. Diana spoke up. A noble lady who is stronger than her own bodyguard. You don't see something like that every day. Jine is truly magnificent. Isn't she? What's this? Are you blushing? That's so unlike you, Jen. And then, suddenly, Diana's eyes began to glow. Her gaze was fixed on Ael. The more I look, the stranger he seems. He looks ordinary, but feels off. What is it? I'm so curious. Ael was instantly on his guard. Diana possesses an ability called observation. It allows her to see even the smallest details on her target. I never expected the heir to the Demon King to be this interested. How should I respond to this? I should probably keep my distance from her. She could become my greatest enemy. With that thought, he unleashed a wave of killing intent, straight at Diana as a warning. To his shock, Diana simply smirked in amusement. She's smiling? Most people would be terrified when faced with killing intent. Is this the calm composure of the truly powerful? Just then, Jenny spoke. What are you so curious about? Diana immediately dropped her focus on Ael and turned back to teasing Jenny. I was just thinking how much more interesting your swordsmanship has become. Ael breathed a sigh of relief. She's so easy to distract. He turned to Jen. I'm curious too. How do you perform Gomchiu? Jenny held up her sword. You have to get used to the feeling, like you're filling the blade from the inside out. Ael nodded. I see. So that's why they're called the Genelit. We should end our training session here. I also have to study. Jenny gave her permission. Yes. Let's do that. He then asked Lady Jenna, are your preparations for the midterm exams going well? She offered a satisfied smile in return. Perfectly. Ael watched her, relieved by the confidence in her eyes. The first midterm exam isn't the one where the original Jenny achieved a high score. In other words, Jine will pass this midterm. But it's highly likely that the Class A students, myself included, will die. He bowed. In that case, good luck to you, milady. Diana and Janae said their goodbyes and departed. You too. Take care. Before leaving, Diana turned and mouthed a message to him. See you later. Ael flinched. It seems I'm a target again. Later, back in the dormitory, Ael was feeding Az's bird. He was lost in thought, confiding in the small creature. Well, the midterm exams finally start today. I bet AZ worked you hard without feeding you again. I have to leave for the test soon, so eat quickly. In any case, I studied all night for today's human studies exam, but I still don't understand a thing. How could a storyteller like me fail a class on human studies? Heh, I crammed for it once, so I should be able to pass. Right. But the moment class started, my mind went blank. Luna approached Asen Ael with concern. Asen Ael, are you pushing yourself too hard? Looking exhausted, Asen Ael replied to her. This is nothing. Lady Luna, are you fully prepared? Luna answered nervously. I'm a little shaky, but I refuse to fail. Asen Ael simply nodded. I see. And you, Forzan? Forzan scoffed arrogantly. Why waste time on theory? All that matters is acing the practical exam. Ha ha ha, first place is mine, obviously. Asen Ael watched her, thinking, to raise my survival odds by even 1%, I can't neglect any detail. She needs to be taught a lesson. Soon, the written exam began. The instructor entered, announcing, all right, everyone to your seats. Textbooks away. Anyone caught cheating will be expelled immediately. Asen Ael focused, using his immersion trait to recall everything he had crammed. This is going smoother than I expected. What are your thoughts on humanity? But this wasn't a multiple-choice question. It was a scoreless essay. My thoughts on humanity? For Asen Ael, whose family was destroyed by them, the answer should be simple. Humans and demons. The one who created them both is also their father. It's hard to write a clear answer. Something feels wrong. But I should probably write what Satan wants to hear. The bell rang as the instructor announced, time's up, turn in your exams. The second part of the test was the practical weapons exam. AZ was this session's instructor. Before they began, he laid out the rules. Today's test is a one-on-one battle, where you will use your true, full power. Be it magic or weapons, bring out your absolute best. However, holding back out of fear is unacceptable. Step forward when I call your name. Asen Ael tensed up. This is intense. So, we're meant to fight like it's a real battle? The exam had only just begun. Yet Forzan and the others were already trembling. Most students were defeated in a single instant. Asen Ael watched AZ, thinking, he's not holding back at all. No one lasted more than a few seconds. They dropped like flies. AZ only used his fists, yet they couldn't even touch him. AZ yelled, next, Samu, step up and give it your all. Samu instantly unleashed his aura. Yes, sir. With a roar, his power surged, and he charged wildly at AZ. The instructor grinned. Looks like I'll have to get a little serious. I'll give you a worthy response. He then coated his entire blade in aura. Asen Ael was stunned. His aura is red. It must be a fire attribute. With just a few simple swings, AZ neutralized all of Samu's attacks, putting him on the defensive. So powerful, just as expected from instructor AZ. Even after that, he's perfectly stable. Samu knew he had to push harder, mustering one more attack. AZ grew even more excited, his blade seeming to thirst for battle. He recovered that quickly? Impressive. In a flash, he was before Samu, driving a fist into his gut. Samu immediately coughed up bile. AZ asked, are you done? Though his body trembled, Samu struggled to fight on. A beast manifested behind AZ, biting his shoulder. But AZ tore it apart like paper. So many shoulder injuries lately. A surprise attack? Clever move. Samu could no longer stand and collapsed. AZ ordered him carried from the arena, then turned to Asen Ael. Next. Step up, Asen Ael. Asen Ael knew it was his turn. He met AZ's gaze and stepped forward to face him. AZ said impatiently, let's begin. Asen Ael tensed. This killing intent is immense. He won't kill me, but he's aiming to take an arm or a leg. AZ pointed his sword. Come at me with everything you've got. But unexpectedly, Asen Ael spoke. Please wait a moment. AZ questioned him. Do you need more time to prepare? Asen Ael replied without hesitation. There's something I wish to see first. AZ was intrigued. Making a request of your examiner? And what is it you want to see? Asen Ael smiled. I want to see you coat your blade with sword aura, right from the start. AZ's tone hardened. Sword aura isn't something you can copy just by seeing it once. You must truly grasp its essence. But Asen Ael replied with confidence. Oh, if you show me just once, I think I can grasp it. Seeing Asen Ael's audacity, AZ relented. You've got nerve. Fine, I will show you once. Watch carefully. In an instant, crimson mana condensed, enveloping his blade. AZ snorted, taunting him. You think you can replicate this? Unfazed, Asen Ael drew his fang-like blade. Thank you for the demonstration. With a confident smirk, he began to copy AZ's energy flow. This can't be done just by understanding it intellectually. In that case, I'll stop thinking and trust my talent completely. Asen Ael took a deep breath, focusing all his mana into the tip of his blade. After just a few seconds of observation, Asen Ael succeeded. He cheered internally. It's working, it's turning black. Dark Fang. Even though the blade is already black, I can feel a distinct difference. Too bad I can't infuse my chaos attribute yet. If I could, it would have turned gray. Asen Ael looked at AZ confidently. What do you think? Exceeding all expectations, AZ broke into a manic grin. I admit, you have talent. The mana on Asen Ael's blade vanished. He felt a pang of disappointment. Still too draining? Only 5 seconds. But it was worth a try. Shaking off the thought, Asen Ael took his stance. Here I come. AZ roared with excitement. Good. Bring it on. The defeated Samu sat watching intently from the sidelines. The two fighters clashed instantly, sending out massive shockwaves. Asen Ael attacked with relentless agility, a feral grin on his face. He moved like a wild beast. But AZ easily parried Asen Ael's thrust and offered a sharp critique. You only use aura when you swing? It's just for show. With a casual flick of his sword, AZ sent Asen Ael flying. While airborne, Asen Ael targeted AZ's sword and activated position swap. The target was locked. Instantly, Asen Ael appeared beside AZ. AZ bent backward, dodging the attack and countering with a knee. Asen Ael quickly crossed his arms, bracing for the impact. From his defensive stance, he rapidly assessed the situation. He dropped his sword. This is my chance. He then unleashed Dark Fang, Black Sword. A 3-strike combo rained down on AZ, but AZ was unfazed. He braced himself. This is nothing. Mana erupted around him, forming a shield that shattered Asen Ael's attack. Asen Ael was stunned. For someone with such a large frame, his reflexes and aura are unbelievable. Not even my black sword could break through. This man is a monster. AZ lunged forward, his fist ready to smash Ael. But just as the blow was about to land, Ael yielded. AZ froze in surprise. What? I said. Running away was forbidden. The entire class watched, completely stunned. Ael quickly explained his arms were injured from blocking. Besides, my mana is completely drained, so I can't fight. He playfully poked at AZ's hand. Getting hurt before the combat exam is just a disadvantage. There's no point. I only surrendered to provoke the instructor anyway. Ael turned away, annoyed. All right, return to your seat, Ael said politely. Thanks for your understanding. But AZ was furious, roaring. Cut the nonsense. Ael just stared, not daring to speak. I was too scared to even open my mouth. But after that fight, the class's view of Ael shifted. They buzzed with whispers. Did he just tie with an instructor? Impossible. Even for a half-demon, a class president is still a president. Ael smirked to himself. Everything was going exactly as planned. I grabbed their attention with flashy attacks, making AZ look useless. For the combat exam, I must be the class's undeniable pillar. If Forzan leads like in the original novel, Class A will be annihilated. Suddenly, Samu approached him. Why did you do that? Ael turned, confused. You recovered quickly. But what are you talking about? Samu yelled again. I'm asking you why. Ael sheathed his sword and replied. Well, I was out of mana and stamina, so I surrendered. But Samu boomed. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking why you're so powerful. Ael gave a dismissive answer. I guess I was born this way? Samu asked suspiciously. Is that all? Ael shrugged. Do I truly need another reason? Samu sneered, unable to believe someone like him could be so strong. It felt like a personal insult. Ael's anger flared, and he shot back. You little brat. Weren't you born into a noble family, taking your power for granted? Samu instantly erupted, his aura flaring. What did you say? You useless punk. Watch your mouth. They faced off, seething with rage. But Samu quickly withdrew his aura, cursed Ael, and left. Utter trash. Ael seethed. Where did that guy come from? Picking a fight. I'm worried he won't follow my orders during the midterm exam. Forzan approached, scolding Ael. Why did you act like that? Ael explained. Samu was the one who started it. Forzan snapped. That is not the issue. I know Samu treats you poorly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking him about his family. Asen Ael was confused. Just because I mentioned his family? He scorns me for being a half-demon. Forzan sighed, defeated. So, you truly have no idea. Samu is the head of the Thaman family. Asen Ael was stunned. A new first-year student is a family head? Impossible. Just as I thought. That boy's clan was wiped out long ago. So that's why. No wonder he reacted that way about his family. Forzan's aura flared as she explained. In the human-demon war, his entire bloodline was slaughtered by humans. Samu only became the head because he's the last one left. Do you understand now why I scolded you? Ael thought to himself. His own clan had also been completely destroyed. But since possessing this body, I haven't felt Ael's true rage or sorrow. But Samu, he isn't like me. He witnessed it all and lived through that tragedy himself. I thought a destroyed clan was just a background setting in a story. I never knew the characters from my novel could feel so real and alive. Ael understood. From now on, I'll be more careful. Seeing his resolve, Forzan let it go. Just remember that. I'm off. He wished her well. Yeah, good luck on the test. Forzan laughed haughtily. A slave is worried for me? This is nothing. Just sit back and watch. Ael yelled. Forzan, get out here. Asen Ael watched her, seeing her in a new light. I thought she was all talk, but she actually has a serious side. That thought vanished instantly when he heard Forzan pleading during her fight with AZ. Please calm down. Have mercy on me. He forced a smile and thought, I should just prepare for the next exam. The third exam covered stealth and magic theory. Stealth was my specialty, so that was no problem, and most of the magic theory was familiar and easy. After the exam, the instructor spoke up. All right, you all did well. Be sure to rest up before the practical combat test. Ael slumped onto his desk in relief. That was definitely the easiest exam so far. I might have even scored perfectly on the magic section. But the upcoming combat exam is the real problem. It doesn't matter how well I've done up to this point. If I die during the combat test, it's all for nothing. I can do this. Right? Just thinking about it makes my stomach twist into knots. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Forzan asked, Did you do well on the magic exam? He sat up, exhausted. Yeah, I think I did all right. How about you, Forzan? She gave a mysterious laugh. Hee, take a guess. It didn't take long for Ael to figure it out. From your expression, you must have aced your magic specialty. If I don't humor her, she'll just bother me all day. I'm guessing you got a perfect score then. But Ael's thoughts went elsewhere. But you must have failed the weapons exam horribly, so what's there to brag about? Forzan went silent, processing his words, then furiously grabbed his collar. What did you just say to me, you little brat? Ael panicked. My fault. My anxiety about the combat exam made me slip up. Suddenly, an unfamiliar boy entered the class, greeting Class A. Ael was shocked to realize it was Baotan. He walked up to Ael. It seems you're doing quite well. Ael returned the greeting awkwardly. It has been a while, Lord Baotan. But he had absolutely no idea why Baotan was here. He chuckled cheerfully. Ha ha, so you do remember me. I appreciate that. But then his focus shifted to Ael's power, and his aura began to flare. And it seems you've grown stronger since we last met. Not to be outdone, Ael released his own aura in response. Thanks for the compliment. He was so tired of everyone trying to challenge him. But Baotan quickly withdrew his aura and got to the point. I'm eager to test my skills against you too. But I have other plans today, so I can't. Forzan warmly greeted Baotan. You're the child of envy, correct? I remember seeing you at the entrance exam. This is our first meeting since then. Baotan returned the pleasantry. And you must be Forzan. He nodded cheerfully. That's right. Baotan made an offer. I'm heading somewhere. Want to come? Forzan arrogantly shot back. Are you ordering me around? Baotan explained the situation to Forzan. The class presidents are gathering for a meeting. Since the principal will be there, you must attend. Ael was skeptical. A meeting? Forzan innocently replied to Baotan. But I'm not the class president. Baotan was surprised. You're not? Forzan crossed his arms and presented him. Well, the president is my subordinate. This person is the actual class president. Baotan stared at Ael, stunned. What? His fighting spirit ignited, wanting to challenge Ael on the spot. You're the class president? I really want to fight you right now. Are you free? Ael broke into a cold sweat, cursing this battle-crazed fool. He quickly stood to change the subject. We have a meeting to attend. Maybe another time. Lead the way. Baotan clicked his tongue, reluctantly dropping it. Tsk. Fine. Follow me. Forzan, you should come along too. Without hesitation, Forzan agreed. I'm the class president's master, so he should follow me. Baotan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, you guys are certainly ridiculous. All right then, let's go. Forzan eagerly motioned to Ael. Follow me. Watching these two, Ael worried about his own fate. Good grief. The three of them quickly made their way to the classroom. Ael asked Baotan, by the way, what's this meeting about? Baotan explained. Ah, it's to divide territories. You know the midterm is about invading the human world, right? Ael understood immediately. I see. So this meeting decides which class attacks where. Baotan seemed slightly surprised. Oh, you caught on fast. No wonder you were chosen. Even for a half-demon president, you're better than those with empty heads and only brute strength, he said, grabbing the handle and opening the door. We're here. The scene shifts to inside the meeting room. With Baotan and Ael's arrival, all class presidents were present. From Class C were Diana and Jine. Jine was confused to see Ael there. Class D's Guga, plus the presidents of B and E. Baotan reported, everyone is here. Principal. Lucian, seated at the center, welcomed them. Come in, class president. Jine flinched when the principal called Ael the president. Everyone's eyes immediately shot toward Ael. What? He's the class president? Ael gave a polite smile. Yes, thank you for having me. Diana whispered to Jenna, your guardian is quite impressive. Seeing Gina, Ael grew worried. I never told her I was the president. Explaining this later will be tough, Lucian quickly announced. Since everyone has arrived, shall we begin? Please take your seats. But Guga refused to accept Ael and started trouble. How ridiculous. A half-demon as a class president? And that fool behind him isn't worthy of the Seven Sins title. He was probably kicked out of his position. Even a passing Cerberus would laugh at this meeting of insects. Am I wrong? Seeing Guga's fury, Forzan quietly agreed. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Being targeted directly, Forzan's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Ael sensed the hostile atmosphere in the room. He wondered, is this a meeting or a trap? Guga shot a hateful glare at Ael, spewing insults. You'd better get out of my sight, you filthy half-breed. Ael refused to back down, quickly taking a defensive stance. He scanned his surroundings, enemies on all sides. I just followed Bao Tan here. This is absurd. Even the principal is allowing this. Did they set this up to test my qualifications? If so, then I need to show them what I've got. Seeing Ael's silence, Guga roared impatiently. Are you deaf? Talk is cheap. She grabbed Bao Tan's head, ready to crush it, but Ael instantly slapped her hand away and drew his sword. Without hesitation, he thrust it at Guga's neck. Guga immediately hardened her body to repel the blow, but Ael was a step ahead, summoning countless dark fangs to surround Guga. Refusing to be outmatched, Guga furiously cursed. You bastard! Guga reinforced her entire body to shatter Ael's attack. Ael seized the chance, darting low and rushing forward. Guga gathered mana into her fist, aiming to pummel him. She screamed, intending to crush his skull, but Ael fought with growing excitement. He couldn't help but grin, pouring aura into his sword and slashing Guga's forearm, dealing heavy damage. Guga roared in pain. Jene was stunned, realizing Ael had used sword aura against Guga. He didn't stop there, grabbing Guga's chin and aiming for her eye. Just as the blade was millimeters away, Lucian's voice stopped the fight. That's enough. Stop. Everyone, return to your seats. Ael complied, slowly sheathing his sword. He asked Lucian, are you satisfied now? She gave a pleased smile and replied, that will suffice. Ael, sit next to Guga. Wounded, Guga cursed under her breath. Damn it. Bao Tan had enjoyed the show. Oh, stronger than I thought. Forzan was bursting with pride. As expected of my slave, the clash between Ael and Guga left everyone speechless. Even Diana praised him. How impressive. Jenny's guardian indeed. But Jenny wasn't pleased. Ael had another skill she knew nothing about. Lucian got straight to the point. All right, settle down. Let's begin the meeting. There is only one reason I've summoned you all here, to assign each class a zone for invading the human world in the practical exam. Ael asked for more details. I've heard about this, but I want to know the exact details of the division. Lucian formed a glowing cube in her hand. Seeing is better than hearing. The cube expanded into a massive 2D map. Janae was surprised. This is a map. Lucian nodded. Correct. But you know, this is no ordinary map. Ael answered. It's a map of the human continent. Lucian smiled, satisfied, and continued. That's right. I was hoping Class A would attack here, but it seems I underestimated their president. This is the Royal Academy, so I've decided on a more difficult mission for you. Asen Ael froze, a deep dread rising within him. Attacking the Royal Academy is the most dangerous mission in the human world, and you're giving us something even harder? Is there something I don't know? Lucian explained. According to our spies, one of the first-year classes will have an outdoor lesson, an attack on a secret realm. Hearing this, Asen Ael realized at once. Ah, I see. Attacking a single first-year class away from the school seems easier on the surface. First years are the weakest, but Lucian crossed her arms, presenting her idea. Wouldn't it be better for Class A to strike the city instead? Joe stood up, intrigued. Exactly. Those flies are nothing. Our class should attack the capital. Asen Ael didn't agree immediately, considering it carefully. The spy doesn't know the timing, but the hero's party is far beyond the Sins' children. Their true nature will be revealed during the mid-level tournament after midterms. And in the class we have to attack is one of the hero's companions. Any class, besides Jen's or Bao Tan's, would be annihilated. Which location would yield the best result? After careful thought, Asen Ael gave his answer. My Class A will attack a first-year class at the Royal Academy. Yo instantly erupted. What the hell is this? We should be hitting the capital. Guga seized the chance to mock him. So a half-blood hero is still just a half-blood, scared of a few mere humans? Asen Ael was no longer the gentle boy from before. He struck Guga directly. I should have taken one of your eyes earlier. Then you couldn't glare at me now. Guga shot up in a rage. He called Asen Ael a bastard. But Lucian quickly intervened, asking Asen Ael, why choose the easier target? I thought you'd aim for the capital. Lucian thought to herself. They don't know the hero's companion is there. Their worst possible opponent. Still, I must take that risk. The elixir is there. Normally, the hero's companion would absorb it, but I must obtain it at any cost, he answered Lucian. The reason is my unique ability. She was curious. A unique ability? He explained. Yes, I have exceptional assassination skills, but there's no reason to cause a stir in a city full of humans. Most areas in the capital are densely populated. Leading dozens of people on an assassination mission is too risky. Of course, killing all the witnesses would solve that problem. Lucian was completely satisfied with Asen Ael's explanation. You exceeded my expectations, understanding both the human terrain and your own strengths. In that case, I have no reason to stop you. Class A is assigned the Royal Academy's first years. Asen Ael bowed in thanks to Lucian for her permission. He stood up, making an excuse. Then I'll go inform my comrades. Asen Ael desperately wanted to leave before she changed her mind. He turned to Forzan. Let's go, Forzan, she agreed blankly. Right. The room of 8 was now down to 6. Ijon couldn't help but praise Asen Ael. Quite impressive. You're a guard of the Baal family, aren't you? You found a good one. Asen ignored Ijon, lost in thought. What Asen Ael just showed was definitely a family swordsmanship. But a short while ago, he couldn't even manifest its power. How did he do it? Asen Ael has always been good at hiding things. What is this? This sharp pang in my heart. Bao Tan was also filled with interest in Asen Ael. During the entrance exam, he was just slightly strong, but his growth is explosive. It really makes me want to fight him. Lucian gazed out the window, thinking, now I see why the instructors warned us about Asen Ael. He defeated one of the children of the 7 deadly sins. So, to prove his strength, he could have chosen the hardest zone. Instead, he chose to act with caution. A sinister smile touched her lips. His judgment and skills are both extraordinary. He is too promising a seed to discard, simply because of AZ's warning. If nurtured well, he could become the family's perfect hunting dog. But if he can't be tamed, the only option is to dispose of him, like the 6 human houses. Meanwhile, Asen Ael rushed back to class to report to the others. Tomorrow is finally the practical exam. I must be thoroughly prepared. The scene shifts to the Sion Auditorium. All the students have gathered for the exam. Everyone was excited to finally face the enemy. I heard our class is going to kill the human hero. Someone told me the target is an enemy clan. I can't wait. Let's show those humans the power of Class A. Unlike the others, Asen Ael was busy planning for the trip. We've spread false info that we're attacking the third-year dorms, so the Imperial Academy's instructors will be stationed nearby. That leaves only one instructor to escort the first years outside. If I'm right, that instructor will be a 5th Circle mage. My goal is to hunt down and eliminate them. Facing the hero's companion is already tough enough. We must deal with the instructor first. Then, I have to retrieve the elixir from that secret chamber. Now, the headmaster will give a speech. A voice shouted, "All of you, silence." Lucian stepped onto the stage. She began to speak. Cadets, at this very moment, the war begins. You will face the very beings who murdered your parents, your siblings, and your friends. Among those living in Cyan, not one has escaped that pain. And every single one of you has witnessed it. The moment they tore from us, those we held dear, forever. While you were helpless, clinging to the bodies of your family and weeping, those despicable humans mocked you and tried to desecrate the remains of your loved ones. But now, it is our turn to hunt them. Hearing Headmaster Lucian's speech, all the students erupted with a deafening roar. Standing in the ranks, Asen Ael felt the weight of Lucian's words. This whole scene feels insane. The headmaster's speech has pushed the students' morale to its absolute peak. Lucian unleashed his power, blessing every student present. Asen Ael was stunned by the sheer range of Lucian's aura. To think he could bless so many people at once. What a monster. Facing him as an enemy would be terrifying. The instructors began to guide their students. We're boarding that train now, so please form a single, orderly line. The students quickly got on board. An announcement echoed. This train is bound for the space station. All passengers, please brace for impact. Asen Ael reminded the students, we should arrive in about an hour. Please get some rest. But for Asen Ael, there was no time to relax. He was lost in thought once again. A space station. To teleport so many students by warping space must cost hundreds of sacred stones. But later in the story, more gates to the human world opened, and the 2 realms were eventually reborn as a single dimension. Suddenly, Luna offered him some food. Asen Ael, want some of this? It's delicious jerky. Asen Ael happily took the food from her. Ah, thank you. I'll have some. He instantly pushed aside his deep thoughts. That's right. Forget the world's fusion. The present is what matters. Luna asked cheerfully. It's good, right? Asen Ael popped a piece into his mouth, praising it. It is. It's great. He then opened his status window to check on himself. Race, allied half-demon. Chaos, innate talent. Position swap 2. And traits like amusement, concentration, killing intent, darkness, mana control, and arrogant eyes telekinesis. 1381. He looked at his mana stat with a sigh. My mana is still so pathetic, even after training intensely every night before sleep. But the results were so small. I really need that elixir. Luna asked without thinking. What are you thinking so hard about? However, Asen Ael was too busy reviewing his powers to notice Luna. Maybe my telekinesis has gotten a little better? He immediately used his power on Luna, startling her. Huh? My body is suddenly. Then he lowered her down, leaving her totally confused. Asen Ael continued to think. I only lifted her a few centimeters, but even this is useful in a real fight. My telekinesis, above all else, must be constantly trained and evolved, because it eventually becomes a transcendent power, one that people would treat as a planet itself, as it allows for the control of gravity. Well, the check is more or less done, but one thing still worries me. The knight orders of the 6 great families. I might just run into the knights who tried to kill me once before. In the original story, Foe reported to his superiors that Asen Ael had fallen off a cliff and died, but I never fell from any cliff. I traveled to the demon world under the identity of the traitorous Ashen family, so Foe had no choice but to assume that I died there. Of course, Headmaster Lucian would believe it too, based on his spy's report. Still, it pays to be cautious. I should find a mask to cover my face. The train suddenly jolted. The announcement came, we will be arriving at our destination shortly. It quickly came to a stop, and everyone began to get off. At the assembly point stood a massive gate, ready to transport them to their destination in the human world. Asen Ael was amazed by the huge amount of magic stones. Whoa, those are all magic stones. Selling just one could earn enough gold for a year. Using so many for a single gate is such a waste. If only they had waited a little longer, they could have used spatial warping for a much lower price. Idea stepped forward with instructions. Alright, I'm sure you've all guessed where this is. Before we depart, each of you should take one of these items. Asen Ael was surprised to receive the item from his instructor. Huh, a mask. Perfect timing, I was just wondering where to find one. The instructor put on her own mask and explained its purpose. This mask has been enchanted with recognition dampening magic. It will help conceal your identities, but those who wear it will still be able to recognize one another. So don't you worry, class president, try it on, the rest of you as well. Asen Ael and everyone else immediately put on their masks to test them. He tried the mask on, observing his surroundings. Oh, the vision is better than I expected. I like it. Adia asked. How is it? Can you see clearly? Asen Ael replied, pleased. Yes, it's more effective than I thought. She chuckled and gave him another item. Hey, take this as well. Asen Ael took it and asked curiously, what is this? Adia explained it was rations. One of these bars a day is enough for a full day without any other meals. I used to eat them often during battles. Asen Ael nodded, understanding. But then Idea whispered to him, the taste is like a mix of dirt and insect guts. Regardless, eat one a day. Understood? Asen Ael was amused but laughed to himself. Ha, what a disgusting taste. Adia stood before them and announced, now, before we enter that gate, I will explain the test procedure. First, the instructors will not be joining you for this exam. At this, the students were in an uproar. Not going with us? How does that make any sense? Then who will lead us? She continued. In any case, this is a student exam, so we have assigned you a suitable objective. If we went with you now, it wouldn't be much of a test, would it? Besides, we instructors must prepare to reopen the gate for your return. Therefore, from this moment on, the class president of each class will assume the instructor's authority. All students must prioritize the class president's orders. She approached Asen Ael, pinning a badge to his shirt. This is the Enet flower, the symbol of Saitan. It signifies that you are the captain. Then she handed a paper to Asen Ael, saying, and take this map with you as well. I heard from the headmaster that you can read maps. I hope it will be useful to you. Asen Ael took the map from Idea and thanked her. All the instructors began to power the gate and announced, I will now open the gate. Alright, good luck everyone. With that, a giant beam of light shot out from the magic stone device. Asen Ael and all of Class A put on their masks. On this journey, Asen Ael knew everyone was prepared. To them, this world was a mystery, but to him, it was a living hell. I will return alive at any cost. Everyone quickly stepped into the space of the gate. But they had only been walking for a moment. Everyone began to suffer from the atmosphere inside the gate. Asen Ael understood the situation. Being in a different dimension, their bodies struggled to adapt. We won't last long. Suddenly, a different scene appeared ahead. It was the exit. Fortunately, just a little further, and we'll be out of here. Asen Ael turned back to inform his teammates. Everyone, it's not much further. The exit is in sight. Let's get out of here quickly. But suddenly, when he looked back, he saw energy gathering toward the old gate, and it was slowly closing. Asen Ael frantically urged everyone. The gate is starting to close. Run! Hurry up! Everyone scrambled to escape on Asen Ael's command. He stood guard until the very last person was safe. Lady Luna, hurry! Luckily, Ael managed to pull Luna through the gate. He followed right after, escaping the portal. They had successfully entered the human realm. The scene shifts to the Royal Academy. Sky Island. Asen Ael was in awe of the floating castle's architecture. So, this is the Royal Academy. It's even more majestic in person. Now I see why it's called the pinnacle of magic and human engineering. The others were just as stunned by the Flying Academy. What is that thing? You mean that whole island? Is a school? A floating island was already hard to believe. Compared to this, the Saitan Fortress is just a sandcastle. What in the world is that? Asen Ael explained. As you can see, it's an academy, but nothing like Saitan. This is where they train humans. Luna and Forzan were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. We have to go inside that thing? Asen Ael replied, we don't have to, and we can't. The island is protected by a barrier so powerful, not even a dragon could break it. Virjan was floored. Not even a dragon can break through? Asen Ael thought to himself. Actually, I could probably use a teleportation spell to get inside, but the main character's party would slaughter me instantly. He clapped his hands for attention. All right, everyone, gather around. According to the map, our destination is opposite the Royal Academy. We need to move fast. Let's get going immediately. The scene shifts to a forest. Everyone followed Asen Ael toward the marked area, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, Asen Ael sensed something. This whole time, I felt a persistent gaze on me. An enemy? He then realized the glare came from none other than Samu. Asen Ael shot an annoyed glance back at Samu. Why did that guy have to cause trouble? This is a survival mission, yet he's still a thorn in my side. However, Samu's role in my plan is crucial. I have to admit, his magical talent is undeniable. I'll just have to tolerate him for now. With that thought, he walked right up to the glaring Samu. Asen Ael offered his hand, making Samu scowl. What do you think you're doing? Asen Ael immediately explained the situation. It is what it is. I know you despise me, Lord Samu, and the feeling is mutual. Samu eyed him suspiciously. What are you getting at? Asen Ael continued. But this time, we have no choice but to work together. Samu immediately scoffed. Why would I ever cooperate with someone like you? Asen Ael spoke again, his tone turning deadly serious. Because if we don't, everyone here will die, and it will be our fault. The humans are not an easy foe to defeat if we don't cooperate. You, of all people, should understand that. Samu fell silent, then reluctantly agreed. You're insufferable. But fine, just this once. Asen Ael accepted with a smirk. I'll take that as a compliment. A wise decision. He was pleased with how his plan was progressing. Good, the conflict with Samu is settled. Now I just need to find the hidden realm. It has to be around here. Suddenly, a classmate ran up to report. Captain, there's something strange up ahead. Asen Ael felt a thrill of excitement. We found it already. The location on the map was a perfect match. Its appearance is exactly as described. Seeing the gate, the others grew restless again. Now what in the world is this thing? First a floating island, then a flying school, and now a floating gate? Asen Ael stepped forward. This is the entrance to a man-made hidden realm. From this point on, we're heading inside. One of the classmates boldly stepped forward. All right, I'll open it. Asen Ael had no intention of stopping him. He smirked contemptuously and began pulling the gate. Is that all? Suddenly, a powerful electric shock jolted him, charring his entire body. Asen Ael watched the amusing spectacle from the side. He got electrocuted, just as expected. This mechanism can only be opened by Royal Academy instructors. Then, Asen Ael turned his gaze to Samu. Seeing the stare, Samu grew wary. Why are you staring at me again? Asen Ael said simply. It's your turn, Lord Samu. What? He yelled. It seems you have to force the door by infusing the handle with mana. An impure blood who can't do this is our captain? Move aside. That mouth of his. Samu walked to the gate and poured his mana into it. As the gate absorbed his energy, it began to emit smoke. With a final click, the lock disengaged and the gate swung open. Asen Ael checked ahead. Let's go. It looks like there are no traps. You can enter safely. Inside the hidden realm, Virjan was amazed. It's much larger than I imagined. And the atmosphere feels just like one of our own demonic realms. Asen Ael explained. That makes sense. This hidden realm was created as an examination site for a whole class of students. Samu questioned this. One thing bothers me. If this is an exam site, shouldn't it be filled with traps and monsters? Asen Ael nodded. You're right. Samu pressed on, confused. Then wouldn't it be better to ambush them outside when they emerge? Asen Ael exclaimed. A very sharp question. Asen Ael calmly replied, You're not wrong. The perfect time to ambush them would be right after the exam, when they're exhausted and off guard. First, I know how to navigate this place and avoid every single trap. This means the humans will be the ones taking all the damage, just as planned. Second, we'll be long gone before the humans even arrive. Samu was still skeptical. If we're just going to leave, was it necessary to come in at all? Asen Ael simply turned back with a smug grin, which only irritated Samu more. Stop smirking. Just looking at your face is infuriating. Asen Ael revealed the core truth of the realm. This place doesn't just feel like a demonic realm. It was built to simulate one. To test how humans would conquer them. Samu was shocked. If that's true? Adao nodded. Correct. An artificial domain is like a treasure vault in the demon world. In other words, treasure is guaranteed. We're close. 6 paths opened before them. Samu and Forzan were baffled by the 6 tunnels, wondering which to take. Asen Ael silently approached a cave wall. Forzan protested, Sir, that's a dead end. Asen Ael instantly pressed a spot in the cave wall. It sank inwards, revealing nothing. But in the next moment, a secret passage opened. Asen Ael took the lead, gesturing. This way is a shortcut. Follow me. Samuel eyed him suspiciously again. How could you possibly know this path? Asen Ael thought to himself, Of course I know. I'm the one who wrote these settings. The party ventured deeper, soon spotting a lone chest. Asen Ael's eyes lit up. Is that the chest? Verjan asked impatiently. What in the world is inside it? Asen Ael just shook his head. This is my first time here too. I wouldn't know. Seeing his point, Verjan understood. Ah, you're right. As he spoke, he opened the chest. Let's just see what we've got. Inside was a sandbag and a water flask. Samuel shouted, What can we even do with such common items? Asen Ael picked up both items to inspect them. The sandbag seemed useless, but the flask appeared incredibly handy. Everyone, look at this. They watched, amazed. Who knew so much water could pour from such a small flask? Asen Ael explained. This is an item that holds enough water for dozens of people. With this, we won't have to risk our lives searching for water. Samuel scoffed. Hiding a mere flask in a hidden domain? How pathetic. Asen Ael also looked puzzled at the items. Strange. Why would they place an item that makes survival easier? But he had no time to ponder it. He immediately stored both items away and told the group, All right, we've got it. Let's get out. A battle is about to break out here, so stay sharp. Outside the hidden domain, the group reassembled. Asen Ael began assigning tasks. I'll now explain the roles you both will be responsible for. Lord Samuel, I need you to handle reconnaissance. Samuel questioned him, and why should I be the one to do that? Asen Ael tried to persuade him. Because you are the most suited for this task. As the leader, wouldn't it be better if you did it yourself? No. The only person suitable for this is you, Lord Samuel. Your stealth abilities and magical power are top class. I am entrusting this mission to you. Flustered by Asen Ael's high praise, the outwardly cold Samuel shyly agreed. Asen Ael could see him smiling from ear to ear, but he kept the thought to himself. He suddenly seems thrilled. Perhaps he wanted the scout role from the start. I have to stay here in command. I can't move. With Samuel taking this duty, I can rest much easier. Samuel spoke aloud. If you're going to ask so earnestly, I have no choice. Asen Ael suddenly added, Ah, you won't be scouting alone. Samuel grew curious. Does that mean another student is joining me? Asen Ael turned away, rummaging through his pouch. It's not a student. He then pulled out a small bird. Forzan's eyes widened. No way. Isn't that a sparrowhawk? Moreover, it's a breed famous for gathering intelligence. It looks like a sparrow, but in the demon realm, it's called a hawk. He introduced the bird. This is one of Instructor AZ's familiars. I managed to borrow it. We've gotten pretty close. I even named him Sido. Samuel eyed the bird, wanting it to land on his arm. Instructor AZ? The one who looked like he was trying to kill you? Fine, I'll try. He has no reason to be kind to you. Asen Ael mused. On second thought, I've only been feeding it for a short time. We're close, but I'm not sure if it trusts me like it trusts AZ. The moment he finished his thought, it began pecking Samuel's hand, just as he'd feared. The bird didn't respect him as much as its true master. Suddenly, a faint light began to glow. Asen Ael looked on, surprised. This is my face, I see. I'm sharing vision through Sido's eyes. He spoke to Sido. For now, you'll have to accompany that gentleman. It obediently flew and landed right on Samuel's head. Samuel scowled. Get down from there. How dare a lowly creature like you? Enraged, Sido resumed pecking Samuel's head. Asen Ael gave his instructions. Sido can share its vision with me. Lord Samuel, your only job is to protect Sido. As for you, Forzan, when I leave my post, I need you to lead the students. Your ability is charm, is it not? Forzan nodded. That's right. It allows me to temporarily empower my allies. However, for some reason, it has absolutely no effect on you. Asen Ael teased her lightly. Perhaps your charm simply isn't strong enough. Forzan retorted indignantly. Humph, there's no way that's true. But for what reason must you leave your post? Asen Ael replied. Students from the Royal Academy will be arriving soon, and their instructor will be with them. I will be the one to face him. Samuel blurted out. What? Even for you, facing an instructor alone will be difficult. Asen Ael shot back with a smirk. Are you worried about me? How surprisingly rare. Samuel flushed with anger. Then just go and die for all I care. Asen Ael chuckled. I'm just joking. When the instructor appears, if they don't show, I'll return to the group immediately. Though he said that, Asen Ael was certain. In truth, he's guaranteed to come. No, he has to come, if only to increase his total mana reserves. He then clarified his position. So, everyone's roles have now been clearly decided. Lord Samuel will handle scouting, Forzan will command the battle, and I will deal with the human instructor. Forzan asked, so, what should we do until then? Asen Ael thought for a moment before replying nonchalantly. First things first. I'm hungry, let's eat. And I believe we should make camp here for the night. Samuel scowled again. You mean that's all for now? Asen Ael immediately added, but Lord Samuel, you must depart at once. Check the path from the Royal Academy. See if any other classes are on a field exercise. Realizing he was being sent away, Samuel paused and changed the subject. In that case, I will prepare the meal. But Asen Ael paid him no mind. Well then, I wish you good luck. Let's move. Lord Samuel stood there, completely stunned. Then he pouted. In the end, am I the only one who has to work? A moment later, Asen Ael took out their rations. He took one bite, and his face immediately scrunched up. The others couldn't stand the taste either. Asen Ael clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. Spoiled nobles, the lot of them, despite the awful taste. In this situation, they had no choice but to eat. Replenishing their energy was essential for the coming battle. But still, does worm jerky really taste this bad? He then noticed Luna, sitting beside him, eating it like it was a delicacy. Luna saw him staring and turned to ask, why the staring? Adu brushed it off, feigning indifference. Luna suggested, this is bland. Want some of my jerky? He replied, standing up. Seeing the other students suffering, how could I eat alone? Let's save it. We might need it later. Luna praised him unexpectedly, thinking, you're kinder than I thought. Adu shamelessly agreed, I've always been a kind person. It's this menacing face of mine that causes all the misunderstandings. I wonder if Samu is handling his mission over there. Curious, he projected an image to check on Samu's status. Is Sito shadowing him to observe the Imperial Academy? It seems both of them are doing quite well. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light coming from the human school. Adu was startled. Wait, is something descending? As the image sharpened, he saw a flaming chariot. Adu calmly assessed the situation and began to plan. That chariot, could it truly travel between the Imperial Academy and the surface? It was majestic, like something from a myth. Samu also seemed to be saying something, but being unable to communicate was infuriating. Do I just have to hope he's clever enough to return? What a pain. He arrived sooner than I predicted. From inside the chariot, a menacing man stepped out. Basaha, the first target Asen Ael was ordered to kill. A powerful fifth circle wind magic instructor. However, he favors theory over actual combat, like Dubo, which makes him manageable. And the son of Count Leonte Diat, one of the main character's party members, is a key figure in the main scenario. He's even stronger than instructor Basaha. He made a bet with a female student and will be late by about 30 minutes. That moment is Adu's only chance. If those two team up, no one in Class A will survive. Samu was retreating. Adu immediately turned to report. Everyone, we have to move now. For asked nervously, what's going on? Adu nodded. Yes, the target is approaching. Vujan heard this and panicked. For real? It's finally starting. Adu quickly issued his orders. That's right. Erase all of our tracks and recheck your weapons. I will face the human instructor outside the secret realm, while you all head inside. Wait until the human students are exhausted, then attack. Luna asked anxiously. Is that instructor really coming here? Adu replied yes, and added, what's more, he's stronger than instructor AZ. Even I'm not sure I can win. Luna was tense with disbelief. That's impossible. Adu thought, if I tell them someone even stronger than Basaha is coming, they'll be terrified. He turned to Forzan. Forzan, I'm counting on you to lead the students. Fawn replied quickly, don't worry. Suddenly, a cry from Seas rang out. Samu had returned just in time to report. The humans are heading this way. Adu was inwardly pleased. You're right on time. I just confirmed it through the progenitor. Samu, you should go into the secret realm too. Oh, and take the progenitor with you. Samu nodded in agreement, then asked again to be sure. All right, are you really going to face the instructor alone? Adu said urgently. Yes, it's something I must do. There's no time. We should open the secret realm's gate first. Before leaving, Samu looked back at him. Don't die. Ado understood and replied. I'll do my best, and be careful of the blonde-haired human. Samu nodded, then grumbled. Got it, I'll watch out for him. Stand back, I'm opening the gate. Ado prayed nervously, hoping the kids could hold out until he finished off Basaha and returned, but I'm not even sure I can win against Tediat. Well, I need to get into my own position. After all of Class A had entered the secret realm, Adu used Position Swap 2, teleporting to a nearby tree to scout. Adu flashed a confident smirk, then slipped back into the bushes. All the necessary preparations were complete. Now, he just had to wait for their approach. A moment later, just as planned, the humans arrived. Basaha raised a hand. Everyone, halt. This will be your training site for today. Now, pay attention. Ado watched tensely from the trees. They're here. Tediat slung his arm over Svia's shoulder, teasing her. Oh Svia, your filthy appearance ends today. Get ready to pay the price for our little bet. Tediat laughed boisterously. Ha ha, then declared with absolute confidence. That means Svia will belong to me. Basaha chided. Enough of this nonsense. Focus. You all know what to do once you're inside, don't you? The first team to successfully clear the dungeon will get a prepared reward. So, everyone do your best. Adu watched in silence. Are they starting to go in? Basaha yelled. All right, enter the secret realm one by one. Ado sized up the humans. Those students looked so bright and full of life. It's only natural. We are trained to be nothing more than pawns in a war. The atmosphere is completely different, but in the end, it's always the students from Saitan who lose, especially since that guy is so caught up in his games of love. Tediat arrogantly challenged Svia. Svia, as promised, I'll start my attack in 30 minutes, so try to put on a good show. No matter what happens, you will become my woman. Svia shot Tediat a scornful smile. That's never going to happen. Keep dreaming. He brushed off her words and burst out laughing. Haha, we'll see about that. Basaha interrupted. What are you two waiting for? Get in there. Svia and Tediat quickly apologized and entered the secret realm. Sorry. Yeah, we're going. Ado moved into position. Finally, the instructor was all alone. Basaha scanned the area. Is everyone inside? Ado was surprised. He's being incredibly careful, even checking his surroundings. Suddenly, he released a tremendous amount of mana. Ado flinched back as the mana flared with a blinding light. Luckily, he caught a branch not far away. He let out a breath. Huh? Releasing mana just to recheck the area? If I had been just a split second slower, I would have been found. His check complete, Basaha saw nothing amiss and began to sneak away. As I thought, there's no one. I guess I'll head over there. Adu took a deep breath, thinking, he's finally going to the secret chamber. I'll follow once there's enough distance. Basaha walked quietly to a secluded corner. He stopped suddenly, a feeling rising within him. Is someone really here? Or is it just my senses? Basaha stood silently before a small tree and placed his hand on it. What are those demons plotting this time? To make someone of my noble status come all the way out here? I should have just slaughtered them all back then. Tisk, tisk. Asen Ael watched, confused. What's he doing to that tree? Then Basaha began to channel mana into it. Well, I suppose one good turn brings another. For my grand experiment, the tree thrashed violently, suddenly growing into an ancient, massive tree. Asen Ael tensed up. So that tree was the defense mechanism. A careless touch would mean instant annihilation. Basaha hummed to himself as he walked. There were no signs of anyone else around. Just a quick check. That's all. Suddenly, a dark premonition made him raise a mana shield. He spun around just in time to see a blade aimed for his neck. But thanks to his 5 protective layers, Basaha was completely unharmed. He roared, "What was that?" The masked Adao had appeared, striking with his dark fangs. Adao's voice was low with regret. A pity. That should have been a kill. A panicked Basaha screamed, "Who are you?" But Adao wasted no words, instantly using his concealment skill to erase his presence. He vanished right before Basaha's eyes. Enraged, the mage gathered a sphere of energy. "You dare use such petty tricks on me? Oh, winds that surround me, tear my enemy apart." The energy sphere erupted into a violent gale, blasting towards Adao's hiding spot. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. His reaction time is faster than I thought. An enraged Basaha continued his chant, "O winds that sweep the forest, find him for me." A massive amount of mana spread across a wide radius. Adao immediately used, leaping to a nearby tree to evade Basaha's scan. Tense, Adao looked for an opening. If this pressure kept up, It would be hopeless. I have to get close at all costs. Basaha began chanting again, gathering more power. Adao seized the opening and rushed forward. Time for a new move. He threw a small branch behind Basaha, then used to switch places with it. In a flash, he appeared before Basaha. The mage froze, stunned. Adao poured mana into his blade for a new skill. Fang of Darkness, Sword Sting. He plunged the blade down at the man's head with full force. But Basaha's defensive barrier activated instantly, protecting him. Adao cursed under his breath. Damn it, another shield. His life saved, Basaha quickly turned the tables, roaring, "You piece of filth!" The quiet forest was thrown into chaos by his immense power. The battlefield around them was quickly devastated. After a brief clash, Adao's analysis was complete. Basaha had wrapped himself in about 10 layers of mana shields. Adao's constant teleporting, combined with his concealment skill, was driving Basaha insane. He continuously unleashed mana, screaming, "Stop hiding like a rat, and face me." Adao quickly formed a plan. If not for Sword Sting, that barrier's recoil would have torn me apart. Luckily, my opponent is Basaha. A real combat mage would have dozens of layers, 2 attacks down, only 8 shields left to break. Lost in thought, he barely registered that Basaha had unleashed 3 wide vortexes. Adao cursed inwardly. This lunatic. He immediately hit the ground, activating his ability. Adao grit his teeth against Basaha's terrifying assault, using his power to anchor his body down. If I get blown away, it's over. Basaha's attack soon faded. Adao was pinned under a pile of logs, his concealment skill broken. He emerged from the debris, bleeding but alive. Still alive, Adao thought with relief. But Basaha had already locked onto his position. He levitated a sharp piece of wood with his power, snarling, "So you've finally shown yourself." Without hesitation, Adao used his teleport skill. He leaped toward Basaha to attack again, but a swift wave of the mage's hand sent him flying. Cursing, Basaha unleashed a new spell. "You damned half-demon." Adao was blasted high into the sky. Basaha watched, confused. Why is this bastard so fixated on me? Wasn't their plan to attack the third-year dormitory? Suddenly, he realized. Could it be? My students? A mocking laugh escaped Basaha's lips. "You fool. You've dug your own grave. Do you think you can win just by taking me out? I'll show you my true power." He then gathered and fired another energy blast. Die. But in that moment, Basaha's senses wavered. The sky turned blood red, and the world twisted strangely. Basaha was bewildered. Huh? What is this? What's happening? I was fighting an intruder. An attack? Was I the one attacked? But how? By whom? While he was confused, Adao clued in again. He flipped before Basaha, unleashing Fang of Darkness, rain of black swords to surround him. Basaha had no time to think, instantly cloaking himself in wind to deflect the sword rain. He roared in fury, "Who are you?" But Adao was silently counting the crumbling shields. 4, 5, 6. Basaha grew anxious. What? What is this? But Adao's count continued. That's the 7th barrier down. Sensing his own demise, Basaha grew even more furious. His attacks became erratic. This is absurd. Basaha unleashed massive amounts of mana to counter, but Adao constantly circled him, closing in. Until the end, Basaha was in disbelief. Are you a poison bug? Cloaked in a dark killing intent, Adao lunged at Basaha. He spoke coldly. "It's over, Basaha." His blade shattered the final shield. A subconscious terror that he couldn't comprehend gripped Basaha. He refused to accept his fate. Humiliated by a mere half-demon? Impossible. "I am a great mage, one who has created a masterpiece worthy of the gods." His last words served as his own death sentence. The battle was over. Basaha's head was severed from his body in a spray of blood. Adao sighed in relief, slumping down in exhaustion. He was the strongest opponent I've ever faced. Fortunately, using my ultimate concealment didn't cost me my key senses. If my eyes had been damaged, the mere thought makes me shudder. He pulled out the mana potion from Dobo and drank it. First, I must restore my mana. I drank the intermediate potion after deactivating concealment. Now only the high-grade one remains. I'll be facing Tediat soon, so there's no reason to save it. Cough. I can't taste anything. I might have lost my sense of taste. After drinking, he looked toward Basaha's secret chamber. All right, time to find that elixir. But first, Asen Ael approached Basaha's body. He plucked the badge from the corpse's chest. This should be proof enough that I dealt with him. With a candle in hand, Asen Ael entered the hidden chamber. He was surprised to find it lit by monolamps. How convenient. I'll have to take that with me later. But as he ventured deeper, a putrid stench grew stronger. Ael had successfully breached Basaha's secret laboratory. Inside, gruesome corpses and vile specimens of demon experiments filled the room. Ael cautiously scanned his surroundings. A biological lab. built for research on the demon race? To think they could be this cruel. The books claim demons are absolute evil, making these experiments seem justified. Are humans truly good and demons evil? Now that I'm inside my own novel, I can no longer be certain. But there was a reason for these human experiments. The homunculus, the very thing Basaha was trying to create. An artificial life form, created by grinding down countless demons. Possessing it allows one to temporarily escape a predetermined death, so he had to have it, no matter the cost. In the end, however, the research was a failure. Ael moved quickly to secure the homunculus. Even an incomplete version. If I give this to Bug, he'll be thrilled. In exchange, I could probably get a mid-grade marrow potion. Suddenly, his bag began to shake violently. The small, lifeless snake he carried leaped out, its eyes glowing fiercely. It lunged for the homunculus. Asen Ael cried out in shock. Whoa, what the hell? It shattered the container and devoured the creature inside. Ael was stunned. What in the world are you doing? Suddenly, a red light shot from the snake, striking his necklace. Ael gasped. This pendant? The moment the homunculus was consumed, the empty slot on the pendant began to glow brilliantly. It seems it wasn't reacting to me personally. So, is there a link between the homunculus and the demon god? Or could it be connected to something else entirely? If only I could read the grimoire on its creation, I might understand. But Basaha memorized the entire text, and then burned it to ashes. Suddenly, the small snake's body began to stir. Ael watched, bewildered. You look different. Before, it looked like a worm. Now, it was a perfect snake. Skeptical, he used his identify skill on the snake, but the ability was instantly negated. Asen Ael stared in horror. You were just an inanimate object. After swallowing the homunculus, you've been reborn as a living being? To think the homunculus could successfully merge with a non-human entity. Ael felt a pang of worry. Wait, what if Krite finds out about this change? But he quickly pushed the thought aside and stored the snake away. Best to ignore it for now. I need to drink the elixir and get out of here. Asen Ael searched frantically, finally finding the divine medicine. Found it. It looks just like a ginseng root. Asen Ael sat down and began to consume it. Let's try circulating mana as I absorb this. The moment he swallowed, a terrifying heat surged through his body. It felt as if his very blood vessels were expanding. He exhaled slowly, then opened his status window. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaotic. Talent, identify. Traits, interest, focus, killing intent. Attributes, killing aura, darkness, mana application. Abilities, eyes of pride, spirit body. Mana, from 1,381 to 2,027. A wide grin spread across Ael's face. My mana pool finally broke 2,000. My unstable killing intent has stabilized, and both killing aura and darkness have leveled up. He focused his aura, pleased. In the shadows, I can now completely conceal my presence. That's everything I needed. Time to head back to the Class A students? I should have about 10 minutes left. I wonder how they're holding up, he murmured, opening the observation screen. A battle in progress? And that woman, her name is Svea, I believe. Thankfully, Tediat hasn't appeared yet. And as expected of Samuel, he's holding his own perfectly. Suddenly, the necklace began to glow again. Ael stared. What now? The necklace. And a piece of paper just materialized? He was stunned again. Is this an information transfer? He read the note. Display. Most recent memory. Ael began to ponder. Most recent memory? Last time, it just repeated, abandon the gods. What could that possibly mean? Both items reacted at once. There must be a connection. No pen. So blood will have to do. Ael used a small dagger to draw his own blood, writing his question on the paper. Tell me the true nature of this necklace. But the answer was the same as before. Abandon the gods. He sighed in frustration. Abandon the gods again? Does this mean I have to infiltrate the human holy temple and steal a sacred relic or something? These useless answers are infuriating. Suddenly, the observation screen flickered back on. Asen Ael was confused. It connected again? Then, a jolt shot through his mind. The necklace unleashed an even more intense power. Asen Ael grunted in pain. Ugh, my head is splitting apart. Is it forcing me to use it? Fine then. Activate necklace. Upon activation, Ael was consumed by excruciating pain. He awoke in a daze. My head. It hurts so much. What in the world is going on? A horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes, filled with desperate screams. Save me. Crazed humans were ordering the slaughter of all demons. Slaughter every last one of those damn nobles. Ael was completely lost, shocked. What is this? What the hell is happening right now? He glanced in a mirror and froze in horror. Huh? Wait a minute. This face. It was Samuel's, but he looked about 10 years younger. Asen Ael frantically searched his memories, and it clicked. 10 years younger. meaning 10 years ago, right when the great war between humans and demons began. This must be Samuel's past. And this chaos. This is the fall of House Baruth, the noble house that was annihilated by the humans. Suddenly, the door opened. A young Samuel ran to the woman, hugging her tightly. Mother. Ael realized it was Samuel's mother. She warned him urgently. Samuel, listen to me very carefully. No matter what happens, you must not leave this room. Don't listen. Don't look. Just stay put. Only for 5 minutes. She stressed. Exactly 5 minutes, do you understand? Young Samuel didn't grasp the danger, but he nodded obediently. As she slowly closed the door, tears streamed down her face. My dear son, you must survive, no matter what. I love you. Those were the last words Samuel would ever hear from his mother. Immediately after, a man's voice echoed from outside. So this is where you were hiding. Trembling, Samuel hid in the closet just as his mother said. The cursing grew louder. Damn monsters. Curiosity getting the better of him, Samuel peeked through a crack in the door. At that exact moment, he saw the human soldier run his sword straight through his mother's chest. The man sneered. So this is the lady of the house? Doesn't look like much. The master was strong, but Count Leon was stronger, wasn't he? That's how his head ended up so cleanly severed. Just as he thought. The man asked, has the area been cleared? A maid stepped forward to report, yes sir, there are no survivors. Asen Ael realized that maid was a half-demon. She had betrayed her own kind for the humans. But the moment she finished her report, the human leader beheaded her with a single slash. He feigned sympathy. I said to release them. I never said I'd spare their lives. Don't look so wronged. Now, let's go. But he wasn't finished. To ensure no one survived, he blew Samu's entire mansion to bits. Hiding in a closet, Samu was knocked unconscious by the blast. That night, his family, and all his people, were completely wiped out. Several days later, Samu finally regained consciousness. Asen Ael perceived the world through Samu's senses. Good. My body can still move. How many days has it been? He crawled weakly towards his mother's side. Mom, he called out in a pained whisper. Seeing her lifeless body, he finally broke down, wailing in despair. Then, driven by a desperate force, he moved toward his mother. Asen Ael watched in horror. What is he doing? To survive? Is he going to eat his own mother's corpse? Stop it. I said stop. But no matter how much he screamed, it was an unchangeable past. After witnessing that horror, Asen Ael was pulled back to reality and immediately threw up. Now, having seen and felt everything Samu experienced, he finally understood. So that's why. He hates me with such passion. The half-demon maid who betrayed her master. The humans who starved him until he ate his own mother. In the end, who is truly evil and who is good? He silently gazed down at the necklace. Is this what you wanted to show me? That the line between good and evil I once believed in was never real to begin with. Asen Ael quickly regained his composure. Right now, I must focus on dealing with Tediat. If I can find a secret from his past, it would be an incredible trump card. But that's for later. For now, I must focus on my main objective. With that, Asen Ael darted towards the hidden realm. He worried. Losing that necklace wasted too much time. Tediat might have already reached the area. He could be fighting Svia's group right now. Ivy's passed in that vision, but only minutes in reality. What a relief. Suddenly, his connection vanished. Asen Ael pushed himself faster. The link is gone. A powerful shockwave is making the mana unstable. I have to hurry. Tediat is about to reach those kids. Meanwhile, in the hidden realm, humans and demons were locked in a fierce battle. Samu unleashed his power, overwhelming his foes. His strength was on another level, quickly giving them the advantage. Suddenly, a soldier charged him, screaming, "You filthy insect!" But Forzan reacted instantly, protecting Samu. She commanded, "Everyone, form a perimeter around Samu." In an instant, the demons formed a wall around him. Samu gave Forzan a relieved look. Nice work. Forzan's spirit soared. Naturally. Now, unleash that powerful magic of yours. Samu began gathering mana. I'll wipe them all out. He then unleashed a maelstrom that annihilated the enemy lines. Svea cried out in fear. He's an absolute monster. We can't hold, she then yelled. All units, activate your return scrolls. Retreat immediately. The students pulled out scrolls and tore them in half, teleporting away. Samu closed in on Svea. No one gets away. He summoned ravenous beasts and gave the command. Devour them all. But in a flash, all of Samu's monsters were stopped cold. He was stunned, frozen solid. In a single moment? Is that the instructor? Did Asen Ael fail? A figure emerged from the swirling snow. Tediat glared, his eyes filled with rage. The scent of blood brought me here. And what is this I find? Who are all of you? That man. Samu was suddenly struck with a terrible premonition. Taediat took a single step, and the ground instantly froze solid. Samu screamed, "Everyone, watch out!" But Taediat swung his massive hammer. A huge shockwave erupted, and the demon behind Samu was instantly obliterated from the waist up. The demons screamed in panic. Forzan was terrified. Who in the world is that man? Taediat walked over to Svea, extending a hand. Are you able to stand? Svea proudly ignored his hand. I can stand on my own. But her injuries were too severe. She stumbled and fell right into Taediat's arms. He looked down at her. Give me a situation report. Svea reported with a tremor in her voice. Total casualties, 8 dead. The remaining survivors have returned to the Royal Academy. He gently patted her head. You did well. Leave the rest to me. Go back now. But Svea refused. No, I'm staying. Even if I'm just a burden, I'll fight by your side. Taediat let out a pleased laugh. Haha, excellent. That's the woman I've chosen. Hearing this, Svea hesitated. Well, about that. Suddenly, the demon forces charged forward. You monster, Samu roared. Everyone, attack, die. No, fall back. But it was too late. Taediat swung his hammer again, sending them all flying. Then he gathered his power for another devastating strike. Hundreds of sharp ice lances erupted from the ground, impaling the demon ranks. Samu moved to shield them. Everyone, run, go now. He then unleashed his full power, charging Taediat directly. The man seemed slightly surprised. As Samu struggled to hold him off, he yelled, Forzan, get everyone out. Find him and run until the gate opens. What about you? You'll face that monster alone? Samu roared back impatiently. Staying here means certain death. This is the only logical choice. I'll find a way to follow you. With no time to argue, Forzan began directing the others. Samu has given the signal. Carry the wounded and retreat. Luna ran to him, worried. Samu. He urged her on. Luna, you have to go too. Samu entrusted the others to her. Take care of the wounded for me. Luna understood. As she ran, she prayed for him. Samu. You have to make it back alive. Taediat laughed with excitement as he continued his assault. Samu barely withstood the blizzard of attacks. As the snow settled, Taediat sneered. How disappointing. Held up by a piece of trash. What's this? They've all vanished? Svea explained. It seems there's another entrance. They appeared suddenly in this area, so we were unaware. Taediat scoffed with utter contempt. Wherever they run, they cannot escape me. Now then, show me what you can do. Try not to disappoint. Samu snapped. Enough. I'll show you what I'm made of. He summoned a volley of sharp spikes, launching them at Taediat. The man just smirked and stomped his foot on the ground. He formed an ice shield, blocking Samu's blow with ease. He sneered. Is that all the power you have? Samu shot back. You're bleeding, so don't act so tough. Taediat finally noticed his arm, then roared with laughter. Haha, it seems you're underestimating me. Very well. His voice dropped low. In a flash, he appeared before Samu and landed a brutal strike. Samu's fighting spirit was crushed as he collapsed, vomiting blood and struggling to rise. My blood devour skill. Climbs conics. Is how I survived that. Taediat seemed slightly surprised. Oh? It wasn't a direct hit? Get up. Stop your pathetic whining. Samu staggered to his feet. Are all my ribs broken? Breathing was agony, but he vowed no one would die on his watch. Clutching his side, he stood and declared, You will not get past me. But as he spoke, one of his legs was violently torn off. CA trembled at the horrific sight. Taediat casually strolled toward Samu. Like an insect, aren't you? So very resilient. Svea told Taediat, Finish this quickly so we can pursue them. They can't have gotten far, he replied while casually smashing off Samu's other arm. That's right. You dared to touch my woman. You won't get a peaceful death. The pain was immense, but Samu couldn't even scream anymore, only whimper helplessly. He raised his hammer to finish Samu. The others will suffer the same fate. Just watch. Hopeless. Samu awaited his death. Is this the end? In this situation, what would he do? Suddenly, the silhouette of Asen Ael appeared in Samu's vision. He wondered blankly, who is that? Then, he snapped back to reality. Asen Ael had arrived just in time, saving Samu from the brink of death. He teased, Not dead yet? You certainly look close though. Seeing Asen Ael, Samu smiled for the first time, truly relieved. You bastard. You finally decided to show up. Asen Ael just smirked. I was only a little late. Such a nagging patient. Now, it's my turn. You should close your eyes and rest. Taediat was startled. What was that? This guy appeared from nowhere, Samu warned. Be careful. Asen Ael nodded. Don't worry. I'll be right back. Feeling the killing intent from Asen Ael, Taediat immediately raised his guard. He signaled for the others to back away. Asen Ael drew his poison fang, approaching Taediat. I act confident, but to save Samu, I used absolute stealth and lost my sense of touch. The odds were slim, but he had to succeed. Tidiat sneered. So now there are 2 insects? Asen Ael's killing intent flared. This time, I'm your opponent. Get ready. Tidiat grew excited. I don't know your trick, but you seem different. Hopefully stronger than the last one. Before the words faded, he was in front of Asen Ael, his hammer swinging down. Asen Ael raised his fang and blocked the attack. Tidiat laughed with insane delight. Oh, you blocked it? Haha. Not bad. Asen Ael quickly analyzed the situation. Even without sensing the hammer's path, his muscle memory could react to its movements. A fierce exchange of blows followed. Though Asen Ael felt no pain, he could clearly see his hand was severely injured. Tidiat roared. What's wrong? Don't stop now, Asen Ael thought. My hand is mangled, but I feel nothing. This is perfect. He then used dual position swap on the hammer. Asen Ael switched places with Tidiat's hammer, stabbing his hand. Asen Ael pressed the assault. It hit. Dark blade. But as he prepared another attack, the hammer returned on its own. Asen Ael cursed internally. Damn it. I almost forgot his hammer is a unique item. It's a weapon with the return attribute. It will always go back to its owner. That means position swap won't work on his weapon again. Tidiat retrieved his hammer, leaping up in a rage. You damn insect! How dare you startle me! He slammed it down on Asen Ael, who tried to block, but his arm was instantly shattered. Asen Ael was stunned. My right arm? Really? If that's how it is. Dark Fang, Dark Blade Dance. He summoned a rain of swords. Tidiat twisted his body and swung his hammer. More petty tricks. He blew the swords away. Asen Ael tried again. It's not over. Again. But Tidiat was faster, smashing the hammer into his stomach. You persistent leech. Asen Ael was sent flying. Tidiat walked over furiously. Now, it's over. Insect. Asen Ael lay there in agony, filled with frustration. Are all my bones shattered? My body won't move. Get up, I said, get up. Tidiat loomed above him, raising the hammer to end it. I will crush your head. Asen Ael couldn't accept it. Damn it. Am I really going to die here? Suddenly, a light flashed. Asen Ael found himself healed inside a white void. He shot up. Hey, what is this? Where am I? Is this heaven? A large mirror suddenly appeared. Asen Ael stood before it, examining himself. My mask is gone again. Wait, more importantly, my wounds are completely healed. Then, his reflection in the mirror began to speak. Have you been well, Creator? This is the second time we have met face to face. Asen Ael stumbled back in shock. The reflection quickly explained. My apologies for startling you. The situation seemed urgent, so I brought you into this space. Asen Ael answered bitterly. This is no fun. I'm sure you saw how pathetic I looked, didn't you? The reflection laughed. I understand your feelings, Creator. Asen Ael finally calmed down. Fine. Since we're here, answer 3 of my questions. The reflection agreed. Please, ask. Asen Ael's first question was, where is this place? The reflection thought for a moment. I can answer this one without a fee. Asen Ael exploded. What? I'm on the verge of death, and you want a fee? You bastard. The reflection calmly explained. Please calm yourself. Some information I can reveal, and some I cannot. There is a price for revealing certain information. The answer is, this is a space created from chaos, where everything can exist and not exist. Asen Ael scowled. More vague talk. Second, what is chaos? His reflection replied, I know what that power is, but the Creator must realize it on his own. If you pay the price, I can tell you. Asen Ael asked. What's the price? The reflection answered. At least bring all the holy relics from the human and demon worlds here, and I will explain. He grabbed his head and screamed. That's the same as not wanting to answer. The figure chuckled. It's a shame if you think so. Finally, Asen Ael asked his last question. So, am I still alive? The reflection showed him a vision of the real world. You are alive. But if you do nothing, you will die very soon. Asen Ael froze, then thought, it's not my time yet. He begged his original self, lend me your power. The reflection gave his signature smile, having awaited these words all along. He agreed. I brought you here for this very reason. There is no price. I don't want gold, artifacts, or mana. I will take a piece of the Creator's most precious asset. Do you agree? Asen Ael panicked. The most precious asset? He thought, utterly stunned. Do I even possess something so valuable? What if it's something beyond my imagination? If I die here, my real body dies too. I'm still afraid of death. I want to live. I must survive. With grim resolve, Asen Ael accepted the deal with Asen Ael in the mirror. The deal was struck. Mana erupted from the mirror, flowing into Asen Ael. I will lend you 20% of my power for 1 hour. In that moment, he had only one thought. I have to survive. I will see the end of this damned story. Opening his eyes again, he saw Samu screaming in despair. Absolute power surged through his body, pulling him from the brink of death. The mana was so immense it even affected Taediat's hammer. The warrior was shocked. Samu could only stare, his jaw hanging open. Asen Ael had risen to fight again, mana overflowing around him. He looked at his hand, the wound was still there. In his mind's eye, it looked healed. He opened his status window to check. Race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, transposition 4. Traits, interest, focus, sword form, killing intent 4, all black, mana application, arrogant eye, and psychokinesis. Mana leaped from 2072 to 4301. He was stunned. Not just the mana, but transposition and killing intent rose 2 levels. More shocking, his dark trait evolved into all black. Too bad psychokinesis isn't my own power, and sword form is useless without true mastery. Still, this isn't bad. But is this enough to win? Taediat asked curiously. What the hell are you? You appear from nowhere, play tricks, and now you awaken right before death? Suddenly, a dark slash grazed his neck. Taediat clutched his throat in panic, an illusion of his own making. Asen Ael taunted him. You already know who I am, so why keep asking? I really don't get it. Taediat screamed. I know you? What the hell are you talking about? A terrifying killing intent erupted from Asen Ael. He growled. You just called me a wretched insect 3 times. Taediat smirked. Oh? Is that it? Then I'll just have to crush you again. He hefted his hammer, leaping high and bringing it crashing down. Asen Ael tensed up. It seems he's finally getting serious. The real battle begins now. Suddenly, his enemy's eyes began to glow. Taediat stared at Asen Ael. You think you're the only one with tricks? Want to see mine? Asen Ael flinched. Ice storm. A massive tornado of ice erupted. Asen Ael was instantly cornered. He used the dark fang of the dark dance to counter it, but the storm's sheer scale rendered his technique insignificant. He then used psychokinesis, his mind racing for a solution. I have to weaken it somehow. Yes. Using his newfound power, Asen Ael managed to bend the storm's trajectory. Taediat let out a surprised "oh" before appearing behind Asen Ael. Hello there. He struck down, but Asen Ael dodged just in time. He leaped onto a rock to gain some distance. Taediat growled. You're as slippery as a roach. Asen Ael shot back. Too slow. I have no reason to take that hit. Blame your own pathetic skills. But despite his words, anxiety gnawed at him. His foe seemed crude, yet left no openings. He poured mana into his blade. Just one chance. That's all I need. Suddenly, Samu screamed. Asen Ael, don't you dare lose. Asen Ael, you can't lose to that human scum. Taediat looked over, surprised. What? You're not dead yet? Hearing Samu, Sivia flared with anger. What? Scum? You demons dare call us scum? Do you think you have the right? You're the ones who have always slaughtered us without reason. Samu spat back with contempt. Nonsense! You're the ones who started the war, who massacred the demons from the start. Ha! Now you're trying to twist your own history? Sivia retorted. In the Din territory, the records of your evil deeds are perfectly preserved. Samu roared with fury. How utterly shameless. My clan never once set foot in the human realm, yet you slaughtered my entire family. Tell me why. Asen Ael answered, his words dripping with sarcasm for the humans. Huh? Wasn't it simply for profit? To put it bluntly, you did it for your own gain. Sivia bristled. What? For gain? Asen Ael just shrugged. Am I wrong? Sivia retorted furiously. Explain yourself. You think we started a war for profit? We suffered immense losses too. Asen Ael thought to himself. But from the human perspective, the demon realm is a treasure trove of gold and elixirs, and we are stronger. Why would they leave it alone? Especially the 6 great families this man belongs to. Thinking this, he turned toward Taediat. Let's just ask directly. Sir Taediat. Taediat grew annoyed. Sivia, why are you spouting such useless nonsense? She stammered. That's because they, Asen Ael murmured. So, there's something we don't know. Sivia began to yell. Taediat had heard enough. Kill them now. Before she could finish, he sent her head flying. Asen Ael Samu stared in shock as his entire mood darkened. Seriously, I'll have to tear you both to pieces just to feel better. Asen Ael felt his killing intent surge and fell back as another ice storm rushed toward him. Samu gritted his teeth, watching in awe. He's actually going toe-to-toe with that monster. If only I wasn't so damn weak. Asen Ael sneered. So you kill your own lover, then take out your rage on me? Taediat fought with renewed fury, vanishing from sight before closing in to attack. Asen Ael immediately used Transposition 4 to appear behind him, but his opponent was already prepared. He shot a kick straight back, slamming into Asen Ael's gut. Asen Ael braced himself, worried. He can even react to Transposition 4. The longer this drags on, the worse my odds become. His mana was almost gone, and he couldn't use his dark art again. No potions left. He needed a plan, even if it meant mutual destruction. Suddenly, Samu crawled over. I'm still okay. Asen Ael eyed him doubtfully. Okay? In your condition? What are you planning to do? Act as bait? But he understood Samu's intent. He instantly used Transposition 4 on Tediat's hammer and charged forward. Tediat sneered contemptuously. Humph, that old trick again. My weapon is… He turned to see Samu desperately clinging to it. Samu yelled, I can't hold on for long. Without hesitation, Asen Ael plunged his blade into Tediat. This is enough. Tediat groaned in fury. You bastard. Suddenly, Asen Ael's pouch shook. A snake shot out, sinking its fangs deep into Tediat's shoulder. Tediat screamed in pure agony. Asen Ael felt a rush of victory. So, the poison curse was a real snake, Samu yelled. Asen Ael! The hammer was flying back to its master, 8 model. He charged straight for Asen Ael, taking a devastating blow to the stomach. His body was soaked in blood. Asen Ael was on the brink of death. Damn it, I let my guard down for a second. Tediat clutched his hammer, rising and staggering forward. Asen Ael was stunned. How did he withstand that blow? He's a monster. Tediat forced himself onward, vowing, I will kill you. But his body refused to obey, slumping to the ground. Damn it. Asen Ael sneered at him. How did that insect taste? I hope we meet again. He tore the paper with his teeth. I hope so too. And then vanished back to the academy. Asen Ael collapsed, utterly spent, as Samu dragged himself over. Is it finally over? Asen Ael barely had the strength to whisper, Yeah, it's done. Samu sighed in relief. I really thought this was the end. Then, Asen Ael suddenly asked, Why didn't you run? You stayed, and now look at you. Samu was silent. In that moment, he knew. The boy who fought, until he was broken for him, was someone he could truly trust. A good person. Samu lay back, answering, I had to protect my comrade. Asen Ael pressed him. Even a half-demon? Samu answered awkwardly. Yeah, we're still allies. Even friends. You're the same way. I despised you, yet you came back. You're impossible to figure out. Asen Ael shot back. My mysterious nature is my charm, earning a sharp retort from Samu. You moron. Asen Ael calmed himself, saying, We escaped that monster. But if we can't move from this spot, we're as good as dead anyway. Samu managed a weak smile. The others must have gotten away safely. Right? Probably. Suddenly, the snake slithered onto his chest. Asen Ael forced himself to feed it. Was that your venom? He asked it. Thanks. I couldn't have won without you. I can't hold on. Is this really how it ends? It can't end like this. Suddenly, familiar voices called out. Samu, class president, Asen Ael. Samu immediately snapped. You fools. Why did you come back? Everyone rushed over, worried. Asen Ael, are you two all right? Asen Ael joked grimly. Alive for now, but about to check out. Luna quickly began healing them both. Don't say that. Asen Ael, you can't die, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Asen Ael watched her with gratitude. Thank you, Lady Luna. The bleeding stopped. Please, help Samu now. But Samu refused as a dark aura enveloped him. Don't bother. As shadowy figures began to writhe, Asen Ael panicked. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself? Samu's voice was weak. No, not that. Asen Ael, let me borrow your body for a moment. Asen Ael thought he was joking. Huh? What kind of weird request is that? But Samu and his monster suddenly shot upwards. I'll take that as a yes, then. He latched onto Asen Ael's arm, shocking everyone. Whoa, what's going on? Asen Ael was terrified. Greed had devoured Samu. Was it now coming for him? But there was no pain. Just that corrupting avarice seeping into his arm. And what is this horn? Suddenly, the contract appeared. Assessment. The price for 20% of power appears to slightly exceed the acceptable payment. A portion of power will be transferred to the co-creator. Asen Ael read in shock. Exceeded the cost? He quickly opened his status window. Race, half-demon. Disposition, chaos, 3. Talent, interest. Specializations, killing intent, 3. Darkness, 3. Mana application, sword force, and worldly eye. Samu's mana dropped from 4,301 to 2,631. It was less than what Asen Ael had taken, but my own mana had risen. Transposition, killing intent, and darkness had all gone up by 1 level. Still, this is a good thing. But what was the precious price he had paid? Luna asked, confused. Asen Ael, why are you staring so intently at your arm? He panicked internally. Only I can see this contract, he replied quickly. It's nothing. Just checking to see if my arm was hurt. Then it hit him. Wait a second. What is this? Samu? Why is his name on my status screen? Just then, Samu's voice echoed out. I'm not dead yet. Everyone was stunned. Isn't that Samu's voice? Where is he? Samu yelled. Right here, on Asen Ael's arm. Asen Ael stared in disbelief. Samu? He explained. That's right. For a while, I'll need to borrow your right arm. I expended far too much of my strength. If I had stayed in that form, I would have died, even with healing. This state uses the least energy. In about 2 or 3 months, I can restore my original body. Asen Ael suddenly cut in. So why parasitize my arm? Samu continued. To rebuild my body, I need to absorb a certain amount of mana each day, and you happen to have plenty of it. Asen Ael questioned that. Wait, Forzan has more mana than I do. So does Lady Luna. Samu stammered. Well, about that. I can share my host's vision, even without eyes. In short, you're my roommate, aren't you? Everyone exchanged glances. What? Sharing his vision? He was a total pervert. Absolutely shameless. Samu screamed. What did you just call me? A pervert? Asen Ael piled on. Yep, definitely a pervert. Samu furiously screamed. You wretched bastards. Asen Ael quickly pulled everyone back to the situation at hand. Enough of that. We need to get out of here, now. The Royal Academy will be sending reinforcements. Forzan spoke up. Right, but where to? The return gate won't open until tomorrow. Asen Ael answered. I know a secret spot. The human instructor I fought had it prepared. We can hold out there for about a day. Forzan nodded. Understood. Let's move out now. But Samu stopped them. Hold on. If I consume corpses, I can recover much faster. Just a little bit. Give me a moment. He then extended himself from Asen Ael's arm. Luna asked worriedly, what about the bodies of our fallen classmates? Can't we give them a temporary burial? Asen Ael shook his head. There's no time, Luna pleaded. Then at least let Samu gather them to take with us. But Samu refused. My only ability is to devour, not to carry. Luna began to weep with sorrow. Everyone watched her, their hearts heavy. Lady Luna. Luna reluctantly accepted. All right. Forzan turned to Asen Ael, concerned. Can you stand on your own? Just then, someone else stepped forward. Hey Forzan, let me help Asen Ael. I'm barely hurt. Forzan was surprised but agreed. Oh, do. That would be a great help. Asen Ael was taken aback. Wasn't this the blue-haired guy who bullied Luna? Du helped him up, his voice full of remorse. Yes, that was me. About what happened with Luna, Asen Ael replied politely. Thank you. You must have been in pain back at the cafeteria. Du smiled faintly. No, I should be thanking you and Luna. I realize now how one-sided I was. Asen Ael was secretly pleased. I'm glad you see that now, Du said gratefully. I never imagined you'd sacrifice this much. Samu then retracted back into Asen Ael's arm. Suddenly, a bird flew down. Asen Ael and Samu were overjoyed. Sido, you're safe. It pecked gently at Samu. So glad. You're good at hiding. Asen Ael gave the order to Forzan. It seems everyone is accounted for. Let's move. We need to leave this place immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Royal Academy, a panicked buzz filled the air. Tediat returned looking like that. What in the world happened? An academy instructor named Ma pushed through the crowd. Make way. What exactly happened here? Tediat reported through the pain. They were ambushed by nobles during the raid. Many students, including Svea, were killed. And instructor Basaha has likely fallen in battle. Mane flinched, and the room gasped in shock. What? Instructor Basaha? That's impossible. She raised a hand, demanding silence. It seems the nobles sent instructor-level assassins. Tediat immediately corrected her. No, there were only 2 that strong, and even their best was still weaker than me. So the instructors don't need to intervene personally. Just summon my comrades, and it will be enough. Suddenly, a dark aura burst forth. The healer recoiled in shock as the power surged. Tediat roared in agony as his own arm fell to the floor. Mane was speechless as Tediat seethed with rage. You miserable pests, I will kill you myself. Instructor, 1 arm is more than enough. Let me remain. Maine understood his resolve. She immediately gave her orders. Get Tediat to the medical bay, now, and summon Nina Eel and her squad.